Chapter 2170. Brother Fuyang, Mr. N has been captured by Zhao Guogong. What should we do now? In the main hall of the inn mansion, those fence-sitters had all run away after learning that Shunkai had been captured. Only the 8 merchants who had gone to the workshop with Shunkai were left. At this moment, Shi Nansho frowned and looked at Kong Fuyang. Alas, we can only wait. Kong Fuyang sighed and said, let's wait for news from Zhongsun Manor. Brother Xuansai's plan originally had a certain amount of risk, but I didn't expect it to be exposed so quickly. Duke Zhao isn't someone we can offend. We can only hope that he can be magnanimous towards Brother Shunkai. Also, when I returned from the workshop of the Curious Pavilion this morning, I have already written a letter to inform the Kong Kingdom of this matter. When the king learns of this matter, he will most likely send an envoy to negotiate with the Great Tang Imperial Court. But Changguan is far away from the Kong Kingdom. Even if he gallops, I'm afraid it will take more than a month for news. Shi Nansho nodded and said, I have also written a letter and sent it back to the Stone Kingdom. The 9 families of Zhaowu are united. I believe the monarch of the 9 countries will not allow the Tang Empire to humiliate us. That's right. The others nodded. Kong Fuyang said, since Brother Shunkai has been captured, we can't stay here for long. You should go back first. Just send someone to keep an eye on the Zhongsun mansion. Fuyang is right. Let's go back first. They did not hesitate. They only said a few words to the steward of the inn mansion and left under the steward's aggrieved and resentful eyes. It was not that they did not want to save Shunkai, but that they did not have the ability to do so. It was obvious that Xuansai's plan had been exposed and had angered Zhongsun Wuji. But who was Zhongsun Wuji? He was the Minister of Official Personnel Affairs of the Tang Empire and the elder brother of the Tang Empress. How could they afford to offend him? So even though the old steward of the inn mansion begged them to help save Shunkai, they could only pretend not to hear and leave in a hurry. The arms were no match for the thighs. Your Majesty, the Zhongsun clan has sent an in-kingdom merchant to the Supreme Court, claiming that he is Xuanshan's cousin. They hope that the Supreme Court will properly interrogate him and see if he is colluding with Turkic spies. In the Sweet Nectar Hall, Li Er had just finished dealing with administrative matters and was about to leave when Zhao Song walked in quickly and whispered to Li Er. Oh. Merchants from in-kingdom? And he's Xuanshan's cousin? When Li Er first heard this news, he did not pay much attention to it. However, he suddenly felt that the name Shunzhan sounded familiar. Then, he thought of the latter half of Zhao Song's sentence about Zhongsun Wuji wanting the Supreme Court to investigate whether the in-kingdom merchant had colluded with the Turk spies. Li Er instantly recalled the identity of Shunzhan. His eyes focused and after pondering for a moment, he instructed Zhao Song, go to the Supreme Court and bring this person out, then hand him over to the 100 Cavalry Department for interrogation. For the time being, Li Er did not want more people to know about what had happened in Taiyuan City. Firstly, even if others knew about what had happened in Taiyuan City, it would be useless to save Li Tai. Secondly, since there were Turkic spies in Taiyuan City, who could guarantee that there weren't any in Chang'an City? If the Turkic spies in Chang'an City learned of what had happened in Taiyuan City, there was no telling what sort of trouble they might cause to prevent Li Junxian from saving Li Tai. Li Er was rather satisfied with the current situation in Taiyuan City. He believed that as long as Li Junxian slowly and steadily worked his way through, he would have a high chance of successfully rescuing Li Tai. And the Supreme Court naturally did not know what had happened in Taiyuan City. If they were to interrogate Shunzhan for colluding with the Turkic spies, Dai Zhou would probably be filled with question marks and wouldn't even know how to interrogate him. Thus, Li Er planned to have the 100 Cavalry Department properly interrogate this Shunzhan. Because Li Junxian was in Taiyuan City, the 100 Cavalry Department knew what had happened in Taiyuan City. Moreover, the 100 Cavalry Department was Li Er's most trusted unit. This old slave obeys the decree. Zhao Song clasped his hands in acknowledgement, but he did not turn to leave. After a few moments of hesitation, he said, Your Majesty, the Zhongsun clan also sent a person to the Supreme Court. To be more precise, they sent a corpse. Who? Li Er's expression froze as he sternly asked. Could it be that Zhangsun Wuji had suffered a setback in the imperial palace, so he went back and killed someone to vent his anger? That shouldn't be the case. Zhangsun Wuji was a smart man. He wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. It's the crown prince of the Eastern Palace, Ma Cheng. Zhao Song bowed as he softly reported. Ma Cheng? The crown prince Xianxia who was elected last month? Li Er asked in confusion. He knew of the relationship between Ma Cheng and Zhangsun Wuji. Logically speaking, Zhangsun Wuji had pushed Ma Cheng to the position of crown prince Xianxia with great difficulty. It was impossible for Zhangsun Wuji to kill him, right? Wouldn't that be a waste of effort and self-destruction? Precisely. Zhang Song nodded and clasped his hands. The Zhangsun clan said that Ma Cheng secretly colluded with Xianxia and received huge benefits from the other party. After the matter was exposed, he knew that he had committed a grave sin, so he bit his tongue and committed suicide. The Supreme Court's coroner conducted a preliminary examination of the corpse. Ma Cheng's tongue was severed from the root. He really bit his tongue and committed suicide. It doesn't look like a homicide. Ma Cheng colluded with Xianxia? This is interesting. Later, let the 100 Cavalry Department investigate this matter as well. Li Er's eyes flashed as he instructed Zhao Song. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Song clasped his hands and left after receiving the order. Time for lunch. Time for lunch. When it was close to noon, on the Black Armored Military Academy, where the Wu Battalion was located, Sun Jiping's announcement of disbandment caused the soldiers of the Wu Battalion to erupt in cheers. After training for the entire morning, the soldiers who were originally exhausted seemed to have been revived with full blood at this moment. Everyone rushed to their own tents as fast as they could. Their food was there. They were going to eat. Of course, the reason why they were so excited was that there was enough meat for all the soldiers of the Wu Battalion today. Due to the Black Armored Army's martial arts competition yesterday, Team 1 of the Wu Battalion and Team 1 of the 1st Battalion had both suffered heavy losses. Team 2 of the Wu Battalion won without a fight and obtained the first place. According to the rules of the competition, the team that obtained the first place would be able to enjoy an unlimited supply of meat for a day. This was incredible. In this era, there was no complete animal husbandry industry. The supply of meat was not as plentiful as it was in the modern era. It was already considered good if a commoner could have a meal of meat during the new year. As for the soldiers, although their food conditions were much better than the commoners and they could eat some meat every day, they still had to undergo a huge amount of training every day. The more energy they expended, the more energy they needed to replenish. This was especially true for the soldiers of the Black Armored Army. The amount of training for the Black Armored Army was definitely several times that of the other battalions in the capital. Under such circumstances, how could the meager amount of meat provided by the Black Armored Army be enough for them? It wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Now that there was such a good opportunity to eat as much meat as they wanted, how could the soldiers let it go? Each of them wished that they could grow wings and fly directly to the kitchen. Everyone swore in their hearts, today, we must eat until the sky turns dark and the earth turns dark. After all, there won't be another opportunity like this if we miss this village. Oh. I, Old Cheng, want to eat a pig today. No one is allowed to stop me. Cheng Chimo wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. He was the first to get his rice bowl and galloped towards the kitchen of the Wu camp. Following closely behind him was Bao Lin. As he ran, he shouted, "Ong! I want to eat 8 pig trotters. No one is allowed to snatch them from me. F***CK. Why is Cheng Chimo running so fast? Old Zhou, you guys hurry up too. If we're late, there might not be any meat to eat. Didn't you say that we have enough meat for today? Why is there no meat? Tisk. Why don't you think about it? Everyone in our battalion is a foodie. Which one of us can't eat 5 or 6 bowls of meat? If we're late, we might only be able to drink meat soup. Then why aren't we running?" Just like that, from the leaders to the ordinary soldiers, Everyone was running towards the kitchen as if they were playing with their lives. Speaking of which, the cook's army unit of the Wu Battalion had already anticipated the grand occasion this afternoon. They didn't even participate in the training this morning. They spent the entire morning preparing the lunch for the soldiers of the Wu Battalion. It wasn't that they wanted to be lazy and skip training. It was just that they had to prepare too many ingredients. In just one morning, they had already slaughtered 40 pigs. If a pig weighed 200 pounds, then according to the 70% meat yield, 40 pigs could produce about 5,000 pounds of pork. There were 1,000 people in the Wu Battalion, so on average, each person could get about 5,000 pounds of pork. These were the 40 pigs that Li Zishuan had prepared for the kitchen. He asked them to slaughter all of them at noon. If the soldiers couldn't finish their meal, they could eat at night. Anyway, the more the better. Li Zishuan would never go back on his word. If he said that there would be enough meat, then there would definitely be enough meat. Quick! Quick! Give me a bowl of 4-leg meat. I want all the lean meat, not the fat ones. Ching Chumo was the first to arrive at the kitchen. He directly rushed in front of a cook and handed over his bowl of rice. If it was when Ching Chumo first came to the Black Armored Army, he would be very satisfied to be able to eat meat for every meal. Why would he care about the fat or lean meat? But today, the living conditions of the Wu Battalion had improved. This idiot also started to be picky about his food. Yesterday, during the fighting competition, Yuan Desheng from Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion had used underhanded means to severely injure Lu Ming from the Wu Battalion. Lu Ming was very popular in the Wu Battalion. When they found out that he was severely injured by Yuan Desheng, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Coincidentally, in the knockout round, Team 1 of the Wu Battalion met Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion. And coincidentally, Ching Chumo was up against Lu Ming. During the fight, Ching Chumo used all his skills and finally won against Yuan Desheng, who was stronger than him. It could be said that he had avenged Lu Ming. This caused everyone in the Wu Battalion to have a good impression of Ching Chumo, especially the cook's army unit at the kitchen. Hey! Chumo, you little brat, you sure run fast. The cook's army unit in front of Ching Chumo looked at Ching Chumo and laughed. Then, he took the bowl of rice from Ching Chumo's hands and said, "Lean meat and lean meat are cooked together. But since you came first, I'll help you pick some lean meat." This was clearly giving special treatment to Ching Chumo, and it was not just in name but in reality. Think about it, the Wu Battalion of the Black Armored Army had 1,000 people. If everyone was as picky as Ching Chumo, then how could the cook's army unit be so busy? It was because Ching Chumo had avenged Lu Ming yesterday that he received such special treatment. Chapter 2171. You too, have you finished a bowl already? Outside the Wu Battalion's kitchen, Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping had just arrived at the queue when they saw Ching Chumo and Yuqi Baolin holding rice bowls that were still dripping with soup as they walked towards the end of the queue. Li Zishuan stared with his eyes wide open as he said in shock. The living conditions in the military camp were definitely not as good as the outside, not to mention the delicious food in the Ho's mansion. Li Zishuan had stayed in the military camp for so many days, in fact, his taste buds had long been bland. Today, he took advantage of the unlimited supply of meat in the Wu Battalion to come over and have a good meal. But after all, he was a high-ranking officer. If he were to follow Ching Chumo and run madly to the kitchen to snatch meat, it would be too bad for his image. Cough. Although in the military camp, no one would pay attention to this aspect of image, but if Li Zishuan were to run madly to snatch meat like Ching Chumo, he would still be in a difficult position. Furthermore, Li Zishuan knew that the kitchen had slaughtered 40 pigs today, close to 5,000 pounds of pork. He didn't have to worry about not having meat to eat if he was late, so he and Sun Jiping took their time to come over. Hey! Why are you still running so slow when eating meat? Why are you still eating meat? Little Xian, old son, you guys are too late. When Ching Chumo saw Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping, Ching Chumo laughed and then shamelessly cut in front of Li Zishuan. The corner of Li Zishuan's mouth twitched slightly, but at this moment, there was only Sun Jiping behind him. There were no other soldiers in the queue, because no one would come later than him and Sun Jiping, so he simply didn't care about Ching Chumo's action of cutting the queue. If Qing Chimo were to cut the queue during normal times, he would definitely kick this guy out of the queue. Yamacho. Commandant's son. Bao Lin was not as mischievous as Qing Chimo. He did not dare to cut in line. The child obediently greeted Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping before lining up behind Sun Jiping. You haven't eaten meat in 8 lifetimes, haven't you? How long has it been since the training ended? Not only did you get a bowl of meat, you even finished it. I've told you before, we have enough meat for today. Look at you, Uncle Cheng, you look like a reincarnated hungry ghost. If he sees you, he will definitely vomit blood. Nodding at Bao Lin, Li Zishuan pointed at Qing Chimo and laughed. Hey! My father won't scold me. Qing Chimo pursed his lips and said, if he sees me like this, he might even praise me. I can be considered to have inherited his excellent style. Little Xian, you don't know, but back in the day, my father ate the same amount of food as 4 people in the military camp. What am I doing now? Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, if your father finds out that you're talking about your father like this, he will definitely beat you up. Little Xian, you said that we have enough meat for today. You are underestimating the soldiers in our camp. Look, there are already people who have finished their first bowl and are lining up. At this rate, I estimate that everyone in our camp can eat at least 5 to 6 bowls of meat. There are only so few people in our kitchen, how much meat can we prepare? So, we definitely don't have enough meat for today. Qing Chimo patted Li Zishuan's shoulder with a confident look on his face. This guy usually didn't like to use his brain, but when it came to things that he cared about, he liked to use his brain more than anyone else. Just like now. Li Zishuan's forehead was full of black lines. He really wanted to slap this idiot in front of him to the ground. Holding back his impulse, Li Zishuan snorted at Qing Chimo and said, Ugly ox, remember your confidence and arrogance now. If the kitchen still doesn't cook the meat, you have to finish the remaining meat in the pot yourself. He knew that the kitchen of the Wu camp prepared a total of 5,600 pounds of pork. After 5,000 pounds of pork was boiled, it would be more than 5,000 pounds. Furthermore, when the pork was cooked, there would definitely be some vegetables mixed in. Therefore, the amount of meat prepared by the kitchen of the Wu camp would definitely be more than 7,000 pounds. Even if the soldiers of the Wu camp were all big eaters, Li Zishuan believed that they wouldn't be able to finish all the meat he prepared in one meal. Forget about that. I was just joking with you. Hey. Just joking. Seeing that Li Zishuan wanted to make a bet with him, Qing Chimo was instantly terrified. Although he didn't think that he was stupid, he didn't think that he was smarter than Li Zishuan. Therefore, he didn't dare to make a bet with Li Zishuan. Hearing that, Li Zishuan curled his lips and looked at Qing Chimo with disdain. Qing Chimo naturally saw the disdain in Li Zishuan's eyes. However, he wasn't stupid and didn't fall for Li Zishuan's provocation. This was because he really didn't know how much meat was prepared in the kitchen today. Therefore, no matter what, he wouldn't make a bet with Li Zishuan. The few of them chatted and laughed. Soon, the line reached the kitchen. Yo! Kanjun Li. You're finally here? The army cook who was getting the food was Ho Tai, the one who scooped the meat for Qing Chimo earlier. When he saw Li Zishuan who was behind Qing Chimo, he quickly greeted him with enthusiasm. Kanjun Li, hurry up and bring your bowl over. I'll scoop it for you first. Although Qing Chimo was the main reason why the Wu battalion was able to win the battle yesterday, everyone knew that the biggest hero of the Wu battalion was Li Zishuan. Back then, the Wu battalion was the weakest among the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army. Li Zishuan's arrival not only gave the Wu battalion a new training manual, but also completely united the soldiers of the Wu battalion. If it wasn't for Li Zishuan, the Wu battalion would probably still be a pile of loose sand, not to mention winning the battle yesterday. Therefore, when Ho Tai saw Li Zishuan, he was naturally more excited than when he saw Qing Chimo. Before Li Zishuan could say anything, Qing Chimo suddenly said with dissatisfaction, Hey! Old Ho, I'm the one who's in front of you. Why don't you scoop it for me first? Ho Tai then noticed Qing Chimo in front of him. He immediately said with an embarrassed face, cough. Chumo, didn't you already eat a bowl? Kanjunli hasn't eaten yet. He must be hungry. I'll scoop the meat for Kanjunli first. After that, I'll scoop it for you. Don't worry, I'll scoop up some lean meat for you later. It'll definitely be enough. Okay. Old Ho, you're a good friend. Let Xiao Xian scoop it first. Ching Chumo's eyes lit up when he heard that. If there was lean meat to eat, he definitely wouldn't want to eat fatty meat. Wasn't it just a matter of getting the meat later? It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. He completely forgot that he was the one who cut the line in front of Li Zishuan. If he really wanted to talk about first come, first served, he should be behind Li Zishuan. Oh, no, he should be behind Sun Jiping. Li Zishuan didn't really care about eating earlier or later. However, when he saw Ho Tai's enthusiastic face, he didn't want to reject his kindness. So he passed by Ching Chumo, handed over the rice bowl in his hand and said, "Thank you for your trouble." "Hey. You're welcome, Kanjun Li." Ho Tai smiled and took the rice bowl in Li Zishuan's hand. However, he didn't bend over to scoop meat from the pot next to him for Li Zishuan. Instead, he turned around and walked into the kitchen. "Hey. Old Ho, where are you going? Didn't you say you'll get me some food later?" Ching Chumo didn't know what was going on and couldn't help but shout. However, Ho Tai didn't have time to answer Ching Chumo's question. Li Zishuan and Ching Chumo could only stand outside the window and wait. Not long after, Ho Tai came out with a bowl of meat. Ching Chumo stuck his neck out and looked into the bowl. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Turtle. This bowl was filled with good quality pork ribs and half of a pig's trotter. This. Ho Tai was obviously giving special treatment to Li Zishuan. Ching Chumo couldn't help but point at Ho Tai and said, "Good. Old Ho. How can you still have such good food at this time? You hid it really well." Ho Tai quickly shook his head and said, "I didn't hide it. This was specially prepared by our brothers in the kitchen for Adjunct Li. This time, Adjunct Li played a big role in our victory over the other battalions. Everyone wants to thank Adjunct Li." After that, he handed the bowl full of good meat to Li Zishuan and said embarrassedly, "Adjunct Li, this meat has been in the room for a long time. It's not hot anymore. We didn't expect you to come so late." Chapter 2172. In the next martial arts competition, we, the Wu Battalion, will get first place again. It was supposed to be a carnival of meat, but because of Li Zishuan's actions and half-joking words, the outside of the Wu Battalion's kitchen was filled with cheers and shouts. At this moment, the thousands of soldiers of the Wu Battalion were all holding their bowls in one hand and waving the other hand in the air, cheering loudly. Fanaticism. Excitement. Respect. With all these emotions mixed together, this lunch was destined to be unusual. All right. Stop shouting. After a while, Li Zishuan saw that these guys were all shouting until their faces and necks were red. If he didn't know, he would have thought that they were looking for a fight with someone. More importantly, if they continued shouting like this, the half bowl of pork ribs in his hand would be completely cold. Although the weather was still hot, meat dishes like pork ribs would definitely not taste as good when it was cold. He had been in the barracks for so long, and finally had a chance to improve his meals. How could he let this bunch of idiots ruin his chance? Therefore, Li Zishuan gathered his qi in his dantian and shouted at the soldiers of the Wu Battalion around him. You can't get first place just because you have a loud voice. If you want to get first place, you have to rely on your strength. If you want to have strength, you have to train hard. I will remember all of your words. I hope that you don't just talk about it. You can put it into action and get first place again in the next martial arts competition. Li Zishuan's shout was infused with Shen Qi. Therefore, although the scene was noisy, his words were still clearly heard by every soldier of the Wu Battalion. In addition, when the crowd saw Li Zishuan open his mouth, many of them consciously shut their mouths. Therefore, when Li Zishuan was halfway through his speech, the noisy outside of the Wu Battalion's kitchen had already quieted down. He was the only one who was talking, and the others were all listening quietly. "Don't worry, Lieutenant. We will definitely do what we say." "That's right. We will train hard and get first place again in the next martial arts competition." "Get first place again. Get first place again." After Li Zishuan finished his words, the soldiers all started shouting. "All right. Hurry up and eat." It was rare for the kitchen to prepare so much meat today, so they couldn't waste it. After eating and drinking their fill, they continued training in the afternoon. Oh, by the way, starting from this afternoon, the amount of training in the Wu Battalion will be increased by 30%. Li Zishuan gestured for everyone to be quiet and continued. The first half of Li Zishuan's speech was reasonable, but the last sentence made the faces of the soldiers of the Wu Battalion instantly change. A moment ago, they were still burning with passion and high morale, but the last sentence of Li Zishuan's speech was like pouring a basin of cold water on their heads, making them feel cold all of a sudden. Increase the training load by 30%? It's already been increased several times before. How are we supposed to live if it's increased by another 30%? Jiang Fei, you brat. What's wrong with increasing your training by 30%? If we don't increase our training volume, how are we going to get first place in the next fighting competition? Exactly. How can you get first place if you don't train hard? Eat meat. Quick, eat the meat. After eating, let's train hard in the afternoon. At first, the soldiers were moaning and groaning, but after being scolded by some of the captains and lieutenants, everyone gradually accepted the reality. They had no choice but to accept it. They all knew that once Li Zishuan had decided on something, no one could change it. They had no other choice but to accept the order. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. This was the most common thought that Li Zishuan had instilled in the soldiers ever since they joined the Black Armored Army. Moreover, just a moment ago, they had patted their chests and promised Li Zishuan that they would train hard in the future and strive to win first place in the fighting competition later. If they were to complain now, wouldn't they be slapping their own faces and be looked down upon by others? That would not do. After the soldiers digested Li Zishuan's news, they started to eat the meat again. After all, it was rare for them to eat enough meat today, and they still had a lot of training to do in the afternoon. If they didn't hurry up and eat, wouldn't they be letting themselves down? For a moment, there wasn't even any sound of talking in the kitchen of the Wu Battalion. Only the sound of bowls and chopsticks and the sound of chewing could be heard. Li Zishuan held half a bowl of pork ribs and was about to squat down at the usual spot to eat. When he turned his head, he realized that Ching Chumo didn't follow him. Instead, Ching Chumo was holding his bowl and walking towards the back of the line. During the time they were queuing up, many soldiers had already finished their first bowl of meat and were queuing up behind them. Thus, this line had become a long snake. Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask, "Cho Nyo, where are you going?" Ching Chumo stopped in his tracks. He calmly used his chopsticks to pick up a large piece of meat and put it into his mouth. As he chewed, he replied, "Oh, I'm going to queue up at the back. When it's my turn later, I'll be able to finish my bowl of meat. That way, I won't waste any time." F***ck. There's such a trick? Why else would they say that this kid wasn't stupid but just too lazy to use his brain? Look at this idiot's intelligence level now, it's way better than 90% of the people here. When Li Zishuan heard Ching Chumo's explanation, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this necessary? Is this necessary? You're still the son of a duke. Now, you're acting like this just to eat a few more bowls of meat. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing Ching Chumo? As for the soldiers beside Li Zishuan who were queuing up for their second bowl of meat, their eyes lit up when they heard this. They thought to themselves, that's right. Why didn't I think of such a good idea before? Instead of having to queue up for another bowl of meat, why don't we eat while queuing up? This way, not only can we save time, we can also eat a few more bowls of meat. It's simply wonderful. The few of them looked at each other and then followed Ching Chumo's footsteps to the back of the line. Old Wang, where are you guys going? To queue up in advance. Queue up in advance? Didn't you guys just finish queuing up? Are you King stupid? If you queue up now, you'll be able to get another bowl of meat after you finish eating. So that's how it is. This is a good idea. Later when I get my second bowl of meat, I'll queue up in advance too. Soon, Chingchumo's trick was spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100. The soldiers who were squatting on the ground and eating meat all stood up and joined the queue in advance. In an instant, only Li Zixuan and Sun Jiping were still squatting around the kitchen of the Wu battalion. The rest of the people were standing. Even the honest Bao Lin followed Chingchumo's footsteps and queued up in advance. Conscript, should we go too? Seeing this sudden change, Sun Jiping was a little confused. Most importantly, in the entire Wu battalion, only the two of them were still squatting on the ground. It was a little eye-catching. Therefore, he couldn't help but ask Li Zixuan tentatively. Oh. Jiping, there's no need to fight with these little bastards. Don't worry, there's definitely enough meat in the kitchen today. Eat slowly, there's no rush. Chapter 2173. Slap. Slap. Outside the third camp's kitchen, a strange scene appeared. Two soldiers stood face to face and slapped each other in the face, while the rest of the soldiers squatted around them, watching the big show of slapping each other in the face while eating the food in their bowls with relish. Yes, although the food in the third camp wasn't as good as the food in the fifth camp today, it had to be said that having this entertainment show to go with the meal was still pretty good. Pang Guang, use some strength. Look at how hard Du Zidong is hitting you. Yeah. Pang Guang. Are you a man or not? He's already slapped you, why aren't you slapping him back? Slap. Haha. Good job, Pang Guang. Hit him like that. Du Zidong, use some strength too. What a soft slap. Did you not eat lunch? Brother Nyo, it seems like they really didn't finish lunch. No matter what era it was, there was no lack of onlookers who didn't mind the drama. The soldiers of the 3rd Battalion were watching the entertainment program and eating while fanning the flames and adding oil to the fire. Just look at the two people on the stage who jumped up and slapped each other's mouths. It was obvious how successful their fanning of the flames was. Speaking of which, as Zhang Kongnian's lackeys, Pang Guang and Du Zidong used to be tyrannical in the 3rd camp. Many people had been bullied by them before, but due to Zhang Kongnian's authority at that time, they didn't dare to say anything even though they were angry. Now that Zhang Kongnian was gone and Gao Gong took over, they were already extremely benevolent for not taking the opportunity to hit the two brothers when they were down. Now, they were just fanning the flames from the side, so what? The two brothers, Pang Guang and Du Zidong, originally only wanted to complete the mission, oh no, to complete the punishment. They were just putting on a show and didn't plan to really hit them. But when Gao Gong saw that they weren't hitting hard, he rolled up his sleeves and wanted to go up and help them, scaring the two brothers so much that they quickly increased the strength in their hands. But once the two of them used all their strength, they couldn't stop at all. F***ck, Pang Guang, you bastard, you can really do it. Using so much strength, see if I don't beat you to death. Roar. I was just putting on an act. Do you know what an act is? You could dare to use your inner force? I'll fight you to the death. Puff. You with the surname Pang, very well, if I don't beat you to death today, I'll take your surname. Surnames do, I will not live under the same sky as you. Just like that, the two of them slapped each other harder and harder. Their eyes became redder and redder. Neither of them was willing to give in to the other. Of course, their faces became more and more swollen. It was obvious that he was really angry. Hey. Pang Guang, Du Zidong, you can stop now. All of a sudden, someone shouted, don't worry about it. Only then did the onlookers suddenly wake up. Right, didn't Deputy General Gao just ask them to slap each other 30 times? But these two guys had been slapping each other for more than a quarter of an hour, and they had already eaten 2 bowls of rice. Well, it couldn't be helped, this entertainment program was really too appetizing. Let alone 30 slaps, even 50 slaps would have been enough. Why didn't these 2 idiots stop? Alright. Pang Guang, Du Zidong, you 2 stop. The advice of the onlookers didn't make Pang Guang and Du Zidong stop because the 2 of them were arguing about a problem. Pang Guang, you're the one who F***king started it. Let's both stop after I finish the last slap. Slap. Bullsh**t. You're the one who started it. I should be the one to slap the last one. Slap. You're the one who started it. Slap. You're the one who started it. Slap, slap, slap. Just like that, the 2 of them still slapped each other even though they knew that the punishment was over. After all, no one wanted to be slapped more than once, and no one wanted to be at a disadvantage. Qin Duan, Zhang De, go and separate them. Seeing that the 2 brothers, Pang Guang and Du Zidong, were obviously in a frenzy, Gao Gong hurriedly ordered the 2 sergeants beside him. If they continued to slap each other, the 2 of them would probably get a concussion, although Gao Gong didn't know the term concussion. Although Gao Gong usually disliked the 2 of them, he didn't want them to get seriously injured because of this. The Black Armored Army should fight with their lives on the battlefield. Why would they fight among themselves in the barracks? Yes. The 2 sergeants responded, then put down their bowls and rushed to Pang Guang and Du Zidong's sides. Each of them pulled one of them and forcibly separated the 2 brothers. Alright. Stop hitting them. We've counted enough. That's right. You guys must be hungry after slapping for so long, right? Hurry up and go back to eat. Look, your food is getting cold. Qin Duan and Zhang De tried to stop the fight while comforting them. Our food is getting cold. Pang Guang and Du Zidong couldn't help but look at their bowls on the ground. Their noses turned sour, and they almost cried. Speaking of which, they were having a good meal. Why did they suddenly start slapping each other? Sigh, it's all because of their cheap mouths. They can't be cheap in the future. Field Officer Zhang is dead. They can't be so arrogant anymore. They have to tuck their tails between their legs. It would have been better if they didn't mention it. Now that they said it, they did feel a little hungry. Eat and change. Pang Guang and Du Zidong broke free from Qin Duan and Zhang Da's restraints. They looked at each other, then turned around at the same time and went to eat their bowls. However, because their faces were swollen, they couldn't speak clearly. Seeing this, the onlookers couldn't help but be amused. Gao Gong was quite satisfied with this punishment. After this incident, there would definitely be animosity between Pang Guang and Du Zidong. These 2 guys wouldn't be able to play tricks together in the future. He had broken up a small group, which was really a pleasant surprise. You all know why the Wu Battalion is so lively today, right? A moment later, most of the soldiers had finished eating. Of course, this didn't include Pang Guang and Du Zidong. These 2 brothers were still in pain as they sucked in cold air while carefully shoving the food in their bowls into their mouths. They were afraid that it would affect the wound on their cheeks. Gao Gong shouted in a deep voice. Hearing this, all the soldiers lowered their heads and didn't say anything. Of course, they knew why the Wu Battalion was so lively. However, they also knew that Gao Gong must have something else to say. They just needed to listen quietly. Who asked Gao Gong to turn over a new leaf and become the second in command of the Wu Battalion? Of course, other than the identity of the lieutenant, Gao Gong had a high prestige in the Black Armored Army. He was also an old member of the Black Armored Army. If it wasn't for his straightforward personality that often offended people, he wouldn't have been suppressed by Zhang Kongmian, that flatterer. Gao Gong was silent for a moment. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he then continued, the reason why the Wu Battalion is so lively now is because their kitchen has an unlimited supply of meat today. It is also because they won the first place in the martial arts competition yesterday. As for us, the Wu Battalion, we didn't even make it to the finals yesterday. Could it be that everyone in the Wu battalion is a coward? According to the rules of the fighting competition, the members of the top 5 teams would receive an unlimited supply of meat for 7 days. For the first place of the fighting competition, all the officers and soldiers in their respective camps would be able to enjoy an unlimited supply of meat for 1 day. In addition, the members of their respective teams would receive a third-class merit for once. As for the 4 teams in the Wu battalion, they all lost in the elimination round yesterday. None of them made it to the finals. This meant that no one in the Wu battalion received any rewards. After hearing this, all the soldiers' expressions changed. Not long after, someone angrily retorted, "No. We are not cowards." Yes. There are no cowards in the Wu battalion. We are not cowards. Very quickly, the crowd became angry. After all, the Black Armored Army was the #1 heavy cavalry in the world. Those who could join the Black Armored Army were either 1 in 100 or even 1 in 1,000 elites. These people all had pride in their hearts. How could they be willing to be called cowards? Gao Gong was very satisfied with the crowd's reaction. He pressed his hand down and said, "Yes. No one in the Wu battalion is a coward." Before Li Kanjun came, the Wu battalion was the weakest among the 5 battalions. But after Li Kanjun came, in less than 10 days, the Wu battalion defeated all the other battalions in the martial arts competition. Have you ever thought about why? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Actually, they had thought about this question before. It was just that, the result was a little scary and unbelievable. They didn't dare to say it out loud. It is because of the new drill. It is because the soldiers of the Wu battalion are training harder than anyone else. Gao Gong didn't have any scruples. He looked at everyone and said loudly, "Now, not only the Wu battalion is using the new drill, almost all the other 4 battalions of the Black Armored Army are using it. Even General Qiu is using it." Chapter 2174. Li Zixuan had great respect for Duan Zixuan. Putting aside their ranks, Duan Zixuan had led the Black Armored Army to fight alongside Li Zixuan and defeated 18 rebellious kings. After that, he had fought with the Turkic Wolf cavalry many times. He had created countless miracles and contributed greatly to the establishment of the Tang Empire. Just based on this alone, Duan Zixuan and the other veterans in the Black Armored Army were worthy of Li Zixuan's respect. It was the same reason why he respected Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin. Furthermore, after being in the Black Armored Army for so long, Li Zixuan had a basic understanding of the relationships between factions. Even though he hated forming cliques and factions, even though he came to the military camp with the intention of doing something for himself, just because he didn't provoke others, it didn't mean that others wouldn't provoke him. Qiu Xingong was a veteran in the Black Armored Army. In terms of seniority, he was about the same as Duan Zixuan. Li Zixuan was a newbie who had just joined the Black Armored Army. He definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Qiu Xingong. Fortunately, Duan Zixuan had always been on his side. Regardless of whether it was in the open or in the dark, Duan Zixuan had helped him solve many problems. Thus, Li Zixuan was still grateful to Duan Zixuan. He wasn't good at fighting factions. Fortunately, with old Duan's protection, he could spend most of his energy on researching how to train and improve the combat strength of the soldiers. Even though Li Zixuan was a transmigrator and had received more than 20 years of modern education, he had never been a soldier before. He had never been an officer. It was his first time training soldiers. He was trying to cross the river by feeling the stones. Thus, he needed a lot of time to research and experiment. Fortunately, in the field of military affairs, Great General, haven't the rewards for the martial arts competition been decided? The members of the top 5 teams would receive an unlimited supply of meat for 7 days. The first place of the fighting competition would receive an unlimited supply of meat for 1 day for all the officers and soldiers in their respective battalions. Furthermore, the members of their respective battalions would receive a third-class merit for 1 day. Since the second team of the 5th Battalion has won the first place in the fighting competition, all the soldiers of the 5th Battalion should be able to enjoy an unlimited supply of meat for 1 day. It's true that I have asked the quartermaster for 40 live pigs, but as long as the soldiers can finish these 40 live pigs without wasting any food, then they are not violating the military rules, and no one can blame them. Towards Duan Jishuan, Li Zishuan was still very respectful. Putting aside the difference in rank, Duan Jishuan had led the black armored army to fight alongside Li Zishuan and defeated 18 rebellious kings. Later on, he had clashed with the Turkic wolf cavalry many times, creating countless miracles. He had contributed greatly to the establishment of the Great Tang and the peace of the world. Just based on this alone, Duan Jishuan and the other veterans of the black armored army were worthy of Li Zishuan's respect. It was the same reason why he respected Qin Xiong, Qing Yao Jin and the others. Besides, after being in the black armored army for so long, Li Zishuan had a basic understanding of the relationships between factions. Even though he hated forming factions, and even though he came to the military camp with the intention of doing something, it didn't mean that others wouldn't provoke him even if he didn't provoke others. For example, Qiu Xingong. Qiu Xingong was an old man in the black armored army. Chapter 2175. Yesterday, frost fell from the sky on the prairie. It can be said that the rumor circulating on the prairie has come true. Today, I have invited all of you here to listen to your opinions. What do you all think of this rumor? On the prairie, in the main tent of Shui Yintua's division, Shui Yintua's leader, Yinan, sat at the head of the table. To his left and right sat the leaders of the various tribes of Tiela, including Qian tribe, Hueha tribe, Bagu tribe, Tongluo tribe, and so on. Yesterday, the abnormal weather of midsummer frost had appeared on the prairie. Combined with the prophecy circulating on the prairie, it had indeed caused some of the people of the various tribes of the prairie to panic. Some tribes that were dissatisfied with Xieli had also begun to secretly deploy something. Although the situation on the prairie seemed to be surging with undercurrents, without exception, from yesterday morning until today, not a single tribe had dared to make things difficult for Xieli. Everyone had obediently stayed in their respective tribes, quietly waiting for the outside world to turn upside down. After all, Xieli had dominated the prairie for more than 10 years. He had many warriors under his command, and his strength was great. No tribe on the prairie could compare to him. Although the prophecy of frost falling from the sky had come true and Xieli was currently in a very passive situation, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Moreover, Xieli's current strength had not suffered any losses. Under these circumstances, even less people were willing to take the lead. Those who could muddle their way to the position of tribal chief were not idiots. After Yinan finished speaking, no one in the tent spoke. Even Qian Heli, who had a rather good relationship with Yinan, narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips, not saying a word. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with him. A few days ago, when this rumor had just arisen, everyone only thought that it was a delaying tactic that Tuli came up with because he had nowhere else to go. However, no one expected that yesterday's prophecy would actually come true. This tribal chief does not know the situation of the other tribes, but within the Tongluo tribe, everyone is already panicking. The herdsmen are all worried that if the Great Khan does not abdicate, longevity heaven will be angered again. Yesterday, there was frost. Who knows what kind of divine punishment longevity heaven will send down next time? In any case, several leaders of the Tongluo tribe have already suggested to me that the Great Khan should abdicate. After waiting for a long while, no one spoke, and the atmosphere in the tent became extremely awkward. Seated at the head of the table, the face of the barbarian man had also turned from that of a spring breeze to that of a dark cloud. The barbarian man glanced at the fourth middle-aged man to his left. That was the Tongluo tribal chief Abu Khan, one of the tribal chiefs of the Tiela tribe whom he was on good terms with. Abu Khan felt the foreign man's gaze on him. He pondered for a moment, then braced himself and spoke. Haha. The situation in the Tongluo tribe is similar to the situation in my Shui Yintua tribe. Brother Chifeng, how is the situation in your Chifeng tribe? Now that someone had spoken, the barbarian man could take the initiative to continue the topic. His expression was somewhat better. At this moment, he looked at Qigong Heli who was sitting beside him and asked. Qigong Heli's gaze focused. After scanning the people in the tent, he said indifferently, the situation in each tribe should be similar. Brother Chifeng, just tell us why you have invited us to your tribe today. Everyone here is not an outsider, so you don't need to beat around the bush. Moreover, the situation in the grassland is complicated and confusing. Although we have come here secretly, if we stay for too long, the Great Khan's wolf guards might notice. That's right. Why has Chief Chifeng summoned us to Shui into our tribe today? There's no harm in telling us directly. Qigong Heli's words had struck a chord in everyone's hearts. They naturally did not believe that the barbarian man had gone through so much trouble to invite them here just to talk about the frost that fell from the sky yesterday. There had to be a deeper meaning. After all, this was a special period. If they were discovered by Xieli's men, the consequences would be unimaginable. Haha. Brother Chifeng is still so direct. Chapter 2176. Although Tuli's tribe is surrounded by our army on the surface, who can guarantee that no one has entered Tuli's camp in the past few days? Or rather, who can guarantee that no one has come out of Tuli's tribe in the past few days? You must know that the people from the Tang Empire's imperial court won't be so stupid as to wear their official robes and enter the grassland openly. They will disguise themselves. Can you guarantee that no one has been let in? In the main tent of Shui Yintua's tribe, the barbarian man snorted and said in the face of everyone's doubts. Hearing this, everyone's faces froze because they really couldn't guarantee that no one had been let into Tuli's camp in the past few days. On the other hand, Qiguan Heli's face froze slightly because he remembered the news that a team leader in Qiguan tribe had reported to him a few days ago. The barbarian man was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He chuckled and continued, I won't hide it from everyone. A few days ago, when the prophecy of frost descending from the sky had just spread in the grassland, I had already sent people to sneak into Tuli's camp. Through the secret investigation over the past few days, I found that there is indeed a problem in Tuli's camp. What's the problem? A tribal chief asked impatiently. The barbarian man smiled mysteriously and said, My men found that there is a tent in Tuli's tribe that is heavily guarded day and night by Tuli's men. No one is allowed to get close to it. The people in the tent rarely come out. However, my men happened to see someone come out of the tent once. Although that person looked like a grassland man, at this point, the barbarian man leaned forward with a meaningful smile on his lips. Under everyone's impatient gazes, the barbarian man slowly said, but that person spoke the Han language. Buzz. Although many people had guessed that the person the barbarian man was talking about was a Han person, they couldn't sit still when they heard the barbarian man say it himself. The people from the Tang Empire's imperial court had already infiltrated the grassland and were secretly colluding with Tuli. Was the Tang Empire preparing to attack the grassland? No wonder Tuli's tribe had been resisting desperately these days. It turned out that they had already contacted the Tang people. Were they waiting for the Tang Empire's reinforcements? If the Tang Empire really attacked the grassland, would Shili send his tribe's warriors to the front line to fight the Tang army? There was no need to think about it. He definitely knew how to do it. It was just like how the warriors of their tribe were sent by Shili to encircle and annihilate the remnants of Tuli's tribe. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through the minds of the tribal chiefs present. The more they thought, the more frightened they became. A layer of cold sweat involuntarily seeped out of their backs. Therefore, I speculate that there must be someone from the Tang Empire's imperial court in Tuli's camp. Moreover, this person's status must not be low. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to gain Tuli's trust. Previously, Tuli ordered people to spread the prophecy of the frost in the 7th month on the prairie. It was very likely that it was this Tang Empire official who provided the stratagem. In their Han people's language, this was called the stratagem of sowing discord. There was a master in the Tang Empire's imperial court who wanted to use this stratagem of sowing discord to divide the prairie's power, so that Shili would lose the popular will of the people. As for why the people of the Tang Empire could predict that frost would fall on the grassland at the end of the 7th month, this was even simpler. The Tang Empire has many capable people with special abilities. Among them, there was no lack of capable people who were good at deduction and astrology. The Tang Empire even has a government office that specializes in astrology, called the Imperial Astronomer. If they could calculate in advance that frost would fall on the grassland at the end of the 7th month, it shouldn't be a difficult thing. Seeing that different degrees of panic flashed across everyone's faces, the barbarian man couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. He felt that everything was under his control. At this moment, it was as if he was possessed by Zhuge Kongming. He was unraveling the truth of the matter one by one. After hearing this, everyone in the tent believed him without a doubt. It had to be said that the barbarian man's analysis was infinitely close to the truth. If Li Zixuan was present, he would definitely exclaim, "My goodness, when I was discussing the stratagem of dividing the Turks with Li Er and the others, was the barbarian man eavesdropping on us?" But in reality, most of what the barbarian man said was his own imagination and conjecture. He didn't have a single shred of evidence. Previously, when he told everyone that the spy he sent to Tuli's camp saw a person speaking Chinese in the tent, it was all a bluff. He did send someone to infiltrate Tuli's camp, and his people did indeed see a tent heavily guarded by soldiers. However, his people didn't see the person in the tent, nor did they hear the person speaking Chinese in the tent. Because the defense there was too tight, the spy he sent didn't dare to stay any longer and left. The barbarian man didn't expect that he would be able to scare this group of people with his lies. He couldn't help but feel proud of his outstanding intelligence. Tuli actually colluded with the people of the Tang Empire's imperial court. Now that Tuli has achieved his goal, the situation on the grassland has become unclear because of the prophecy he spread. Clearly, turmoil is about to occur. "Brother Enan, what should our Tiela tribes do now?" Tong Luo tribal chief Abu Kan asked with a frown. Obviously, he already believed that the nonsense the barbarian man said earlier. Not only did he believe it, almost all the other tribal chiefs present believed it, including Qilian tribal chief Qilian Heli. "I've already told everyone earlier that in the upcoming chaos on the grassland, the Tiela tribes can only comply with the will of the people and unite all the tribes on the grassland who are dissatisfied with Xieli. Only then can we completely defeat Xieli and wipe away our previous disgrace." The barbarian man looked at Abu Kan with satisfaction. Then, he looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Of course, the most important thing now is to think of a way to withdraw the people we sent to surround Tuli as soon as possible. At this time, Xieli may attack us at any time. The strength in our hands must not be too scattered. Only by concentrating our strength can we have the strength to protect ourselves. In addition, let's secretly release Tuli's remaining troops. Firstly, we can let Tuli join up with the Tang army. With Tuli's hatred for Xieli and the help of the Tang army, he is likely to quickly bring the Tang army back to the grassland to attack Xieli. Secondly, if Tuli escapes, Xieli will definitely send people to pursue him. This can also weaken a part of Xieli's strength." The barbarian man's words made everyone nod inwardly. At this time, Qilian Heli frowned and said, "But if we let Tuli go, Xieli's side will definitely attack us immediately. With our current strength, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to contend with Xieli directly." Brother He is right. Previously, Xieli ordered us to annihilate the remnants of Tuli's troops within 2 days. Now that 2 days have passed, Xieli has already wanted to find trouble with us. If we let the remnants of Tuli's troops go, I'm afraid he will directly send troops to attack us." Another tribal chief echoed. The barbarian man chuckled and said, "That's why I said just now that we have to gather all our strength. I suggest that after the Tiela 10 tribes withdraw their troops that surrounded Tuli's remaining troops, they immediately gather in 2 places. The 4 tribes in the south will join up with Qilian tribe, and the 4 tribes in the north will join up with my Shuiyantua tribe. We should first gather the elites of each tribe together as soon as possible, forming 2 main forces in the north and south that will cooperate with each other. As long as Xieli dares to send troops to attack one of us, the troops in the other place will quickly provide support. Our Tiela 10 tribes warriors add up to at least 400,000 to 500,000. On one hand, Xieli has to chase after Tuli's remaining troops, on the other hand, he has to deal with the Tang army's sneak attack. It's impossible for him to defeat us in one bite. And we can take this opportunity to absorb the other tribes on the grassland who are dissatisfied with Xieli and unite with them to fight against Xieli." The reason why the barbarian man wanted the main forces of the Tiela 10 tribes to gather in 2 places was mainly because the territories of the Tiela 10 tribes on the grassland were very scattered. If they wanted to gather in one place all of a sudden, it would probably be very inconvenient. Wuxia Xianxia tribe and Qilian tribe were the strongest among the Tiela 10 tribes. By letting the other tribes attach themselves to these two tribes, firstly, they could use the shortest amount of time to gather their forces in two places. Secondly, the main forces in the north and south could cooperate with each other in strategic positions. When one side was in trouble, the other side could not only provide support quickly, they could also besiege Wei to rescue Zhao and directly attack Shili's court. This was called being able to attack and retreat at the same time. It had to be said that although this guy looked simple-minded and well-developed, his meticulous mind was absolutely qualified to become an ambitious and ruthless person. What he lacked was only time and opportunity. The frost that fell on the grassland was his opportunity. As the barbarian man's voice fell, everyone frowned and remained silent. In their hearts, they were all calculating the feasibility of the barbarian man's plan. In fact, they all knew that the current situation in the grassland was turbulent. To them, it was both a crisis and a good opportunity to overthrow Shili. However, Shili had after all dominated the grassland for so many years. His fame and his strength had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. The Tiela tribes had submitted to Shili for so many years mostly because of fear and knowing that they were no match for him. For them to overcome the fear in their hearts and declare war on Shili, this was easier said than done. After all, this decision of theirs would determine the life and death of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people in their tribes. Also, I received a very important piece of news this morning. Seeing that everyone was interested but still hesitant, the barbarian man took a deep breath and decided to throw out the trump card. As expected, everyone once again focused their attention on the barbarian man. Qilian Heli said in a low voice, "What news?" At this time, "Stop keeping us in suspense, barbarian man." Haha. Brother Qilian, don't be anxious. The barbarian man chuckled and then said seriously, "I received news this morning. Yesterday morning, Shili's subordinate, Xier, suddenly led more than 1,000 wolf riders and went all the way south. It seemed like they were chasing after someone. They chased all the way to the border of the Tang Empire." Chapter 2177. What? It's actually the imperial teacher? How is that possible? Wuxia Xianxia tribe, Central Army tent. After hearing the barbarian man say that Wu Jia was the one Shili had sent after, everyone in the tent was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. That was Wu Jia, the only martial grandmaster in the prairie, an almost invincible existence. The reason why they had not dared to rebel against Shili all these years, besides the fact that Shili had a strong army, was because they were all afraid of Wu Jia. Thinking back to the time when Wu Jia had challenged all the masters of the prairie and broken through to the martial grandmaster realm in one fell swoop, everyone's hearts were inevitably shrouded in fear. Just imagine, if Wu Jia had personally led an elite wolf cavalry to attack their tribe, with Wu Jia leading the charge, their tribe's army would not have been able to resist for even a moment and would have been utterly defeated. At this time, hearing the barbarian man say that Wu Jia had betrayed them and Shili had sent troops to pursue them, these tribal chiefs were pleasantly surprised, but at the same time, they felt that all of this was somewhat unreal. Why would Wu Jia betray them? He was the imperial teacher of the prairie, second only to one person. Why is it impossible? Baron Man snorted coldly, interrupting the whispers of the crowd. He said in a low voice, "Our imperial tutor's origins are unknown. It is said that he was brought back by Princess Xu Yan from some unknown place. When he was brought back, his entire body was charred black and he was on the verge of death. If it wasn't for the old imperial tutor, he would have been dead. However, although he was rescued, he lost his original memories. Later, when the old imperial tutor passed away, Wu Jia became the new imperial tutor of the prairie. Because of this, he attracted a large number of challenges from masters from various tribes. These people were all outstanding talents of their respective tribes, but Wu Jia only needed 3 months to defeat all of them. More importantly, his strength also broke through from the Qi transformation realm all the way to the martial grandmaster realm. From then on, no one in the prairie dared to challenge him. But think about it, a Qi transformation realm cultivator breaking through to the martial grandmaster realm in only 3 months. Is this possible? Even if Wuxia was a genius, it was impossible for him to use only 3 months to cross the threshold of the martial Dao that ordinary cultivators would never be able to cross in their lifetime. What does this mean? This meant that before he was brought back by Princess Xu Yan, he was already a great grandmaster. On our prairie, there hasn't been a martial grandmaster for nearly 100 years, so this Wuxia's identity is definitely not simple. At least, he would definitely not be loyal and devoted to Xieli. It wouldn't be strange if he suddenly turned traitor. After listening to the barbarian's analysis, everyone could not help but fall into deep thought. In fact, regarding Wuxia's identity and origins, no one present was very clear. Throughout the entire prairie, very few people knew of this matter. Qigong Heli was silent for a moment. He could not help but say, "But these are only our guesses, there is no proof. If the imperial advisor is still in the palace, if we rashly raise the army to resist Xieli, wouldn't we be asking for trouble?" Yes. Imperial Preceptor is an expert of Great Grandmaster realm. If he did not betray us and Xieli sent him to lead his troops to deal with us, who among us Tila tribes can stop him? One of the chieftains agreed. The barbarian man smiled confidently and said, "Although I don't have direct evidence, I still have some confidence. Think about it, Xieli's natural disposition is suspicious. Those who can be put in important positions by him, like Ashina Shirchu, Ashina Simo, are all loyal and devoted to him. It is impossible for them to betray Xieli. Only Wuxia, this person's origin is unknown, and he is extremely mysterious. Usually, he ignores Xieli's orders, but Xieli needs to rely on his superior martial strength to subdue the prairie tribes, so he has always turned a blind eye to Wuxia. Maybe he suddenly recovered his previous memories and did not want to work for Xieli anymore? That's why he ran away. Think about it, with Xieli's temperament, how could he let a great grandmaster escape? Moreover, he went south to the Tang Empire. He will definitely send people to kill him. Moreover, the people I sent to the palace also found an important piece of news. Perhaps it can prove that Wuxia has already left the palace. What news? Everyone couldn't wait to ask. Although they were very dissatisfied with Xieli and wanted to rebel against him, none of them were willing to face Wuxia, because a great grandmaster was really too terrifying. The wolf riders under Xieli were the elites of the elites. If these wolf riders were combined with a great grandmaster like Wuxia, they would be an invincible existence. Although there were many tribes and warriors in the prairie, no one could stop this almost invincible combination. Don't underestimate the influence of a great grandmaster expert on a battle. Although a great grandmaster expert was still a human and could not fight an entire army by himself, if an army was led by a great grandmaster expert, the battle prowess of the army would definitely increase by several times. This was the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Therefore, the tribal chiefs of the Tai Lu tribes all hoped that the barbarian man's guess was true, because once Wuxia left, Xieli would have one less trump card in his hands, and they would have more confidence in rebelling against Xieli. Princess Xu Yan's tent has been sealed off by Xieli's people. From yesterday morning until today, Princess Xu Yan has not taken a single step out of her tent. The barbarian man smiled and told everyone a seemingly unrelated piece of news. The tribal chiefs of the Tai Lu tribes all frowned and began to think about the connection between this matter and Wuxia's escape from the palace. The barbarian man did not give them more time to think, instead continuing, "As everyone knows, Princess Xu Yan and the imperial teacher have always had a close relationship, and Princess Xu Yan once traveled the Central Plains in her early years, disappearing for several years. When she reappeared in the prairie, it was with the severely injured and unconscious Wuxia. With the relationship between Wuxia and her, now that Xieli has placed her under house arrest, how could Wuxia not find Xieli to reason with? Therefore, I guess that before Wuxia was brought back by Princess Xu Yan, he must have already known Princess Xu Yan, and he is most likely from the Central Plains. Moreover, the reason why Princess Xu Yan is currently under house arrest may be because Xieli knows that Wuxia has betrayed the imperial court and does not want Princess Xu Yan to follow him. Or perhaps, Xieli wants to use Princess Xu Yan as a hostage to threaten Wuxia in the future. Regardless of which possibility it is, Wuxia is definitely no longer in the imperial court. At this time, the prairie is filled with undercurrents, and Xili is surrounded by enemies. This is the best time for us to rise up. If everyone continues to hesitate, our Tai Lo 10 tribes will no longer have a chance to rise up in the prairie. Hearing this, everyone could not help but think of the oppression and humiliation their tribes had suffered over the years when they submitted to Xili. The eyes of some of the less shrewd tribal chiefs instantly turned red. The Tong Luo tribal chief, Abu Khan, clenched his fists and took the lead to speak. Brother Inan is right. Xili's days are numbered, and he has lost the hearts of the people. If we do not rise up against him now, we will not have a chance in the future. The Tai Lo 10 tribes have been oppressed by the Ashina family for so many years. It is time to rebel. My Tong Luo tribe is willing to rise up. My wild ancient tribe is also willing to rise up with Brother Inan. My Puga tribe is also willing to rise up. Immediately, a few other tribal chiefs of the Tai Lo 10 tribes expressed their views. Most of these tribes were located in the north of the prairie and were closer to Shui Yantua's tribe. The remaining tribes that had not expressed their views were mostly closer to Kijian's tribe. The uprising was initiated by Inan, and since Kijian Healy did not say anything, they naturally could not express their views. Brother Inan's analysis is correct. After the prophecy of frost on the prairie is realized, Xili's prestige in the prairie is bound to be greatly reduced. Coupled with the fact that the state preceptor has most likely left the imperial court, this is indeed the best time for us to rise up. Seeing that Kijian Healy had no intention of speaking, a middle-aged man sitting below Kijian Healy spoke. However, the Tang imperial court has been eyeing the prairie for a long time. Once the Tai Lo 10 tribes rise up, the prairie is bound to fall into endless internal strife. According to Brother Inan's plan, you want to borrow Tuli's hand to lead the Tang army up north to attack Xili. Isn't this the same as leading the wolf into the house? At that time, the Tang army will not only attack Xili, but also us. I'm afraid the vast prairie will completely fall into the hands of the Tang Empire. This man's name was Yaoluo Gu Bodhisattva, and he was the current tribal chief of the Hueha tribe. Among the 10 tribes of Tai Lo 10 tribes, Hueha tribe's strength was in the upper tier with hundreds of thousands of tribe members, second only to Kijian and Shui Yantua tribes. If forced to choose a side, Yaoluo Gu Bodhisattva would definitely be willing to stand on the side of Kijian Healy. However, in reality, Yaoluo Gu Bodhisattva would not easily choose a side between Kijian Healy and Inan. After all, his Hueha tribe was ranked third among the 10 tribes of Tai Lo 10 tribes. Only by remaining neutral and watching the tigers fight could he maximize his benefits. Hearing this, everyone then remembered that Inan said he wanted to let Tuli go and then wait for him to lead the Tang army back to the prairie to attack Xili. All the tribal chiefs once again cast their gaze on Inan. Indeed, with their current strength, even if they joined forces with the other tribes of the prairie who were dissatisfied with Xili, it would still be difficult for them to contend against Xili. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before they were defeated by Xili. Using Tuli as a chess piece to lead the Tang army into the prairie to attack Xili was indeed the only feasible method they could use to defeat Xili. However, if Xili was a tiger, then wasn't the Tang Empire a wolf? After defeating Xili, the strength of the tribes of the prairie was bound to be greatly reduced. At that time, facing the wolf of the Tang Empire, how should they, the Tai Lo 10 tribes, deal with it? Ha! Bodhisattva, you're wrong. I'm not leading the wolf into the house. I'm driving the tiger to devour the wolf. Inan took a deep look at Yaoluo Gu Bodhisattva, then sneered and said with awe-inspiring killing intent. At this moment, his entire body was overflowing with domineering aura. His eyes were bursting with dazzling light, making people unnaturally believe that he was not joking. Chia He Li's eyes flashed. He knew Inan's ambition. At this moment it was completely exposed. His ambition was not only to seek revenge on Xili, he wanted to be the king of the prairie and even the ruler of the world. I do want to borrow the hands of the Tang Empire to help us get rid of Xili. However, if the Tang Empire wants to touch the prairie, it's impossible. Inan took a deep breath, looked at everyone and continued, think about it carefully. Looking at history, for the past 1,000 years, the dynasties of the Central Plains have been replaced. Even if there were a few wise monarchs in the middle, the prairies still belonged to us prairie people. Even if the emperors of the Central Plains used all the power of the country, they could not completely control the prairie. In the past, Qin Shi Huang was an unparalleled hero. Although the general Meng Tianbei was more than 700 miles away from the Xiongnu, the Qin Empire could only look at the prairie and sigh. In the end, they still built the Great Wall. Because the prairie was vast and boundless, once the armies of the Central Plains went deep into the prairie, it was difficult to get out. Qin Shi Huang could only use the Great Wall as the boundary to secure the territory. After Qin, the Emperor of Han was also a man of great talent and bold vision. Back then, the Han Empire was rich, ambitious, and capable. Therefore, the Emperor of Han also wanted to touch the prairie. Wei Qing went to Hunan and Hua Zubing went to Heshi. Although they tore 2 pieces of fertile land from the Xiongnu Empire, the Emperor of Han could only stop there. After the Emperor of Han, the Western Han and later the Eastern Han, although they could protect the western region and pursue the desert, their method of dealing with the nomadic tribes like the Xiongnu was to move inwards. As for the real control of the prairie, no one in the Han Empire dared to mention it. Because to them, the prairie was a land of death. If they wanted to use the power of the country to fight the prairie to the death, the only outcome would be the destruction of the country. Even wise rulers like Qin Shi Huang and the Emperor of Han could not do anything about the prairie. Do you all think that Li Shimin is stronger than Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu? After we defeat Xieli, this vast grassland will all be our territory. If the Great Tang army dares to make a move against us, we will have enough space to deal with them and kill them all on the prairie. I think that the final result is very likely that Li Shimin will admit that we are in control of the prairie. As long as we do not invade the Great Tang, I believe that Li Shimin will not fight to the death with us. When the Great Tang army retreats and leaves the prairie, the entire prairie will be under the control of our Tiela 10 tribes. No one will dare to bully us and our tribes will have the most fertile land. What are you all still hesitating for? Opportunity knocks but once, it will not come again. It had to be said that Yan Nan had definitely made sufficient preparations for today's secret meeting. Otherwise, this fellow would not have been able to speak so eloquently. Not only did he reveal the secret between Wu Jia and Ashina Shuyan, he even specially researched the history of the war between the Central Plains and the tribes of the prairie, scaring the tribal chiefs of the Tiela 10 tribes into a daze. His words were truly too provocative. At the same time, it completely dispelled the last trace of doubt in the hearts of the Tiela 10 tribes' tribal chiefs. Tong Luo tribe chief Abu Kan said emotionally, "Brother Yan Nan is right. Opportunity knocks but once, it will not come again." 100,000 Tong Luo tribe is willing to follow Yan Nan chief to overthrow Xieli. 80,000 wild ancient tribe is willing to follow Yan Nan chief to revolt. 80,000 Boga tribe is also willing to revolt. 200,000 Hueha tribe is also willing to follow everyone to overthrow Xieli. In the end, even Hueha tribe chief Yao Luaga Bodhisattva expressed his stance. 200,000 elite troops of my Qian tribe are ready to fight with Xieli at any time. Qian Heli knew that he could not remain silent anymore. Even though he knew that Yan Nan was ambitious and would definitely make other moves after overthrowing Xieli, he had to express his stance now. Otherwise, he would be committing suicide in the Tiela 10 tribes. Chapter 2178. Actually, there was nothing wrong with Yi Nan's earlier analysis. For thousands of years, the dynasties of the Central Plains had been replaced. There had been emperors throughout the ages, and there had also been muddle-headed emperors. However, there had never been a case where the Central Plains had complete control over the grasslands. On the other hand, the nomadic tribes in the north had always been a formidable enemy of the dynasties in the Central Plains. Sometimes, they would make peace with the dynasties in the Central Plains to obtain large amounts of living materials. Other times, they would go down south to plunder and bring great disasters to the dynasties in the Central Plains, sometimes even annihilating them. Back then, when Qin Huang swept through the 6 directions, how majestic was he! But facing the grassland, Qin Shi Huang could only look on and sigh. Even though Meng Tianbei was 700 miles away from the Xiongnu Empire, which greatly reduced their morale, the Qin Empire still built the Great Wall. The Great Wall symbolized defense. Usually, only when offense was not enough would one build a defense. The Great Wall also symbolized a boundary. The Great Wall was the boundary of the Central Plains dynasty in the north. Although the southern server was located in Lingnan, the Qin Empire's strategy in the north was to defend and stabilize their borders. Since the Qin dynasty had followed the Qin dynasty's political system for 100 generations, the later dynasties of the Central Plains could only follow suit. It could be said that they relied on the route, but it could also be said that they copied it because of the ambush. However, the Central Plains dynasty was unable to break through the Great Wall and had always been in a defensive position in the north. Emperor Wu of Han was like this, and the Western Han and Eastern Han after him were also like this. Later on, the Northern Wei dynasty appeared and unified the entire northern grasslands. However, the Northern Wei dynasty was established by the nomadic Xinbei people. Furthermore, the Northern Wei dynasty also started to build a great wall in the north. Hence, the moment Northern Wei became a dynasty, they would have to play according to Qin Shi Huang's plan. Following the long river of history, according to the original historical script, the Tang Emperor Li Shimin was the emperor of the Central Plains and the Heavenly Khan of the grasslands. The Tang Empire opened up the Yenisei River and the 10,000 li grasslands. However, the Tang Empire's strategy in the grasslands was not to rule the grasslands completely. Instead, it was to support the pro-Tang forces and gradually assimilate the grassland tribes. Li Shimin's strategy was wise, and his method was correct. However, the Great Tang's progress had already come to an end when Emperor Xuanzong arrived, not to mention the Song dynasty after the Tang dynasty. The northern Song dynasty even lost the land of Hunan, which was the modern Ningxia, which was taken by Emperor Wu of Han. Therefore, the northern Song had basically returned to the era of the Qin Empire. Nuzhen Daijin was also a nomadic tribe. Before they entered the Central Plains, they were the overlord of the grassland. But what about after they took over the Central Plains? The new Zhenren quickly became Chinese. She didn't even go back to her hometown in the northeast. She slaughtered the grasslands in the north at first. Then, she relied on the Tata people to restrain them. In the end, she still built the Great Wall. The Mongols were the fiercest, but the Yuan dynasty was only a part of the Great Mongol Empire. Hence, the Mongol nobles did not totally become Chinese and maintained their grassland nature. Therefore, although the emperor of Daiyuan was in the Central Plains, his heart was tied to the grasslands. As a result, the Yuan dynasty's rule over the Central Plains was as rough as it could be. It was so rough that they even forgot to collect taxes after conquering the southern Song dynasty. However, once the mid-plains was reorganized, the Mongols could only retreat north. Because these people had never treated the Central Plains as their home. Since the master of the Central Plains did not welcome him and even tried to chase him away with a stick, then he would quickly run back to the grasslands to sing and herd the horses. After the nomads conquered the Central Plains, they would definitely encounter two choices. It was also a dilemma. One was to quickly assimilate into the Chinese and then successfully take over, but they would have to give up on the grasslands. The other was to refuse to assimilate into the Chinese and then find it difficult to gain a foothold. Sooner or later, they would be chased away. Why did the Manchus achieve the unification of the Central Plains and the grasslands? The Manchurian emperor of the Qing dynasty created a trinity. In the Central Plains, he was called the Emperor, in the Mongolian grasslands, and in the snowy highlands, he was called the reincarnation of Manjushri. Therefore, the ruling methods of the Manchurian nobles were quite powerful. However, it was still the same question: do you want the Manchurian people to become Chinese? This was a must. If they did not become Chinese, they would not be able to gain a foothold in the Central Plains. However, if the Manchurian people were to become Chinese, how would they rule the grasslands? A Lama temple was better than 100,000 soldiers. This was the understanding of the Manchurian emperor, and it was also the strategy of the Manchurian emperor to rule the grasslands. The Manchurian emperor's cost of conquering the grasslands was much lower than the Ming dynasty's cost. However, why did the ancient Central Plains dynasty not have a single emperor who dared to rule the grasslands? It was not that they did not want to, but that they could not. Other than what the Chinese man said earlier, there was a deeper reason. That was that the Han dynasty of the Central Plains and the Grassland dynasty had a fundamental difference in their underlying logic. In ancient China, what was a Han? A Han was defined according to culture. Specifically, it was the Confucian culture. As long as one accepted the Confucian culture and lived according to the Confucian culture, they would be regarded as a Han in ancient times. The Confucian culture first existed as a standard of ethics for the masses. Individuals who followed the Confucian culture had to live in a specific structure of interpersonal relationships. The Confucian culture required these specific interpersonal relationships to have a relatively stable family structure. The prerequisite was that they had to settle down. The prerequisite for settling down was farming. However, farming had a hard constraint, which was the amount of rainfall. In ancient society, due to the requirement of rainfall for farming, if a Han wanted to live beyond the Great Wall, they had to become nomads. Otherwise, they would die. Once they became nomads, it meant that the Central Plains interpersonal relationships would collapse. They could no longer live according to the Confucian way. As long as you lived a nomadic lifestyle, you would no longer be a Han. For the Central Plains dynasty, it was fine to send troops to expel the nomads. However, to rule the north, they had to station troops. The logistics of the garrison could not be transported by the Central Plains. It was too far. It was because of the Confucian culture of the Central Plains dynasty that the Central Plains dynasty could not go beyond the Great Wall. They could only develop in the Central Plains. In layman's terms, it was probably a vast and boundless grassland. For the rulers of the Central Plains, it was a barren land that was not worth their efforts to attack and control. Even if they conquered it, it would not be of much use. Moreover, they would have to send troops to defend it. It was not worth it at all. After all the tribal chiefs of Tiela expressed their desire to resist Shili together, the few of them briefly discussed their next plan, and then returned to their own homes, to their own mothers. Now was indeed a special time. These tribal chiefs gathered together for a long time and were easily discovered by Shili's spies. Therefore, Qigong, Heli and the others did not delay in Shui Yintua's tribe. After walking out of the tent, they disguised themselves and left Shui Yintua's tribe. However, although these tribal chiefs were very careful, they somewhat underestimated Shili's spies. In other words, they underestimated Shili's wolf guards. Ouch! Bull, watch for me for a while. I need to go to the outhouse. At the exit of Shui Yintua's camp, a soldier suddenly clutched his stomach and cried out in pain. It seemed that he ate something bad and had a stomachache. This person shouted to his companions and then hurriedly ran away with his back bent. However, he did not go to the outhouse. After making many turns, he came to the foot of a hill in the west of Shui Yintua's tribe. He put his thumb and index finger in his mouth and whistled. After a while, not far away, a man in a black robe flashed over. That soldier hurriedly went up to him and said directly, "Quickly go and report to the Great Khan." The tribal chiefs of Tiela 9 tribes came to Shui Yintua's tribe to discuss with the barbarian man. It seems that they are planning something. They stayed in Shui Yintua's tribe for nearly an hour before leaving. Good. The man in the black robe nodded and only said one word. Then, he turned and left. In a few breaths, he had already disappeared. Obviously, his martial arts were not ordinary. As for the soldier, he surveyed his surroundings. After confirming that he had not been exposed, he slowly returned to his post. Chapter 2179. Jimming, you're right. The barbarian man may end up burning himself in the end. In the main tent of the Qigu tribe, Qigu Heli sighed and said, after the Wei River Alliance, the Tang Empire has been recuperating for the past 2 years, and its national strength is becoming more and more prosperous. On the other hand, our Turks have been caught in internal strife. The current Tang Empire's strength is not weaker than Shili's. Half a month ago, Shili sent 50,000 of his most elite wolf riders to the Tang Empire's border to receive state teacher Wu Jie. But in the end, the 50,000 wolf riders were annihilated by the Tang Empire's army. From this, it can be seen that the current strength of the Tang Empire's army is definitely not the same as 2 years ago. The barbarian man wants to lead the Tang Empire's army north to attack Shili, and then drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. But how does he know that the Tang Empire will definitely send troops to the grassland? As far as I know, the current Tang Empire's imperial court can be said to be full of talents and bright stars. There are Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, and other world-shaking talents. In the military, there are peerless generals like Li Jing, Qing Jijia, and Yuqi Jingda. If Tuli leads his troops to return to the Tang Empire, if the civil and military officials in the Tang Empire's imperial court know about the current situation in the grassland, in my opinion, they will most likely choose to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. When our Tiela tribe and Xieli's imperial court both suffer losses, they will then lead their troops north and reap the benefits. Therefore, since yesterday's frost on the grassland and rumors about Xieli's misconduct spread everywhere, I'm afraid all the tribes on the grassland have already fallen into the Tang Empire's scheme. There are experts in the Tang Empire's imperial court. And now in Tuli's camp, there must be a senior official of the Tang Empire secretly adding fuel to the fire. Oh. Why does Chief say so? Jiming agreed with the first half of Chigu Heli's words. He also thought that after the Tang Empire knew about the grassland situation, they would most likely choose to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight instead of rashly sending troops to attack Xieli. On this point, he and Chigu Heli agreed. However, Chigu Heli's last sentence surprised him. Thanks to Baron Man's reminder this morning, I was reminded of something. Keegly furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, a few days ago, a squad leader named Keeg from Putua's tent guarding the southern fortress reported that there was a caravan of Pugu tribe coming from the south. They claimed that they were under the orders of the chief of Pugu tribe to transport a batch of Tang specialties from Taiyuan and offer them to the Great Khan. Chigu he brought people to inspect the carriages of the caravan. Seeing that the carriages were filled with silk, porcelain, and ironware, he gave the order to let them pass. Not long after that, there was a prophecy on the grassland that Xieli's misconduct incurred the wrath of Tingri. At the end of July, there will be frost in midsummer. At first, no one believed it, but unexpectedly, there was frost yesterday morning. The situation on the grassland instantly became delicate. Later on, I asked the chief of Pugu tribe. He said that their tribe had not sent out any caravan recently, and no caravan came back from outside. So, I guess that the caravan that Keeg let go was most likely an envoy sent by the Tang Empire to help Tuli. The prophecy of frost in midsummer at the end of July was purposely released by the Tang Empire's envoy to stir up the situation on the grassland and make the grassland fall into greater turmoil so that the Tang Empire's imperial court could reap the benefits and conveniently help Tuli. Brilliant. Really brilliant. When Keeg Heli first heard about the prophecy of frost in the grassland at the end of July, he suspected that this rumor must have come from Tuli. He guessed that Tuli wanted to use this rumor to stir up the situation on the grassland and then take the opportunity to lead his tribe out of the encirclement and surrender to the Tang Empire. He even guessed that Tuli might have already gotten in touch with the Tang Empire's imperial court. Otherwise, he would not have suddenly put on such a show. But he never expected that an official from the Tang Empire's imperial court would secretly sneak into the grassland and infiltrate the heavily encircled Tuli's court. This was really a case of how to catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Even Keeg Heli somewhat admired that person's courage. If this is true, then the Tang Empire's imperial court is really too terrifying. Hearing this, Guzang Jiming opened his eyes wide and said with a shocked face. So, the grassland's civil strife is about to rise. If our Keeg tribe still follows the barbarians and becomes the enemy of the Tang Empire, it is really an unwise move. We have to think of a way out for our tribe in advance. Keeg Heli sighed and then looked at Guzang Jiming and said in a deep voice, these years, the grassland's civil strife has not stopped. The Keeg tribe has been suppressed by Xieli. The warriors in the tribe are often sent to the front line by Xieli. In just over 2 years, more than 10,000 warriors of our Keeg tribe have been killed or injured. In the long run, even if our little family property is not exhausted by Xieli, it will be lost in the endless civil strife. As the chief, I have to think of a way out for my tribesmen. Chapter 2180. Khan. Now that the rumors have been spread and the frost has fallen, the herdsmen on the grassland are all restless and discussing Xieli in private. But why haven't the leaders of the other tribes made any moves? Especially the 10-tribe coalition that has surrounded us. They still show no signs of withdrawing. In Tuli's tent, Enigmatic and Tuli were analyzing the current situation of the grassland. At this time, Enigmatic said with some melancholy. After seeing the vast expanse of white frost on the grassland yesterday morning, he and Tuli were so happy that they almost jumped up. If it weren't for the fact that the timing was not right, they would have held a banquet to reward the three armies and not return until they were drunk. But their excitement didn't last long, because as time went by, the situation they had expected at first didn't appear. The tribes on the grassland who were dissatisfied with Xieli didn't take the opportunity to launch an attack. At most, the herdsmen in the tribes were discussing Xieli because of the frost falling from the sky. Not a single tribe made any real moves. This made Tuli and Enigmatic very anxious. Because whether the grassland could fall into chaos because of this was directly related to whether they could escape the encirclement and smoothly go south to seek refuge with the Tang Empire. Therefore, their state of mind changed from the excitement yesterday morning to the slight uneasiness in the afternoon. And today, they were even a little anxious. Xieli has ruled the grassland for many years. The strength under his command is far from what any tribe can compare to. In addition, in order to unify the grassland, he has destroyed countless tribes. His methods are extremely cruel. Which tribe on the grassland isn't afraid of him now? Although the prophecy of frost falling from the sky has come true and Xieli has lost all the people on the grassland and some tribes have become restless because of this, the power of one or several tribes is still too insignificant. Before they have enough power to unite, the tribal chiefs of those tribes don't dare to openly rebel against Xieli. Tuli looked out of the tent with a gloomy gaze and couldn't help but sigh as he spoke slowly. In fact, he had been waiting for the people outside to send news of the turmoil on the grassland. But reason told him that things couldn't progress so fast because Xieli's strength was really too strong. The tribal chiefs of those tribes weren't fools. They couldn't jump up to rebel against Xieli just because of a prophecy. That was no different from courting death. Now, everyone was waiting. Waiting for someone to take the lead and raise their arms. At that time, the grassland might fall into true turmoil. Khan, you mean we have to keep waiting? When Enigmatic heard this, his eyes widened and he said anxiously. That's right, Tuli said indifferently, right now, we can only wait. Enigmatic said anxiously, but the tribe's warriors can't hold on for much longer. I'm afraid our rations can only last for 3 more days. If we can't break out of the encirclement and rendezvous with the Tang army outside the southern plains, our 100,000 men will starve to death even if we aren't killed by the Great Khan's men. Only 3 days? Upon hearing this, Tuli could not help but clench his fists. In fact, he was more anxious than anyone else, but was there any use in being anxious? His subordinates had been surrounded by the 10 allied armies and over 300,000 warriors. At this moment, he was like a beast trapped in a cage. He could only hope that the hunters outside the cage would start fighting so that he could seize the opportunity to escape. He could only wait. Even though they knew that they didn't have enough provisions, they could only wait. It wasn't that he didn't want to send people to break out of the encirclement. Previously, his people had tried countless times to open a gap in the encirclement, but in the end, they had all failed and suffered heavy losses. If they tried to break out now, it would only increase the number of casualties, and the result wouldn't change at all. Is there any movement on Tang Jian's side? After a long silence, Tuli suddenly asked. Replying to the Great Khan. Ever since Tang Jian changed his tent, his days have been even more carefree than before. We're still worried about the news from the front line, but he's living well. He's been drinking wine and having beautiful women all day long. He's living very comfortably. Upon hearing Tuli mention Tang Jian, Enigmatic's face suddenly became indignant and he couldn't help but criticize. Speaking of which, after the frost fell yesterday morning, Tuli knew that his plan had succeeded by more than half. He was in an incomparably good mood. Therefore, He ordered people to settle Tang Jian and the others in the best tent, gave them the best food, the best wine, and also sent the best beauties in the tribe to serve them. He practically treated Tang Jian as the tribe's honored guest. Compared to the treatment Tang Jian received at the beginning, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. It couldn't be helped. After witnessing the realization of the frost prophecy, Tuli knew that he had hope of escaping. After he escaped, he still had to lead his troops to surrender to the Tang Empire. Tang Jian was the Tang Empire's Duke of Zhu and an important minister of the imperial court. After he surrendered to the Tang Empire, he would inevitably have to rely on Tang Jian in many places. Therefore, he had no choice but to carefully serve Tang Jian. Ni Shirtua's face was full of indignation. After hearing Ni Shirtua's words, Tuli's gloomy face eased up. He muttered to himself, "That's good. That's good." He thought that as long as Tang Jian remained calm and didn't panic, it meant that the situation hadn't deteriorated to the point of no return. It must be known that when the frost prophecy was spread, Tuli's heart was even more uncertain than it was now. However, at that time, Tang Jian looked calm and at ease, not worried at all that the prophecy would come true. In the end, the heavens really did come at the end of the 7th month and sent frost to the prairie. As soon as he thought of this, Tuli's restless heart suddenly calmed down. He now had a kind of honey confidence in Tang Jian. As long as Tang Jian didn't panic, he wouldn't panic. What? Ni Shirtua faintly heard Tuli's muttering. He couldn't help but open his eyes wide, wondering if he had misheard. He thought that old guy Tang Jia was living a carefree and happy life in their camp. How could it be a good thing in the Khan's eyes? Tuli shook his head and didn't explain further. At this moment, a voice came from outside the tent, reporting to the Khan, General Demotzi of Shui Yintua's tribe requests an audience. Demotzi? Upon hearing this, Tuli's body suddenly shook, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He and Ni Shirtua looked at each other, then quickly sat up straight and ordered outside the tent, "Invite General Demotzi in." Demotzi was not only the general of Shui Yintua's tribe, but also the nephew of a barbarian man. Although he was only in his teens, he had divine strength since childhood. Not only was he rarely a match among the younger generation of the tribe, but few people in the army who were older than him could beat him. Therefore, at such a young age, Demotzi had become a general that the barbarian man relied heavily on. According to the historical process, after the Tang dynasty destroyed Shui Yintua, the remaining Shui Yintua people supported Demotzi as Wuxia Khan in an attempt to restore Shui Yintua. However, the Tang dynasty and the Tiela tribes didn't recognize it. Li Er sent Li Ji to attack Demotzi's encampment and instructed, "If you surrender, you'll be pacified. If you rebel, you'll be punished." Li Ji went to the Overseer Mountain. His chief, Ti Zhenda, led his people to surrender, but secretly plotted to rise again. Li Ji then sent his troops to attack, beheaded more than 5,000 people, captured more than 30,000 men and women, and brought Demotzi back to Chang'an. After Tuli heard that Demotzi was requesting an audience, he guessed that Shui Yintua's tribe would take action. However, he couldn't understand why the barbarian man sent Demotzi over at this time. Could it be that the other party was now ready to confront Xieli? Otherwise, why would the barbarian man dare to send people here so openly? Demotzi greets Little Khan. Tuli didn't have to wait for long. While he was deep in thought, the curtain of the tent was lifted, and a young man with braids and slightly bronzed skin walked in. It was Demotzi. Demotzi entered the tent and bowed to Tuli in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "General Demotzi, you don't have to be so polite." Tuli raised his right hand. After Demotzi straightened up, he went straight to the point and asked, "I wonder what General Demotzi is here for?" Tuli didn't have much interaction with Shui Yintua's tribe before, and he was even less familiar with Demotzi. He had only heard of his name, but had never seen him in person, let alone have any friendship. Therefore, Tuli didn't want to waste time to exchange pleasantries, but went straight to the point. Demotzi was a straightforward person. Hearing Tuli's question, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Then he cupped his fists and said to Tuli, Demotzi has come to convey the goodwill of Shui Yintua's tribe to Little Khan. Chapter 2181. Who in the prairie doesn't know the fighting power of the Swanee 7 tribes? General Enai Shirji is a famous fierce general in the prairie. How could Demotzi dare to bully you? In Tuli's tent, seeing Enai Shirji getting angry, Demotzi hurriedly flattered him with a face full of fear and trepidation. The Swanee tribe was Tuli's direct army, and the Swanee tribe could be said to be the most powerful tribe in the entire prairie. At first, there were dozens of tribes in the Swanee tribe, and later, it gradually developed into 7 tribes. They were mainly distributed in the Sumo River and Black Water area. Among these 7 tribes, the Sumo Swanee and Black Water Swanee were the most powerful. And Enai Shirji was the chief of the Swanee Black Water tribe. Humph. A bunch of hypocrites. Enai Shirji snorted coldly, looked at Demotzi, and said with a face full of disdain, "You say you don't dare, but now you're here to threaten the Little Khan. If the barbarian man really wants to fight, the 100,000 warriors of the Swanee 7 tribes will fight with him to their heart's content." Being pointed at and scolded, especially by a defeated general, or rather, a general who was about to be defeated, Demotzi's face was somewhat ugly. However, when he thought of the mission that the barbarian man had given him before he came here, he could only temporarily suppress the anger in his heart. His slightly furrowed brows quickly relaxed. He smiled slightly and said, "That's right." "Ha! What is General Enai Shirji talking about? Demotzi came here with the friendship of my Shui Yintua tribe. Over the years, the Great Khan has relied on his tyrannical strength to go on expeditions and collect taxes on the prairie. A while ago, he implemented the Han official system, causing the people of the prairie to seethe with resentment. The reason why the Tiela 10 tribe surrounded the Little Khan was also because they were threatened by Xieli. However, no matter what, our common enemy should be Xieli, and we should not be killing each other here. Although the Little Khan's men are incomparably elite and all of them are fearless of death, you have been besieged for such a long time, your men and horses are already tired, and your provisions are almost exhausted. My chief can't bear to harm his own people, so he tried to find a way to survive for the Little Khan. In the end, after many persuasions, all the chiefs of the Tiela 10 tribes agreed to take the risk and let the Little Khan's men leave the prairie. Of course, we also have some selfish motives because we let the Little Khan leave without permission, and it will definitely anger Xieli. Next, I'm afraid that Xieli will soon lead his troops to attack our Tiela 10 tribes, so we hope that after the Little Khan joins the Tang Empire, he can lead the Tang army to invade the prairie and attack with us. Seeing that the hard way didn't work, Demotzi had no choice but to use the soft way. The main reason was that the old man Enai Shirtua was too stubborn. If he really angered him and caused the Bai and 7 tribes to fight to the death with Shui Yintua's tribe, then it would be a big joke. When he returned, wouldn't the barbarian man skin him alive? On the other hand, calculating the time, the rest of the Tiela 9 tribes should be arriving soon. As soon as those people arrived, they would withdraw their respective tribes' troops and horses. Wouldn't his previous nonsense with Enai Shirtua and Tuli be exposed? At that time, not only would Tuli and Shui Yintua's tribe become enemies, the rest of the Tiela 9 tribes would also blame Shui Yintua's tribe for secretly smuggling goods. That's right, the barbarian man sent Demotzi to force Tuli to swear in the name of Tingri and hand over his only son to Shui Yintua's tribe as a hostage. This was smuggling goods. The barbarian man wanted to completely strangle the uncertainty of whether Tuli would lead the Tang army to the prairie as soon as possible, and he also wanted to hold the card of Tuli's son in his own hands. After all, the strength of the Bai and 7 tribes couldn't be underestimated. If Tuli really led the Tang army to the prairie in the future, the strength in his hands and the warriors of the Bai and 7 tribes under his command might all be used by him because of this card. Chapter 2182. Inside the tent, Tuli looked into Tang Jian's eyes with a nervous and anxious expression. His burning gaze was like a deeply affectionate man gazing at his lover. Cough Tang Jian felt his scalp go numb. In fact, it wasn't that Tuli didn't know the severity of the matter. Tuli was naturally very willing to exchange one person's life for the survival of hundreds of thousands of people in his tribe. However, that person was his only son, so he was somewhat hesitant. After all, he only had one son. Although he was not yet 30 years old, he was still in the prime of his life. Even if he lost this son, he could still have another one in the future. In any case, as long as he escaped to the Tang Empire, Li Er would give him a lot of rewards based on his status. He could still live a life of 3 wives and 4 concubines, living a life of luxury. However, who could guarantee that he would really be able to have another son in the future? The medical conditions of this era were not as developed as those of modern society. Whether it was the probability of pregnancy or the probability of a newborn being born smoothly and growing healthily, they were all not very high. In the current situation where he didn't have a second son to guarantee, Tuli didn't want to risk his only son. If Tang Jian really had a way to save his son, then Tuli was even willing to treat Tang Jian as his savior for the rest of his life, the benefactor who saved his son's life. Cough cough. Khan, you're confused because you're too concerned. Tang Jian, who felt uncomfortable being stared at by Tuli, hurriedly coughed to break the awkwardness in the air. With a serious expression, he said, Khan, you might as well think about it carefully. At this critical moment, since the barbarians and the other Tiela tribes have unanimously decided to raise their troops to fight against Xieli, not only does it show that they have long been disloyal to Xieli, but it also proves that they have already realized that this is their only chance to defeat Xieli. Khan, do you think that the Tiela tribal chiefs will give up or change their plans for such an important plan because of a hostage? Tuli's eyes turned cold when he heard this. He felt that Tang Jian's analysis was very reasonable, but some parts seemed to be somewhat unreasonable. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but frown and ask, if that's the case, then wouldn't it be superfluous for the barbarians to send Demotzi here to sing this song? No no no. Tang Jian shook his head and said, if my guess is correct, the barbarian man's action is more of a probe. If he can successfully persuade Khan to send the hostage to Shui Yintua's tribe, it will be equivalent to him gaining a loyal ally like Khan who can advance and retreat together with him. In the future, Shui Yintua's tribe will become even more powerful among the Tai Lu tribes, even suppressing Qian tribe. Once the Tai Lu tribe's rebellion against Xieli succeeds, the barbarian man will replace Xieli and become the new master of this prairie. If you, Khan, did not agree to his request, he would not suffer any loss. The plan of Tai Li's tribes to resist Xieli could still be carried out smoothly. The only regret he had was that he could not borrow your power to achieve his goal of dominating Tai Li's tribes and even the entire prairie. But from this point of view, this person's ambition isn't small. Even if he loses this opportunity, he will sooner or later become a formidable person. The barbarian man is indeed ambitious. Tuli nodded in agreement. Soon after, he said with a worried expression, but if this Khan doesn't agree to their request, won't the barbarians fly into a rage out of humiliation and continue to attack our troops? Definitely not. Tang Jian's gaze was calm as he said with certainty, this Tang has said before that the plan of Tai Li's tribes to resist Xieli definitely did not originate from the barbarian man alone. It is also not something that the barbarian man alone can change. In terms of strength, the strength of Tai Li's 10 tribes is far inferior to Xieli. And Khan, you have more than 100,000 elite soldiers under your command. The current situation in the prairie is delicate. No matter which side wants to fight with you, they will have to knock out at least a few teeth. Therefore, if the barbarian man feels apologetic towards Khan over such a small matter and even confronts you with weapons, then in the eyes of Tai Li's 10 tribes, he is disregarding the overall situation. The other chiefs of Tai Lu tribes will definitely not allow him to act so recklessly. However, with the nature of the barbarian man, I'm afraid he will not do such a foolish thing. Later on, you can find an excuse to reject Demotzi and give the barbarian man a way out. I believe the barbarian man will not hold on to this matter and the Tai Lu army near Yiting should also disperse soon. Tuli nodded thoughtfully. Although Tang Jian's analysis was very reasonable, there was still some uneasiness in his heart. After all, this was the only chance for him and the 100,000 soldiers under his command to break out of the encirclement. For this, they could be said to have planned carefully and waited for such a result with great difficulty. If they were to be completely ruined because of his selfishness, he would not be able to feel at ease for the rest of his life. However, when he thought of his most beloved son, and thought of the current delicate situation in the prairie. In theory, the barbarian man and the rest of Tai Li's tribes would naturally not be so stupid as to waste their military strength to fight with him head-on. After hesitating and struggling in his heart for a long time, Tuli finally made up his mind. He raised his head and said with a firm gaze, "Duke Ju's discerning eyes are like torches. You saw through the barbarian man's evil scheme at a glance. This Khan admires you. Many thanks to Duke Ju for pointing out the right path for this Khan. This Khan will now find a reason to reject Demotzi." Finished speaking, Tuli solemnly cupped his fists and bowed to Tang Jian. Perhaps when Tang Jian had just arrived at the grasslands, he had indeed looked down on Tang Jian, this weak and scholarly old man. After all, at that time, the situation was like fire to him. The men under his command could be wiped out by Xieli at any time. He did not believe that a mere Tang Jian could change anything. But today, the prophecy of frost falling from the sky had come true. The people of the prairie were panic-stricken. Rumors were spreading everywhere. Tai Li's tribes took advantage of the situation to rise up and rebel against Xieli. All of this started because of Tang Jian. What was originally a dead chess game seemed to have been completely revived by Tang Jian. Even if Tuli did not say it out loud, in his heart, he gradually respected and admired Tang Jian. Today, Tang Jian even indirectly saved his son's life. Tuli believed that Tang Jian was completely worthy of this bow. You can't. You can't. Tang Jian hurriedly waved his hand and stepped aside. He smiled and said to Tuli, "Khan is too polite. When we reach the Great Tang, you and I will be colleagues in the imperial court." "Why should we be so polite?" "Colleagues." Hearing this, Tuli was startled. Then, he laughed and said, "Haha. Duke Ju's words are reasonable. When we leave the prairie, you and I will be colleagues. When we reach Chang'an, Shenbo Ao will definitely have a good drink with Duke Ju." Unknowingly, Tuli had changed the way he addressed Tang Jian from Ben Khan to his own name. This also showed that Tuli had regarded Tang Jian as a friend. "Haha. When the time comes, we will not return until we are drunk." Tang Jian laughed and said. Tuli knew that he could not delay to mosey for too long. So, he bid farewell to Tang Jian and quickly went to the central tent. As soon as he arrived outside the tent, he heard Mosey's impatient voice coming from inside the tent, "General Enishi, when will Little Khan give me an answer? My chief is still waiting for me to return and report." "Soon. Soon. Such a big matter, Khan and heir apparent must have a good discussion. Why are you in such a hurry?" This was Enishi's voice. He was also a little impatient because before Tuli came back, he had already said similar words countless times. Enishitua was a hot-tempered person who would explode at the slightest provocation. If it were anyone else who urged him like this, he would have slapped them long ago. However, the person in front of him was Demotzi, the nephew of the barbarian man. If he beat him up, the old barbarian man would definitely not let the matter rest. At that time, it would be hard to say if they could escape from the grassland. Therefore, even though he was very unhappy, Enishirsher had been suppressing it. His heart was very uncomfortable. "No. The chief has given me 2 hours to return to the tribe and report. I can't delay any longer. I have to find Little Khan and ask him face to face whether he agrees or not. He has to give me a definite answer immediately." Inside the tent, Mosey frowned and turned to walk out of the tent. The main reason was that he was really anxious. Tuli had already left for more than a quarter of an hour. Calculating the time, the people from the other tribes should be coming soon to pass on the order of the withdrawal to the surrounding defenders. At that time, he would be exposed. Even if he was exposed, Tuli and the others wouldn't dare to do anything to him. However, if this matter spread out, the other chiefs of the Tila tribe would definitely know about the barbarian man's plan. At that time, they would really go for wool and come home shorn. Enishirsher frowned and moved his feet slightly. In a flash, he stood in front of Mosey and said in a deep voice, "General Mosey, this is an important military camp. Not every soldier knows you. If you walk around casually, it won't be good if someone treats you as someone from another tribe and catches you. Therefore, you'd better stay in the tent and wait for Khan to come back. Before Tuli left, he told him to take good care of Tamosi. Although Enigmatic didn't know who Tuli went to look for after leaving the tent, he could still understand the hidden meaning in Tuli's words. Tuli was determined not to let Tamosi leave the tent, at least not before Tuli came back. General Enigmatic, what do you mean by this? Seeing that Enigmatic had the intention to stop him, Tamosi narrowed his eyes and exuded a dangerous aura. In terms of prestige on the grasslands, although he was not as famous as Enigmatic, when it came to fighting, he was not at all weak. Besides, he came here as a representative of the barbarian man. Naturally, there was nothing to be afraid of. Haha. General Tamosi, please don't be angry. General Enigmatic doesn't have any bad intentions. We both hate Shili to the bone and should be friends. Why should we harm our friendship? Outside the tent, Tuli knew it was time to go in. Most importantly, in such a short time, he had already thought of an excuse to send Tamosi and the barbarian man away. Therefore, he opened the tent curtain and walked in. He chuckled at Tamosi, who was about to fight with Enigmatic. Khan. Seeing Tuli come in, Enigmatic was shocked. He no longer cared about Tamosi beside him and quickly turned around to salute with cupped fists. Tamosi also hurried to greet him and said, "Little Khan, you're finally back. What's the result of your discussion with Heluo? Tamosi needs to return to the tribe as soon as possible to report. Please give me an answer now." Cough, cough. Tuli coughed softly and said with a serious face, "General Tamosi, unfortunately, Heluo has recently contracted a strange disease. His body is sometimes cold and sometimes hot." At first, this Khan thought he had caught a cold, but many shaman doctors in the tribe couldn't cure him. Just now, this Khan went to Heluo's tent to check again. Coincidentally, the tribe's old shaman doctor, Zhuama, diagnosed him. Zhuama said that Heluo has contracted a cold and fever. Chapter 2183. Khan, if the barbarian gets wind of this news, will he fly into a rage out of humiliation and lead his troops to attack us? In Tuli's tent, Enigmatic asked Tuli worriedly after Demotsi had left for a long time. He naturally knew that what Tuli had said to Demotsi about Heluaha getting cold and fever was a lie. When he saw Heluaha yesterday, he was still alive and kicking. How could he suddenly get cold and fever? Clearly, Tuli didn't want to hand his son over to Shui Intua's tribe. From a personal point of view, Enigmatic naturally didn't want to hand over Heluaha either. Even if the Tiela tribes withdrew, he would feel ashamed. However, compared to the lives of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers under his command, Enigmatic felt that there was nothing wrong with leaving him behind. However, these were only his personal thoughts. Now that Tuli had made a decision, he would support him unconditionally. However, he still couldn't help but worry that the barbarian man would retaliate after he got wind of this news. The situation in the grasslands is delicate now. Since the Tiela tribes dared to unite to resist Shili, it means that more and more tribes on the grasslands are dissatisfied with Shili and are willing to stand up. At this time, even if the barbarian man is unwilling, he won't dare to waste his troops here. Otherwise, how can he resist Shili? Although he wasn't sure, Tuli still replied with certainty. He had to give his subordinates confidence. Khan is wise. Enigmatic frowned and thought for a while. He felt that the barbarian man's words were reasonable, so he leaned over and flattered him. Tuli's expression didn't change. He pondered for a moment and ordered, "General Enigmatic, immediately pass down the order. Tell all the generals to count their men and horses, pack up, and be ready to set out at any time. In addition, send a group of people out to pay attention to the movements of the troops around Yiting. Once the troops in one direction retreat, we will immediately break out from that direction and leave the grasslands." Enigmatic was shocked when he heard this. They had been trapped here for nearly half a month. They had experienced life and death situations, and even ran out of food and water. Now that they were about to break out, and I Shirtua couldn't help but feel somewhat enlightened. All these changes were brought about by that Tang. This subordinate obeys. Ni Shirtua immediately cupped his fists and accepted the order. He then turned and walked out of the tent. Duke, forgive me for speaking out of turn. We are about to complete our mission and leave the grassland to return to Chang'an. Why do you still want to create more problems? That barbarian man is not a good person. If Tuli refuses him like this, what if he changes his mind and joins the other Tiela tribes to encircle and annihilate us? I'm afraid we won't be able to go back for the rest of our lives. On the other side, in Tang Jian's tent, Yu Minghu's face turned bitter when he heard about the discussion between Tang Jian and Tuli. If it weren't for the fact that Tang Jian's status was higher than his, Yu Minghu would have smashed his fist on Tang Jian's face already. Who asked you to meddle in other people's business? Who asked you to meddle in other people's business? It's obvious that Tiela's troops are planning to withdraw. It's obvious that our mission in the prairie is about to be completed, yet you insist on instigating Tuli to play with that barbarian man. Is that barbarian man someone to be trifled with? What if the other party changed his mind in a fit of anger and joined forces with the rest of the Tiela tribe to attack Tuli's tribe? Wouldn't they all be finished? Minghu, calm down. Don't be impatient. Seeing that Yu Minghu was really anxious, Tang Jian quickly put away his smile and said with a serious face, after this incident, we can see that this barbarian man is indeed someone. But you don't have to worry. Since the Tiela tribes have decided to join forces to resist Xieli, the barbarian man won't choose to waste his troops to encircle and annihilate Tuli at this time. Besides, as far as this old man knows, the most powerful tribe among the Tiela tribes should be the Qian tribe. Even if the barbarian man loses his head in a fit of anger and wants to do something foolish, the chief of the Qian tribe won't let him do as he pleases. But what if? What if the barbarian man doesn't play by the rules and attacks Tuli with all his might in a fit of anger? Yu Minghu didn't buy it at all. Mainly, he felt that Tang Jian's action was completely superfluous. Since the barbarian man wanted Tuli to hand over He Luoya as a hostage, why not just let Tuli hand him over? What did it have to do with them? As long as the barbarian man kept his word and promised to withdraw the troops, this deal was very worthwhile. Tang Jian didn't need to interfere and instigate Tuli to reject the barbarian man. Wasn't this adding more variables to their escape from the grasslands? At this time, Yu Minghu's emotions were somewhat out of control. With reddened eyes, he said, I still have a 60-year-old father and mother at home. I was thinking that after this mission is completed, I can earn some military merits. I was planning to return to Chang'an and marry a wife to make them happy. If we can have a boy or a girl, our Yu family will have descendants and they won't have to worry about me all the time. But you did this. If the Tiela tribes really change their minds because of this, none of us can go back. Not everyone had a heart as big as Tang Jian's. For example, Yu Minghu and the other imperial guards who escorted Tang Jian to the grasslands, although they were all elites in the army, they were isolated and helpless after coming to the vast grasslands with Tang Jian. Every day, they went through life and death trials and were constantly on tenterhooks. If they were not mentally strong, they would have already broken down long ago. They were able to hold on until now because of the belief in their hearts, the belief to go home. And now, Tang Jian's seemingly superfluous decision might very well ruin their hard-won opportunity to go home. How could Yu Minghu not feel heartache? Seeing Yu Minghu reveal his true feelings, Tang Jian couldn't help but fall silent. Yu Minghu was born in the Imperial Guards. Before this, they actually didn't have any interactions. However, along the way, they had crossed mountains and rivers, experienced all kinds of difficulties and dangers, and even faced death several times. The relationship between Tang Jian and Yu Minghu and the others had gradually lost the boundary of superiority and inferiority. They were more like friends. However, before this, Yu Minghu had always obeyed Tang Jian's orders and never raised any objections. Now, his abnormal behavior was really because Tang Jian instigated Tuli to reject the barbarian man. This move was too risky. Moreover, it was risking everyone's lives. If Tang Jian had taken such a risk when they first came to the grassland, Yu Minghu wouldn't have said anything. Because at that time, their situation was very bad and they could only fight to survive. But now, they were clearly about to welcome the dawn of victory, but Tang Jian still wanted to create new problems. Yu Minghu couldn't understand this. Minghu, this old man's move is indeed a little risky, and I have neglected your feelings. This old man deeply apologizes. After a long silence, Tang Jian patted Yu Minghu's shoulder heavily and sighed. But then, he changed the topic and said, but even if I had to do it again, this old man would still make the same choice. It's not that this old man is superfluous and creating new problems. This barbarian man is very ambitious. If he really leaves Tuli's son in Shui Intua's tribe and suddenly submits to the imperial court, wouldn't it be equivalent to the barbarian man inserting a chess piece in our Tang Empire? I believe that His Majesty also doesn't want to see this situation. It's true that our Tang Empire wants to attack the grassland, but when and how to attack, only the Tang Empire has the final say. The Tang Empire can't become the barbarian man's knife to eliminate Shili. Otherwise, even if Shili falls, the barbarian man will become the next Shili. For our Tang Empire, there will be no end of trouble. Tang Jian was truly farsighted. Not only was he Li Er's subject, but he was also Li Er's close friend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken on this dangerous mission. As a close friend, he naturally had to clear all obstacles and hidden dangers for Li Er, so he couldn't let the barbarian man take Hiluaha hostage to threaten Tuli. This was because Tuli would soon become a citizen of the Tang Empire. If the barbarian man used Hiluaha to threaten Tuli, it would be the same as threatening the Tang Empire. This was a situation that Tang Jian absolutely didn't want to see. If not for Yu Minghu's loss of composure, Tang Jian definitely wouldn't have said these words out loud. Yu Minghu couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. Although he didn't completely understand what Tang Jian said, he still roughly understood the meaning. He knew that he had misunderstood Tang Jian. Tang Jian's previous actions weren't superfluous and creating new problems, but had a deeper meaning. Duke, you have great foresight. This subordinate was short-sighted and lost composure for a moment. Please punish me, Duke. Yu Minghu knelt on one knee and cupped his fist to Tang Jian in shame. He was a soldier, and a soldier's mission was to protect the country. As long as Tang Jian's previous actions weren't aimless and were beneficial to the Tang Empire, even if it put them in danger, Yu Minghu wouldn't have any complaints because this was their mission. His previous loss of composure was mainly because he didn't understand the deeper meaning behind Tang Jian's actions. Now that he knew, he naturally wouldn't have any complaints in his heart. Get up. This isn't your fault. Tang Jian bent over and helped Yu Minghu up, then said, this old man is to blame for not considering your feelings beforehand. However, if this old man isn't wrong, even if the barbarian man knows that his plan didn't succeed, the Tiela troops near Tuli will withdraw very soon. Pass down the order and let our men prepare. Before the sky turns dark today, we should be able to leave the grassland. Seeing Tang Jian so confident, Yu Minghu couldn't help but feel relieved. He cupped his fist and said, yes. Duke. This subordinate will pass down the order now. Those bastards have been in the grassland for so long and have been waiting for this day for a long time. After saying that, Yu Minghu turned around and left the tent. In fact, the changes in the situation were much faster than Tang Jian had expected. Not long after Damoji left Tuli, about a quarter of an hour, a small group of cavalry came from the north. The leader was a man with a strong back and a bearded face. It was Qiji Heli's younger brother, Qiji Shaman. This small group of cavalry came down from the west side of Tuli and quickly arrived at a garrison camp in the south. Second leader. Second leader is here. Although Qiji Shaman wasn't very well liked by Qiji Heli, at least not as well as Guzang Jiming, but among the soldiers of Qiji tribe, Qiji Shaman's prestige was still very high. This guy was straightforward and didn't put on airs. Moreover, he was often at the forefront of battles. Such a general would naturally be supported by the soldiers. Therefore, when Qiji Shaman arrived, the soldiers in the camp who had nothing to do all gathered around and greeted him warmly. Nay. Qiji Shaman reined in his horse and skillfully dismounted. He first looked around and then asked a soldier in front of him, "Where is your General Goer?" Kiji Goer was the general of Kiji tribe and one of the most capable generals under Kiji Heli. Second leader, General Goer went to patrol the front lines. According to the time, he should be back soon. "Do you want to rest in the tent for a while?" Hearing Kiji shaman's question, the soldier quickly replied, "No need. Bring me to him." Kiji shaman shook his head and prepared to get back on his horse. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves came from the north of the camp. Then, a soldier in the camp shouted, "General Goer is back." Kiji shaman was stunned when he heard this. Then, he grinned and laughed, "Ha! Looks like I came at the right time." Then, he strode towards the group of people. "Second leader, why are you here?" Chibi Gu Er was a tall and skinny middle-aged man with a thick beard. When he saw Chibi Sha men approaching, he hurriedly went forward and bowed respectfully. "Ha! Goer. We brothers don't need to be so polite." Kiji shaman laughed and put a hand on Kiji Goer's shoulder. Then, he said, "Goer, I'm here to pass on my big brother's orders." Kiji Goer was stunned. He motioned for the soldiers on his left and right to withdraw. Then, he quickly asked, "What orders does the chief have?" Kiji shaman said, "My big brother orders you to immediately gather all the men here and withdraw to the tribe. No delay." "What? Withdraw all the men? But if the Great Khan knows?" Hearing this, Chita Gu was greatly shocked. He knew that a few days ago, Shili had given the tribal chiefs of Tiela a death order. If they withdrew their troops, how could Shili spare Chita Gu or tribe? Kiji shaman smiled mysteriously and whispered to Kiji Goer, "Big brother wants you to withdraw the men to get rid of Shili. Don't worry, the other tribes have already agreed that they will withdraw their troops today. While Shili hasn't reacted yet, we have to withdraw all the men." "What?" Kiji Goer's eyes widened when he heard this. His heart could not help but tremble violently. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind: the sky has changed, the sky of the grassland is about to change. All right. This subordinate will gather the soldiers and withdraw to the tribe. After being shocked for a while, Kiji Goer finally came back to his senses. He took a deep breath and cupped his fists at Kiji shaman. Fighting against the powerful Shili, although the outcome was hard to predict, but since this was Kiji Heli's decision, he could only support it. Moreover, all the herders and soldiers of the Tiela tribes did not have a good impression of Shili. Now that he could fight Shili openly, not only did Kiji Goer not have the slightest fear, he even had a trace of excitement. Chapter 2184. Quick! Quick! Everyone must rush back to the tribe before noon. Those behind, hurry up. When it was close to noon, the unavoidable Qigong clan army of Tuli suddenly began to move. A large number of people circled to the west side of Tuli Kingdom, then under the lead of Qigong Shaman and Qigong Gu, the army rushed north, stirring up dust and grass along the way. When the army reached the foot of Mount Udeti, which was more than 10 miles away from the west side of the Tuli tribe, a large group of cavalry suddenly appeared in front of them, and the cavalry was rushing in their direction. Shoo! Seeing this scene, Kiger hurriedly reined in his warhorse, and at the same time raised his hand towards the rear troops, indicating for them to stop. Kiger's shaman frowned, and said with a displeased expression, "Could it be Shili's men?" This question was naturally directed at Qi and Gu. The two of them were standing in a row. Qi and Gu looked into the distance for a while. When the cavalry was only 1 mile away from them, his expression suddenly changed and he said with a serious expression, "Not good. It's Shi Er's army. He went to inspect the Heshi tribe earlier. I didn't expect him to come back so soon." Previously, when the grassland was filled with rumors because of the prophecy of frost, Shili specially gave the Tiela 10 tribes such as Qian tribe and Shui Yintua tribe a death order to prevent any changes in the great cause of unifying the grassland. He ordered them to annihilate the Tuli tribe and trample the Tuli tribe within 2 days. Moreover, to prevent the Tiela 10 tribes from going against him and not going all out, Shili also sent General Ashina Shi Er to lead 10,000 elite wolf riders to supervise the battle at the front line. Once he found that someone was passive and slacking, Xianxia could even directly kill first and report later. The cavalry that was charging towards Chigar was none other than Xianxia's army of warlords. Its members were all from the grassland's most elite cavalry, the Wolf Riders. Hearing this, Qian Heli's expression changed and he couldn't help but ask, "What should we do now? Why don't the rear army become the front army and bypass them from other places?" It was true that he was very confident in his own strength, but he didn't have much confidence in the soldiers under him. To be precise, he didn't have much confidence in the warriors of the Qian tribe when facing the elite Wolf Riders. No. The Wolf Riders were too fast, we couldn't get around them in time. Moreover, once they catch up to us, our formation will be too chaotic, and it will be very difficult to resist their attacks. Qigar was much more experienced in battle formations. Hearing this, he shook his head and rejected Qigar's suggestion. Then, his mind turned quickly. A moment later, he turned to Qigar and said, "Second leader, please take a detour with you and search for the nearby Gogu tribe, Tongluo tribe, and Huihe tribe. They definitely haven't completely retreated. Since the Tiela 10 tribes have already decided to join hands to fight against Shili, now that we have encountered the wolf cavalry, there is no reason for them to sit idly by. Xier only brought 10,000 wolf riders. As long as Pugu tribe, Tongluo tribe, and Huihe tribe are willing to send reinforcements, Xier's 10,000 wolf riders will definitely not dare to act blindly without thinking. They will only retreat in the face of difficulties." Asking for reinforcements was the only feasible method that Tashigar could think of at the moment. There was no other way, the strength of the wolf cavalry was simply too strong. Moreover, the leader of the wolf cavalry was the famous great general Xianxia of the grasslands. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Against this wolf cavalry, Tashigar did not have absolute confidence in victory. But hearing this, Qigar hesitated. Speaking of which, if he went to ask for reinforcements, what about Tashigar and the others? Could they withstand the attack of 10,000 elite wolf riders? Putting aside their positions, Qigar and Qigar's personal relationship was rather good. Normally, they called each other brothers, which was why Qigar hesitated at this moment. "Second leader, don't worry. Xier only brought 10,000 wolf riders. My tribe has 80,000 men. Although it will be somewhat difficult for us to completely defeat these 10,000 wolf riders, it is also impossible for them to completely defeat us in a short period of time. We will definitely be able to hold on until second leader returns with reinforcements." Qigar knew what Qigar was worried about, so he hurriedly spoke to dispel the latter's doubts. "Good. Gu-er, you must hold on until I return with reinforcements." Qigar knew that time was of the essence, so he did not waste any more words. He stepped forward and patted Gu-er's shoulder heavily, then turned around without hesitation. He picked a small group of men and horses, and then rushed madly towards the rear of the army. "Shoo! General Gu-er." Not long after Qigong Shaman left with his men, Xianxia and his wolf riders arrived in front of Qigong Gu-er. Seeing the dense horde of cavalry behind Gu-er, Xianxia frowned and asked, "What are you doing here instead of clearing out the rebels in the south of Tuli?" As he spoke, Xianxia stared into Katanger's eyes and asked word by word, "Could it be that you want to disobey the Great Khan's orders and rebel?" Qigar looked at Xianxia, then calmly cupped his fists and replied, "Xier top she must be joking. The Qigar tribe will always be loyal to the Great Khan. How could we rebel?" Gu-er only returned to the Qigar tribe after receiving the tribal chief's order to change the defense. "Once we return to the Qigar tribe, it won't be long before a new force comes to surround Tuli." Xianxia glanced at the army behind Qigar and couldn't help but frown. It was clear that Qigar was lying. There were at least 60 to 70,000 soldiers, and this wasn't a normal change of defense. Qigar had very likely withdrawn all of the Qigar tribe's soldiers stationed in the south of Tuli. It seemed that the Qigar tribe really couldn't hold back and wanted to rebel. Xianxia thought to himself. What a change of defense. General Gu-er has withdrawn all of the Qigar tribe's soldiers stationed in the south of Tuli. Are you not worried that the remnants of Tuli will take this opportunity to break out of your southern defense line and flee to the Great Tang? Xianxia coldly snorted and said. At the same time, his right hand was already on the hilt of the scimitar at his waist. The aura of a martial arts expert instantly rose. Xianxia understood in his heart that the Qian tribe was most likely already preparing to rebel, and as Shili's right-hand general, he naturally had to nip these rebel forces in the bud at the very beginning. He wanted to make sure that the main force of the Qishijur tribe was left behind. Even if the opponent's numbers were several times his own, Xianxia was not afraid at all. This was because the army under his command was the elite wolf cavalry that Shili had carefully cultivated, and each one of them could fight against 10. This is a matter of my Qishijur tribe. There's no need for you to say anything. If Tuli really does take this opportunity to escape, my tribal chief will think of a way to give the Great Khan an explanation. Seeing Xianxia's expression suddenly change in his hand on the hilt of his scimitar, Qishijur knew that today's matter could not be settled peacefully, so he no longer spoke kindly to Xianxia. No need. Taking you all down is the best explanation the Qishijur tribe can give to the Great Khan. Xianxia coldly snorted, and suddenly shouted to the soldiers behind him, Listen to my order. Qishijur has disregarded the Great Khan's military order and hastily withdrew his army. Take him down. Kill. The 10,000 wolf cavalry behind Xianxia suddenly burst into a battle cry. Their cries were like thunder, and their momentum was like a rainbow. Facing an enemy that was several times their number, these wolf cavalry did not have the slightest trace of fear on their faces. This was a true elite army. On the other hand, when the Qishijur tribe's army heard the battle cry of these 10,000 wolf cavalry, many people's faces had already changed slightly. It was not that they were cowards, but the wolf cavalry's reputation in the grasslands was really too great. These years, the wolf cavalry under Shili's command on the grasslands, and even in the central plains, had established illustrious military exploits, and no army dared to compete with them. How dare you? Xi'er, are you trying to stir up a dispute between the Qishijur tribe and the Great Khan? Listen to my order, take Xi'er down. Qishijur knew that this battle was unavoidable, so he shouted to the soldiers behind him. He was not afraid of fighting with the wolf cavalry. Just like what he said to Qishijur Gate earlier, it was very difficult for him and the 80,000 warriors of the Qishijur tribe to defeat Xianxia's 10,000 elite wolf cavalry, but it was also not easy for Xianxia's 10,000 elite wolf cavalry to defeat them. At least, it was almost impossible in a short period of time. What he needed to do was to stall for time and wait for the reinforcements called by Qishijur Gate. Kill. The two sides soon clashed. The moment the two armies came into contact, the wolf cavalry exploded with a terrifying impact and lethality. They actually tore a hole in the middle of the Qishijur tribe's army. Xi'er wanted to tear the 80,000 Qishijur tribe's army in half, and then divide and destroy them. But after all, the Qishijur tribe had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers. After the initial panic, the Qishijur tribe's soldiers became braver and braver as they fought. Soon, the gap was filled, and the battle gradually entered a stalemate. Reporting. On the other side, in Tuli's Yiting, a sergeant quickly ran into the main tent. He bowed to Tuli inside the tent and reporting to Khan, the Chiga tribe's garrison troops to the south of Yiting have suddenly retreated to the west. What? Because he had refused the barbarian man's hostage request, Tuli's heart was in a mess. When he heard the barbarian man's words, his eyes widened. Immediately, his face was filled with deep pleasant surprise. With a whoa, he stood up and quickly walked over to the sergeant. He asked, Are you saying that the Qilian tribe's army in the south has withdrawn? The soldier probably did not expect Tuli to be so excited. He could not help but take a step back and said, Yes. Great Khan. The Qishijur tribe has retreated to the west. Chapter 2185. The atmosphere of the troops heading south was very relaxed, especially when they saw that the camp of the Qian tribe south of Yiting was indeed empty. Everyone cheered because the dark cloud of death that had been hanging over their heads for half a month had finally dissipated. Therefore, Some people were so excited that tears streamed down their cheeks, while others couldn't help but hum. It was very lively. Tuli rode in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, he didn't speak harshly because he knew that his subordinates had been suppressed for too long. Reporting. Right at this moment, a sergeant riding a fast horse rushed out from the right rear of the troops. He arrived in front of Tuli, dismounted from his horse, cupped his fists and reporting to Khan, the troops of Qian tribe have encountered Ashina Shi'er's wolf cavalry near Mount Wuda. Both sides are currently engaged in battle. It is difficult to determine the outcome of the battle. This sergeant was a scout that Tuli had sent out earlier. Although he knew that the Qian tribe's troops had retreated, Tuli didn't let down his guard. After all, not only were their troops brave and good at fighting, but they also had some old, weak, and injured soldiers. Their marching speed wouldn't be too fast. If they were to unfortunately run into Shili's troops on their way south, then they really wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, when they were retreating south, Tuli sent out a group of scouts to scout for information and investigate the enemy's situation. The Qian tribe encountered Ashina Shirkun's wolf cavalry. And it's near Mount Yudeti? Tuli's expression abruptly changed when he heard this. Their current location was only a dozen or so li away from Mount Wudu. For the extremely mobile wolf cavalry, this distance was actually nothing. If the other party knew their exact location, it would definitely be very easy for them to catch up to them. Therefore, Tuli was subconsciously worried when he heard this news. Khan, don't worry. At this time, Ni Shirtuo rolled his eyes and said to Tuli, as far as I know, Ashina Shirkun only has about 10,000 wolf riders under his command, while the Qilian tribe has about 80,000 soldiers. Although the wolf riders' combat strength is unparalleled in the world, the Qilian tribe's strength cannot be underestimated either. It is almost impossible for Ashina Shirkun's 10,000 wolf riders to easily defeat the Qilian tribe's 80,000 soldiers, let alone catch up to us. After listening to Ni Shirtuo's analysis, Tuli felt a little relieved. But soon after, he said with some worry, but in this way, the Qian tribe is bound to suffer heavy losses. I'm afraid the Tiela 10 tribe's plan to unite against the Meng Chu will come to an end. Although Qian tribe used to be a tribe under Shili, Tuli still admired Qian Heli quite a bit. So much so that before he had a falling out with Shili, Tuli and Qian Heli had a very good personal relationship. Because their personalities and political views were similar, they could be considered half-bosom friends. Now that the Qian tribe's 80,000 warriors were up against Ashina Shi'er's 10,000 elite wolf riders, it was very likely that the Qian tribe's vitality would be greatly damaged. Tuli couldn't help but sigh with regret. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't even protect himself now, he might still send some troops to help the Qian tribe. But Tuli turned around and looked at the exhausted officers and soldiers behind him. He couldn't help but shake his head. In the current situation, he obviously didn't have the spare energy to care about the Qian tribe. Little Khan, you worry too much. At this time, Tang Jian, who was standing beside Tuli, opened his mouth and said, since the Tiela 10 tribes have decided to unite against Shili, now that the Qian tribe has encountered Shili's wolf riders, the other Tiela 10 tribes naturally won't sit idly by. As long as the Qian tribe's generals aren't stupid, they will certainly send someone to send a message to the other Tiela tribe's armies that had previously surrounded us. When the time comes, these 10,000 wolf riders will most likely become the Tiela tribe's first sacrifice to Shili. Our top priority now is to go south as soon as possible and escape from the control of Shili's army. Because even if the Tiela 10 tribes can annihilate Ashina Shir's 10,000 wolf riders, the news of the Tiela 10 tribes' betrayal and letting us go will quickly reach Shili's ears. We must take advantage of this time to escape as far as possible. What Duke Ju said makes sense. Tuli nodded his head upon hearing that. Then, he instructed Ni Shirtuo, General Ni Shirtuo, pass down the order. The entire army must speed up. Before nightfall, we must leave the grassland. Ni Shirtuo's brows slightly creased. He thought for a moment and said, Khan, if we march at a normal speed, it won't be a problem to leave the grassland before nightfall. But we have a large number of people accompanying us. Moreover, there are many old, weak, and injured soldiers in the troop. This will certainly affect the marching speed. Therefore, this subordinate suggests that we divide the troops into two groups. One group will escort Khan to leave the grassland at the fastest speed possible, while the other group will escort the old, weak, and injured soldiers and chase after us with all our might. This place is no more than 100 li away from Xiakou Mountain. Once we pass Xiakou Mountain, we will arrive at the Great Tang's territory. Even if Shili's troops have more guts, they won't dare to pursue us any further. Our two groups will converge there. Hearing that, Tuli was slightly moved. But after thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, "No." When this Khan was trapped in a tight encirclement, all the officers and soldiers did not leave and did not abandon me. They fought alongside this Khan, bathed in blood. Now that there is hope to escape from the grassland, how can this Khan abandon my own people? Tuli was a person who cherished old friendships and attached great importance to relationships. Otherwise, he would not have gathered around him a group of troops who were loyal and devoted to him and would never abandon him. Even under the desperate situation of being heavily encircled by Shili's 300,000-strong army, not a single tribe or even a single troop betrayed him. This point had a lot to do with the way Tuli usually treated people and handled affairs. Of course, a large part of the reason was that most of the tribes loyal to Tuli were the old subordinates of the previous generation Turkic Khan, Shibi Khan. As Shibi Khan's son, Tuli himself had quite a bit of Shibi Khan's style. Therefore, he was able to gather a group of loyal and devoted subordinates around him. Although Ni Shirtua's proposal was very tempting to Tuli, he knew that if he really took his people and left just like that, the remaining old, weak, and injured soldiers would certainly have some ideas. His subordinates would also have some criticism toward him. He must refuse, at least on the surface. Sure enough, as soon as Tuli's voice fell, the eyes of the officers and soldiers behind him, especially those who were wounded and lying on the handcarts, instantly turned red. One after another, they opened their mouths and said, "Khan, please leave first. We will meet up with you later. Khan, please leave first. We are willing to cover the rear for Khan. Khan, please leave first. Don't worry about us. We'll definitely meet up with you." The subordinates behind Tuli were all moved by Tuli's words. Regardless of whether Tuli's words were sincere or not, it was rare and commendable for Tuli to say such words at such a crucial time. Khan, actually, General Ni Shirtua's words are not without reason. Right at this moment, Tang Jian opened his mouth because he knew that if he didn't speak, it would be difficult for Tuli to step down. With a serious expression, he said, "Moreover, if we split up and hurry on our way, it doesn't mean that we will abandon the old, weak, and injured soldiers in the tribe. With so many of us traveling together, we will be too big of a target. If we split up into several groups, we will have a higher chance of successfully escaping the prairie. In addition, if Khan leads a group of elites to escape the prairie as quickly as possible, we can also ask for help from the Great Tang's border army. Then, we can lead the border army to the periphery of the prairie to meet up with the remaining tribes. In this way, isn't it killing two birds with one stone? Right now, time is of the essence. Khan, please make a decision as soon as possible." Actually, it wasn't important to Tang Jian whether or not he could bring all of Tuli's tribes out of the prairie. This was because he had already achieved his goal of sneaking into the prairie. The prairie was in chaos. The Tiela 10 tribes had begun to unite with other tribes to resist Shili. Tuli was also about to be rescued by him and brought back to the Great Tang. As for whether or not the old, weak, and injured soldiers in Tuli's tribe could escape the prairie, it was no longer important. Right now, what was more important to him was to bring Tuli back to the Great Tang. Khan, Duke Ju is right. If we split up, it will be more advantageous for us to break out. Right now, time is of the essence. Please make a decision as soon as possible. Ni Shirtua glanced at Tang Jian gratefully and hurriedly echoed. Speaking of which, ever since he met Tang Jian, this was the first time he found Tang Jian pleasing to the eye. Khan, please leave first. We will catch up with you later. This subordinate is willing to stay behind to escort the old, weak, and injured soldiers of the tribe. Khan, please feel free to leave first. Several of the generals behind Tuli began to persuade him. Very well. Since that's the case, General and I Shirtua, select a group of light cavalry and follow this Khan to Xiako Mountain. Then, ask the Great Tang border army to come and receive our troops. Tuli had a helpless look on his face. After pondering for a moment, he could only nod and agree. Then, he said to the generals behind him, you must escort the remaining troops out of the prairie safely. After this Khan sees the Great Tang border army, he will come with them to receive you. This subordinate obeys. Khan, please be careful on the way. The generals naturally cupped their fists and accepted the order. Not long after, this massive group quickly split into two groups. One group of 10,000 light cavalry abandoned all of their heavy equipment and rations, breaking away from the main group. They began to gallop as fast as they could across the vast and boundless plains, heading for the border of the grasslands to the south. As for the original main group, the remaining people were divided into 10 small groups under the arrangement of several generals. These 10 small groups were divided into 10 different routes. Although the direction of their advance was roughly south, they did not take the same route. The 10 groups quickly separated and gradually lost sight of each other. In this way, even if Xieli's men caught up with one of their groups, the remaining 9 groups would have a great chance of survival. This was to share the risk. At the foot of Yudagi Mountain, Ashina Shi'er's 10,000 wolf cavalry and the 80,000 troops of the Qian tribe were fighting in a chaotic battle. Both sides fought with their lives on the line whenever they saw each other. In just a short while, both sides had already lost a lot of men. Of course, compared to the wolf cavalry, the Qian tribe had more casualties. Just the first few charges of the wolf cavalry had already caused the Qian tribe to have several thousand casualties. Both sides fought fiercely until now. The casualties of the Qian tribe had already increased to more than 20,000 people. On the other hand, Ashina Shi'er's side had at most 2,000 casualties. It was almost a 1-to-10 casualty ratio. The terrifying battle strength of the wolf cavalry could be seen at a glance. On the Qian tribe's side, there were even signs of defeat. When some of the soldiers encountered the wolf cavalry, they had already lost their will to fight. They only cared about running for their lives and did not even think about taking up their weapons to resist. Seeing this scene, Ashina Shi'er's mouth could not help but curl into a cold smile. He thought to himself that although the Qian tribe had many men, they were just a bunch of mobs. The difference between them and his wolf cavalry was too great. Jianghu was secretly anxious at this moment. Because he knew that once his men showed signs of defeat, the casualty ratio of both sides would very likely not be 1-to-10, but 1-to-20, or even 1-to-30. This was the reason why a defeated army was like a landslide. All soldiers listen to my order. Only advance, no retreat. Follow me and kill our way out. Our reinforcements will be here soon. Jianghu knew that he could not continue like this. He had to raise the morale of his men. Otherwise, the 80,000 soldiers of the Qian tribe would very likely all die here. Thus, he leaped up and chopped down a wolf cavalry general. Then, he flipped himself back onto his horse and shouted to the surrounding Qian soldiers. Sure enough, when they heard Jianghu say that reinforcements would be here soon, the morale of the Qian soldiers instantly rose. Furthermore, when they saw the valiant Jianghu taking the lead and chopping down several wolf cavalry, the soldiers all roared and once again charged towards the wolf cavalry. Reinforcements? Ashina Shi'er frowned when he heard this. This place was still tens of miles away from the headquarters of the Qian tribe. Not to mention whether the Qian tribe knew about this, even if they did, the reinforcements they sent would not be able to arrive so quickly. Did Jianghu say this to boost the morale of the troops, or did they really have reinforcements? Just when Ashina Shi'er was bewildered, on the grassland to the east of Wuda Mountain, an army of tens of thousands suddenly appeared. It was a black mass that covered the sky and covered the earth. Tuache, there is a large group of cavalry 5 li to the east. They are coming towards us. A wolf cavalry rider quickly arrived in front of Ashina Shi'er and hurriedly reported. Ashina Sheikh Chu also noticed the movement in the east. When he heard what was said, he quickly turned his head to look. He saw a black mass of cavalry about 4 to 5 li to the east, rushing towards them. Ashina Sheikh Chu was shocked at first, then he became furious. This is the Hueha tribe's troops stationed in the east of Tuli's remaining troops. Damn it. Now it seems that the 10 Tiela tribes have decided to secretly rebel. We must send this news back to the palace as soon as possible. Retreat immediately. Almost in an instant, Ashina Sheikh guessed the general situation and made a decision. In this situation, the 10,000 wolf cavalry under his command were obviously not enough. If they continued to fight with the Qian tribe, once they were surrounded by Tiela tribe, his men would probably all die here. Brothers, the wolf cavalry has retreated. Our reinforcements are here. Don't let them go. Let's kill them and avenge our dead brothers. Seeing that Ashina Sheikh wolf cavalry was retreating and that reinforcements were coming from the east, Jianghu decided to beat them while they were down. The main reason was that he knew that in the future, the Qian tribe would have to face Xieli's wolf cavalry. If he could take the opportunity to kill a few more wolf cavalry today, it would not be a loss. Chapter 2186. Reporting to the Great Khan, news has just come from the dark section. The Tiela 10 tribes have decided to rebel and ordered the withdrawal of the 300,000 troops surrounding Tuli's remaining forces. Tuli will definitely use this opportunity to escape the grasslands and seek refuge with the Great Tang. Grasslands, Royal Court. The Vice Commander of the Wolf Guard, Wang Yudong. Oh, no, Wang Yudong should be considered the official commander of the Wolf Guard now. He quickly walked into the tent and bowed slightly towards Xieli, who was seated at the head of the table. Ever since the moment Xieli gave up on rescuing Zhao Dian, who was trapped in Taiyuan, Wang Yudong had become the true boss of the Wolf Guards. Although Xieli kept saying that he was only letting Wang Yudong temporarily assume the position of Guard Master of the Wolf Guards, and that he would return the position of Guard Master to Zhao Dian after rescuing him, anyone with a discerning eye knew that Zhao Dian would probably never return. Because the situation of the grasslands was about to become chaotic, Xieli did not have any extra troops to go rescue Zhao Dian. What? The Tiela 10 tribes have already rebelled and withdrawn all their troops. Hearing this, Xieli's right hand holding the teacup shook violently. The tea in the teacup was the extremely rare divine tea from the Great Tang, which Xieli's subordinates had plundered with great difficulty. At this moment, Xieli's hand shook and a lot of tea spilled out of the teacup. If it were in the past, Xieli would definitely feel some heartache, but at this moment, Xieli no longer had the mind to care about this. He put down the teacup and stood up with an ugly expression. I didn't expect these people to act so quickly. It must be that bastard Yinan. This morning, he gathered the chiefs of the Tiela tribes for a meeting in the Xianxia tribe. He must have wanted to unite the Tiela tribes to rebel against this Khan. But this Khan didn't expect these people to all agree to unite with Yinan and act so quickly. Wang Yudong said with a worried expression, Khan, what should we do now? The Tiela 10 tribes have millions of troops. If they unite, I'm afraid. At this point, Wang Yudong tactfully did not continue, but the meaning he wanted to express could be understood by anyone. But Xieli smiled coldly and said with a face full of disdain, They're just a few restless grasshoppers. If they want to jump, they'll have to ask this Khan for permission. A mere Tiela 10 tribes? This Khan has never put them in his eyes. Hearing this, Wang Yudong's worried face gradually relaxed. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked tentatively, then tonight's banquet, in the morning, when he found out that Yinan had secretly gathered all the Tiela tribe leaders to discuss matters in Xianxia tribe, Xieli had ordered people to send a letter to all the Tiela tribe leaders, saying that there would be a banquet in the royal court tonight, inviting all the tribe leaders, but now. He had originally planned to use tonight's banquet as an example to others, but he had not expected these people to act so quickly. With the current situation, even if this Khan invites them, they won't have the guts to attend the banquet. Xieli shook his head. Suddenly, his gaze focused as he looked at Wang Yudong and said in a deep voice, since those ants don't know life from death and want to take advantage of the situation to cause trouble, then this Khan will let them know what is called a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He immediately ordered the Dark Tribe to cooperate with the Light Tribe experts and execute the decapitation plan in advance. It's tonight. Hearing this, Wang Yudong's eyes widened in shock. The decapitation plan mentioned by Xie, as the deputy leader of the Wolf Guards, he had naturally heard of it and was deeply involved in it. It was precisely because he was one of the main executors of this plan that Wang Yudong was so shocked when he heard that Xie was going to start this plan now. After coming back to his senses, Wang Yudong advised, "Khan, please reconsider. Now that rumors are spreading all over the grassland and the situation is delicate, if we forcefully start the decapitation plan, I'm afraid it will lead to a strong backlash from the other tribes and turn to imitate or rely on the Tiela tribe to resist us. In addition, although there are Dark Tribe members of the Wolf Guards hidden in all the Tiela tribes, most of them have not really come into contact with the core power of each tribe. If we start the decapitation plan in advance, I'm afraid it will be difficult to completely succeed. Once there is a flaw, our previous deployment will be for naught." Even if we can't completely succeed, at least we can make most of their tribes leaderless. This Khan wants to let them know that on this grassland, I, Ashina, still have the final say. Whoever dares to resist, there is only one outcome, and that is death. Wang Yudong's words did not make Xie give up on executing the decapitation plan. Xie's tiger-like eyes focused as he snorted coldly and persisted. Wang Yudong was silent upon hearing this. Seeing this, Xie slowed down and continued, "The 10 tribes of the Tiela tribe have millions of soldiers. If we allow them to unite, it will bring a lot of trouble to this Khan. Although this Khan does not fear them in a head-on battle, to eliminate this group of ants, this Khan will inevitably consume a portion of the power in my hands. This Khan's true goal is to enter the Central Plains and not just this grassland before our eyes. Therefore, there is no difficulty in quelling this rebellion. What's difficult is that we need to eliminate this group of ants at the smallest cost. Taking advantage of the fact that they have yet to unite, we will kill a few of their leaders and let a few of their tribes fall into chaos first. Then, this Khan will gather the elite forces and swiftly annihilate these few tribes with a thunderous momentum. As for the remaining tribes, it will be much easier to deal with them." Wang Yudong's heart trembled. He did not expect that even in this kind of situation, Xie would still want to attack the Central Plains. Moreover, facing the rebellion of the 10 tribes of the Tiela tribe before them, Xie clearly planned to use a swift and decisive method to quell the rebellion. This required a lot of courage, but at the same time, this was also the most suitable method to break the current situation. Thinking of this, Wang Yudong bowed and cupped his hands, saying, "Khan is wise. This subordinate will arrange it right away. Tonight, the Wolf Guards will execute the decapitation plan in the 10 tribes of the Tiela tribe. Go." Xie nodded and said, "Once the decapitation plan succeeds, this Khan's army will attack the various tribes of the Tiela tribe overnight. This Khan has always had high hopes for the Wolf Guards. Don't let this Khan down." The Wolf Guards had not been established for a long time in the Turks, but the speed of their rise and development was extremely fast. Back then, with Xie's full support, Zhao Dian established the Wolf Guards and recruited a large number of martial arts experts and personnel who were good at collecting intelligence. Not only did they quickly help Xie eliminate the voices of opposition on the grassland, they even infiltrated the dark operations of the Wolf Guards into various factions. This included not only the various tribes of the grassland, but also the Great Tang. Some of these dark operations members could only be peripheral members of certain factions, but some had already completely infiltrated the enemy's inner circle, even becoming the core members of the opposing faction. Of course, the reason why the Wolf Guards could develop so quickly, apart from Zhao Dian's own outstanding ability, was also inseparable from Xie's full support. Rest assured, Khan. The Wolf Guards will definitely not disappoint Khan's high hopes. Wang Yudong's expression turned cold as he cupped his hands very solemnly towards Xie. Seeing that Xie had no other orders, Wang Yudong turned and left. Although the success of the decapitation plan seemed difficult, the Wolf Guards had been planning for a long time, and the various Tiela tribes were completely unprepared for it. Thus, overall, the chances of the success of the decapitation plan were very high. Wang Yudong was somewhat confident. But in order to be absolutely safe, he still had to make some preparations before the plan could begin. Fortunately, there was still a long time until nightfall. Come. Have General Silly come over. After Wang Yudong left, within the tent, Shili instructed the guard outside in a deep voice. Yes. The guard obeyed and left. Why hasn't Sandgate returned yet? Did he run into some accident on the way? At the same time, in the main tent of the Qiguan tribe, Qiguan Heli was anxiously pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. After a few moments, he stood still and muttered with a frown. Inside the tent, apart from Qiguan Heli, there was another person, and that was the #1 strategist under his command, Guzang Jiming. Hearing this, Guzang Jiming pondered for a moment and said, "The matter of the 10 Tiela tribes joining forces to resist Shili is extremely confidential. At present, there should be no possibility of the news leaking out." The various tribes acted quickly according to the plan. Logically speaking, Shili shouldn't have had time to react. No, there's another variable. Speaking up to here, Guzang Jiming seemed to have thought of something and his expression suddenly changed. Qiguan Heli's heart also thumped. He looked at Guzang Jiming and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "What variable?" Guzang Jiming replied, "Shi'er's wolf cavalry. The 10,000 wolf cavalry that Shili sent to supervise the battle. If the second leader and the others encountered this troop on the way back, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble." Shi'er's wolf cavalry. Qiguan Heli was stunned at first, and then his expression changed. Obviously, when he sent Qiguan shaman to pass the order to Qiguan Gu'er, he didn't consider this layer. The main reason was that too many things had happened in the past 2 days. In addition, Ashina Shi'er only had 10,000 wolf cavalry under his command, and there were more than 300,000 wolf cavalry surrounding the remnants of Tuli's troops. 10,000 supervising troops were 300,000, so much so that Qiguan Heli had almost forgotten about this troop. Now that he heard Guzang Jiming mention it, his heart sank. Gu'er has 80,000 elites of my Qiguan tribe under his command. If they encounter Shi'er's 10,000 wolf cavalry, they will be able to protect themselves. However, if the two sides really fight to the death regardless of the cost, I'm afraid my tribe will suffer heavy losses. Jiming, you. Qiguan Heli was about to let Guzang Jiming lead a group of people to rescue Qiguan shaman and Qiguan Gu'er. At this moment, a soldier outside the tent shouted, reporting to the chief, "The scouts at the front have reported that General Gu'er's troops have encountered Shi'er's 10,000 elite wolf cavalry at the foot of Mount Yudeti. Both sides are fighting fiercely." What? Qiguan Heli's expression changed greatly. Previously, those were only their guesses. However, now that their guesses were true, the 80,000 elites of Qiguan tribe were already fighting with Ashina Shi'er's 10,000 wolf cavalry. If he were to send an army to rescue them now, it would probably be too late. After all, Qiguan tribe was almost 100 li away from Mount Yudeti. Scout again, report again. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind for a moment, Qiguan Heli ordered the messenger soldier outside the tent. At this moment, it was obviously too late to send an army to rescue them. The only thing he could do was to wait for news. Yes. The messenger soldier accepted the order and left. In the tent, Qiguan Heli's face was gloomy and he was at his wit's end. Guzang Jiming thought for a moment and comforted him, "Chief, you don't have to be too worried. Although Gu'er's tribe encountered the wolf cavalry, the number of wolf cavalry under Shi'er's command is no more than 10,000. Our tribe has 80,000 elites. Even if the wolf cavalry's battle prowess is unparalleled, if they want to fight 80,000 with 10,000, I'm afraid it will be difficult to win. Moreover, at this moment, the other Tiela tribes are also retreating. When they hear the commotion at the foot of Mount Yudeti, they will definitely not stand by and do nothing. They will definitely come to help. Therefore, these 10,000 wolf cavalry are not enough." Sigh. Qiguan Heli sighed and said, "How could I not know this? I have also never worried that Gu'er's tribe would lose to Shi'er's 10,000 wolf cavalry. What I am worried about is that even if Gu and the others win, I'm afraid they will suffer heavy losses. Next, the 10 tribes of Tiela will join forces to resist Xieli. Yinan is also very ambitious. If our tribe's strength is seriously damaged, I'm afraid we will be in danger. Now, we can only hope that the other tribes can quickly discover the battle at the foot of Mount Yudeti and go to help. Guzang Jiming's heart sank. Because Chiguan Heli's worries were not without reason. According to the plan, the 10 tribes of Tiela will join forces to resist Xieli. At this time, if the Chiguan tribes suffered heavy losses because of this small conflict, then in the following uprising, not only would they have to face the threat from Xieli, they would also have to face their allies. For example, Yinan. Seeing that the Chiguan tribe was weak, it was very hard to guarantee that Yinan would not wait for an opportunity to annex the Chiguan tribe. After all, this guy's ambition was known by everyone. No matter what, since Shi-Er's wolf cavalry has already encountered our people, then the news of the 10 tribes of Tiela joining forces will definitely reach Xieli's ears very soon. According to the plan, the Chiguan tribe and Shui-Yintua tribe will establish 2 lines of defense in the north and south, guarding and helping each other. The most important thing now is that we have to gather the other 4 tribes near the south to the Chiguan tribe as soon as possible. This way, we will have the strength to fight against Xieli's thunderous fury. Chapter 2187. Aren't these monks from the Puguang Monastery? Why have they come all the way here? So many monks. Are they going to hold a Dharma assembly? If we go any further, we'll reach Jianghu Square. That place hasn't been very peaceful in the last few days. At the 3rd quarter of the afternoon, a group of monks wearing yellow monk robes appeared on the street to the northwest of Taiyuan City's Shuoran Square. This group of monks was heading west, and a carriage was in the middle of them. As the wind blew through the window curtains, one could vaguely make out a dignified middle-aged monk seated within the carriage, his hands clasped together. The common folk on the street couldn't help but begin to discuss this procession. Shuoran Square was located in a very strange location. Kang Chang'an and Zhu Shiqing had been pursued by the government and the Wang clan, so they had been hiding in the 5th residence on the east side of Shuoran Square. Moreover, after walking a short distance from Shuoran Square to the west of the capital, there was Jianghu Square, and Tongfu Inn was nearby. Taiyuan City had been sealed off for several days now, and anyone with a brain could tell that something major had happened in Taiyuan City. It wasn't just because the government wanted to capture a Turkic spy hiding in the city. There had to be something else that the common folk did not know about, or else the government wouldn't have sealed off the city gates for so many days. Moreover, Li Junxian had sent his army yesterday to surround Tongfu Inn in a radius of 1 li around it. He had ordered all the shops in the area to help seal it off, and only the common folk of Tongfu Inn were allowed to enter. As a result, the area around Tongfu Inn had become a restricted zone, and ordinary people found it very difficult to enter or leave. Tongfu Inn was the largest inn in Taiyuan City, but it had not received any guests in the last few days. Moreover, it was rumored that Tongfu Inn had been occupied by an unknown group of people. Thus, the well-informed people of Taiyuan City knew that Tongfu Inn was not peaceful at the moment. However, very few people were able to explain exactly what kind of unpeaceful situation it was. Some people speculated that the spy the government wanted to capture was hiding in Tongfu Inn, but this theory was simply untenable. If the spy was in Tongfu Inn, why hadn't the government just sent an army to capture him? Some people also speculated that some important figure was living in Tongfu Inn, so the common folk were not allowed to get close. But if there really was someone of that level, they wouldn't be living in an inn. All sorts of speculations. I heard this morning that the Puguang Temple is going to hold a Dharma assembly in the small market west of the Tongfu Inn to preach to the people. What? Did the Puguang Temple want to hold a meeting in Jianghu Square? This was a rare opportunity. Who doesn't know that the eminent monks of the Puguang Temple have profound Dharma? That's right. The Puguang Temple rarely holds spiritual gatherings, so we can't miss it this time. The Puguang Temple was built during the Jinan period of the Han Dynasty. It had a long history and was the most famous and largest ancient temple in Taiyuan City. There were many senior monks in the temple, and the incense was flourishing. Moreover, there were many believers among the common people. When Li Yuan was still the king of Tang in Taiyuan, he often took his wife to the Puguang temple to offer incense. Later, old Li's family won the country, and the status of the Puguang temple among the people was even higher. Usually, there was an endless stream of people going to the temple to offer incense. Occasionally, there would be monks from the Puguang temple preaching to the people. Every time at this time, there would be no empty seats, like a grand event. Hee hee. I heard that for this Dharma assembly, the host of the Puguang temple also invited a divine monk from India, whose Dharma name is Du Nan. It is said that this divine monk not only has profound Dharma, but also can help people who are seriously ill get rid of disasters, get rid of diseases, and ward off evil spirits. What? Get rid of disasters, get rid of diseases, and ward off evil spirits? Is it really so magical? Chapter 2188. Leader Xianxia, there are suddenly many monks outside the square, as well as people from other squares. In the hall on the first floor of Tongfu Inn, a thin man dressed in tight clothes walked in and bowed to Xianxia, who was sitting by the bed. Many monks? And people from other squares? Xianxia frowned. He was now in a tight encirclement, and his generals, Xian Yi and Sky Eagle, had both fallen into the hands of the Taiyuan government. Therefore, Xianxia was extremely sensitive at this moment. When he heard that a group of monks and people had suddenly appeared outside Jianghu Square, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He seemed to smell a conspiracy. He quickly stood up, looked at the subordinate in front of him, and asked in a deep voice, "Why are there so many monks for no reason? Are they sent by the government? Do they want to take back the king of Wei from the inn?" It was no wonder that Xianxia liked to think blindly. Their current situation was so precarious that if they were not careful, they would lose everything. As a secret agent of the Wolf Guard, it did not matter if they died, but what about their families in the grasslands? One could foresee that if they did not complete their mission and died in the Central Plains, then what awaited their families would be a very miserable fate. Therefore, Xianxia could not be careless. "It's the monks from the Puguang temple. I heard that there will be a Dharma assembly in the small market west of the inn in the afternoon. The people from other squares all wanted to hear the monks from the Puguang temple preach the sutras, so they came here." The Turkic spy hurriedly replied. Obviously, he had done some work before he came back to report to Xianxia. "The Puguang temple is going to hold a Dharma assembly here?" Xianxia muttered suspiciously. Then, he said with a sullen face, "No. Why would the Puguang temple hold a Dharma assembly at this time? And it just so happened that they chose this place to hold the Dharma assembly? There must be a conspiracy behind this. Could it be that there are experts from the imperial court among the people who came to listen to the Dharma assembly? They want to use this opportunity to sneak into the inn and rescue the king of Wei? Huh. These officials are really despicable. Brother, I will bring people to chase away those stinky monks from the Puguang temple now." Not far away, Twilight Flood Dragon heard this and immediately glared. He rolled up his sleeves angrily and was about to go out to fight. "Stop." Cloud Scorpion hurriedly stopped Dusk Wyrm when he heard this. Perhaps Dusk Wyrm wouldn't listen to anyone else, but it was a different story if it was Cloud Scorpion. Dusk Wyrm stopped moving when he heard this, and then he turned around to look at Cloud Scorpion. Cloud Scorpion frowned and said, "Get a clear understanding of the situation first. If you rush out so recklessly, you might fall into the trap of the authorities again." Most importantly, Li Tai was now in their hands. As long as they held tightly onto this trump card, no matter what the government was up to, they would be invincible. Cloud Scorpion added inwardly. Therefore, although Cloud Scorpion felt that the monks of the Puguang temple had come here to hold a Dharma conference, he did not panic because they still had a trump card, a very powerful trump card. Yesterday, the government sent troops to surround all the residential areas near Tongfu Inn and strictly limited the access of the people. Now that so many people have suddenly come in, there must be a problem. Let me ask you, are there any officials among the people who entered the workshop? Tell me in detail about the situation at the gate. Cloud Scorpion glanced at Dusk Wyrm and asked the Turkic spy who reported the news. Chief Cloud Scorpion, among the people who entered the workshop, there were no officials or people from the Bing province barracks. However, before those people entered the workshop, they had to register at the gate. After registration, the guards at the gate would let them in. Chapter 2189. Adjunctly, may I know why you called us here today? In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan sat at the head of the table. On his left and right sat Zhang Shigui, the lieutenant of the A camp, Gao Gong, the lieutenant of the C camp, Lu De, the lieutenant of the D camp, and the lieutenant of the E camp, Sun Jiping. Zhang Shigui took the initiative to ask after seeing that almost everyone had arrived. He was the most senior here. The others might be afraid of Li Zishuan's power and favor, but he wasn't. Therefore, he could only ask. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Brother Zhang, Gao Gong, Jiping, Lu De, I called you here today because I need your cooperation on two things. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. After yesterday's army fighting competition, as the biggest dark horse, the Wu battalion won against all the other battalions. On one hand, it proved the superiority of Li Zishuan's new drill. On the other hand, Li Zishuan's relationship with the captains of the 4 battalions had become closer. Therefore, he didn't address the 4 of them by their positions. He wanted to get closer to them. After all, he was an adjunct of the Black Armored Army. If he wanted to work normally in the Black Armored Army in the future, he couldn't do without their cooperation. Of course, this was mainly for Zhang Shigui and Lu De. As for Sun Jiping and Gao Gong, they had already followed Li Zishuan's lead. What is it? As long as it's within our power, we will definitely cooperate with Adjunct Li. Zhang Shigui's eyes flashed. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said. His mind became active as he tried to guess what Li Zishuan was talking about, that they needed to cooperate with him. Could it be that it was about the competition between the E camp and the B camp in 2 days? But that was a matter between the B camp and the E camp. What could the A camp and D camp do to help? Shaking his head, Zhang Shigui quickly denied this conjecture. That's right. As long as it's within our power, we will definitely cooperate with Adjunct Li. Lu De also clasped his fist and said. Even Zhang Shigui had expressed his support for Li Zishuan. He didn't need to get on Li Zishuan's bad side. He didn't have a deep hatred for Li Zishuan like Qiu Xingong. On the contrary, he had a good relationship with Li Zishuan. In yesterday's combat competition, the D camp even do a favor to the E camp. Sun Jiping and Gao Gong also nodded. Although they didn't speak, it was a statement. The 2 of them were hardcore supporters of Li Zishuan. This was also the reason why Li Zishuan didn't invite the captains of the B camp. After all, the B camp was still under Qiu Xingong's control. If they were called over, they would definitely oppose any of Li Zishuan's suggestions unconditionally. It would simply be adding to the chaos. Seeing this, Li Zishuan said, the first thing is that I want to select a group of literate soldiers from each camp. After training, each camp will have a night class for 3 hours between the hour of Su to quarter of Haoshi. The main content of the night class will be for these literate soldiers to teach the other soldiers how to read. Teach the soldiers how to read? Hearing this, Zhang Shigui frowned and couldn't help but say, Adjunct Li, don't blame me for being straightforward. Most of the soldiers in the army only know how to wield spears and swords. Teaching them to read is harder than killing them. Besides, the main purpose of being a soldier is to fight, not to take the imperial examinations. Why do they need to be literate? Chapter 2190. Special Combat Team? May I ask how many people there are in this special combat team? What is its purpose? Who will be in charge of it after that? Inside the tent, Zhang Shigui asked in a deep voice after hearing Li Zishuan say that he was going to transfer the elites from each battalion to form a special combat team. What he asked were the most important and crucial questions. According to Li Zishuan, the members of this special combat team must be the strongest in each battalion. Although all 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army belonged to the Black Armored Army and were loyal to the imperial court and the emperor, and Zhang Shigui never had the thought of having soldiers for himself, as a general, no one would be willing to see their elite soldiers being poached to other places. This was different from when Li Zixuan had transferred the literate soldiers from the various camps to teach all the soldiers how to read. This had already touched upon the core interests of the generals of the various camps. Even if Zhang Shigui had a good impression of Li Zixuan, he wouldn't be so selfless as to hand over the powerful soldiers under his command. Therefore, regarding the ownership of the special combat team, Zhang Shigui had to ask Li Zixuan in advance. Gao Gong pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He was only the deputy general of the 3rd Battalion, and the current lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion was Li Zixuan. No matter who the special combat team belonged to, he had no right to object. He only needed to listen to Li Zixuan's orders. As for Sun Jiping, although he was Li Zixuan's loyal follower, he was still hesitant about this matter. After all, this was already related to his core interests. If Li Zixuan took away all the elite forces of the 5th Battalion, how would the 5th Battalion fight in the future? As for Lu De, although he had the same concerns as Zhang Shigui, he didn't ask about it. He only looked at Li Zixuan silently. Ha! Brother Zhang, that's a good question. Li Zixuan chuckled. In truth, he was already prepared for Zhang Shigui's question. Or perhaps it could be said that when he had gathered Zhang Shigui and the others for this meeting, he had already predicted that they would encounter this kind of question. First of all, regarding the number of people in the special forces, I plan to select 30 agile and powerful soldiers from each battalion for the first batch of members. They must be the most elite and powerful soldiers in each battalion. As for whether or not the special forces will expand in the future, that will be another matter for the time being. Secondly, what was the role of the special forces? As the name suggests, the special forces are specially prepared for special battles. After each battalion has confirmed the members of the special forces, I plan to gather them all in one place and train them together. In my opinion, everyone's potential is limitless. Although the daily training in the new drill is very heavy, for some of the elites in each battalion, it is more than enough for them to handle the daily training. We need to squeeze out their potential and explore their limits. Therefore, the daily training of the special forces will be many times more than normal soldiers. They must endure pain that normal people can't and complete tasks that normal people can't. Only then will they dare to fight battles that normal people don't dare to fight and win. This is the role of the special forces. Many times, 100 elite special forces team can reduce the number of casualties by thousands or even tens of thousands. In terms of attacking and ambushing, the special forces team can achieve unexpected results. Actually, Li Zixuan had the idea of forming a special forces team a long time ago. However, at the start, he only wanted to select from the Wu Battalion. After all, in the entire Black Armored Army, only the Wu Battalion was willing to follow him. However, Li Zixuan's military career in the Black Armored Army was unexpectedly smooth. Currently, in the entire Black Armored Army, other than the E Battalion, the other 4 battalions didn't have any ill feelings towards him and had all accepted his new drill. Under such circumstances, if he endure pain that normal people can't endure, complete tasks that normal people can't complete, fight battles that normal people don't dare to fight, hearing this, Zhang Shigui couldn't help but feel his blood boil. He licked his lips and praised. Chapter 2191. You're saying that Li Zixuan gathered the generals of the A, C, D and E battalions for a secret meeting? In a corner of the Black Armored Army drill ground, Qiu Xingong was inspecting the drill ground. Sun Tao, the lieutenant of the B battalion, hesitated for a moment before telling Qiu Xingong what he knew. Hearing this, Qiu Xingong frowned. At the same time, a sense of vigilance rose in his heart. After a moment of silence, he frowned and asked, "Do you know why Li Zixuan gathered them?" Sun Tao shook his head and said, "Li Zixuan's men are guarding outside his tent. Our men can't get close, so we have no way of knowing what they are discussing." Zhang Kongnian had been beheaded, and now Sun Tao had become Qiu Xingong's #1 general, as well as the only general. Even so, Sun Tao did not feel any joy. Instead, he felt a kind of sadness at the end of his road. Right now, he was reporting this to Qiu Xingong, but it was just a routine matter. It was not that he wanted to target Li Zixuan. The day after tomorrow is the competition between the B and E battalions. He gathered the generals of the other battalions at this time. Could it be that he wants to ask for help from the other battalions? Qiu Xingong rolled his eyes and quickly thought of a possibility. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was close to the truth. Thus, he said to Qiu Xingong, "Send more men to watch over the E battalion. If you discover any experts from the other battalion sneaking into the E battalion, report to me immediately." From Qiu Xingong's point of view, Li Zishuan's sudden abnormal action on the eve of the final battle was definitely to cheat in the competition with the B battalion. As for the method of cheating, it was very simple. It was to ask for help from the A battalion, C battalion and D battalion. The Black Armored Army had 1,000 men in each battalion. Among these 1,000 men, it wasn't that eye-catching to have a dozen experts mixed in. However, in the competition, it was very likely that the addition of these 10 experts could change the outcome of the battle. Li Zishuan is an upright person. He wouldn't use such a despicable method, right? Furthermore, during the competition, His Majesty and the officials of the court will be sitting in the celestial lantern to observe the battle. If someone from the other battalion sneaked into the E battalion, it should be easy to find out. Why would Li Kanjun take such a big risk? Hearing Qiu Xingong's guess, Sun Tao did not take it to heart. He did not believe that Li Zishuan was such a person. Qiu Xingong was instantly enraged when he heard that. What do you know? There are so many people in each battalion. If a dozen or so people from the other battalions were to sneak in, who would notice? Li Zishuan definitely did not have the confidence to win against the 2nd battalion, so he decided to take the risk out of desperation. As long as we can get hold of his weakness, our 2nd battalion will be able to win this competition without having to fight. Follow my instructions and keep an eye on the Wu battalion for the next 2 days. After Li Er's warning yesterday, Qiu Xingong indeed didn't dare to secretly cause trouble for Li Zishuan anymore. This was because if Li Er were to find out, he would very likely be expelled from the royal court, or even lose his life. However, Qiu Xingong thought that if he couldn't use underhanded tactics, it didn't mean that he couldn't use overt tactics. Once he found evidence that Li Zishuan had secretly asked for external help to cheat, and exposed it, Li Zishuan would no longer have a foothold in the Black Armored Army. By then, even Li Er wouldn't be able to say anything. Li Zishuan could only leave the Black Armored Army with his tail between his legs. However, what he didn't know was that Li Zishuan wasn't even worried that the Wu battalion would lose to the 2nd battalion. He had even completely ignored this matter and was planning for something more long-term, the special forces and the signalers. On the other hand, the soldiers of the 5th battalion didn't care about the competition the day after tomorrow. Everyone was eating and training as usual. It was as though everyone had forgotten about the competition with the 2nd battalion the day after tomorrow. Or it could be said that they didn't care about this small matter anymore. Yes. Sun Tao clenched his teeth and wanted to say something. However, in the end, he didn't say anything. He just responded and turned to leave. He knew that even if he said something, the obstinate and self-opinionated Qiu Xingong wouldn't listen to him. Since that was the case, he might as well not say anything. Actually, even though he didn't say anything, he didn't really care about Qiu Xingong's guess. As the lieutenant of the 2nd battalion, he knew his own situation. In the past, Sun Tao was very confident that the 2nd battalion would win against the Wu battalion. However, now, after experiencing the martial arts competition the day before, he didn't dare to underestimate the Wu battalion. Even though he didn't understand how the Wu battalion could improve so quickly, it was an indisputable fact that the Wu battalion and the A battalion were equally matched in the arena. This meant that the Wu battalion now had the ability to challenge the A battalion. As for the 2nd battalion, even if the 2nd battalion was at its peak, it wouldn't have the chance to win against the A battalion. Not to mention the 2nd battalion that had already lost all morale after the martial arts competition the day before. On one side, the morale was high and their abilities had increased tremendously. On the other side, the morale was low and their abilities didn't improve at all. When these two sides fought, it was obvious who would win and who would lose. Hence, Sun Tao didn't think that Li Zishuan would invite reinforcements from other battalions. It was completely unnecessary and superfluous. It might even be risky. However, Qiu Xingong insisted that he send people to keep an eye on the Wu battalion. What else could he do as a tool? He could only do as he was told. Actually, Sun Tao didn't like Qiu Xingong's way of doing things. Previously, there was Zhang Kengnian, who was a bootlicker. The dirty and tiring jobs that Qiu Xingong had assigned to him were all done by Zhang Kengnian. Sun Tao didn't actually participate much in it. However, Zhang Kengnian was beheaded for inciting the soldiers to mutiny. Hence, the dirty and tiring jobs that he had done could only be taken over by Sun Tao. This was something that he had no choice but to do. Sun Tao had also thought of leaving Qiu Xingong and joining Li Zishuan or Duan Zhishuan. However, Qiu Xingong was the founding general of the country and had great power. Furthermore, he was indebted to Qiu Xingong. Even if he joined Li Zishuan or Duan Zhishuan, the other party wouldn't dare to accept him. Hence, he could only join Qiu Xingong for good or for ill. Cough cough, no, it should be that he could only fall and not be honored. From Sun Tao's point of view, in the battle between Qiu Xingong and Li Zishuan, Qiu Xingong had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. There was no way he could turn the tables around. The battle between the 2nd and Wu battalions the day after tomorrow would most likely be Qiu Xingong's final battle. After this battle, Qiu Xingong would most likely have to leave the Black Armored Army for good. As for him, Qiu Xingong's little brother, he could only follow Qiu Xingong's battered ship and sink to the bottom of the sea. Little Ku, did something happen in Taiyuan? The academy, Yan Silu's office. Li Ku had thought that Yan Silu had called him back to the academy because he had something for him to do. He didn't expect Yan Silu to throw such a deep water bomb at him the moment they met. He didn't even have time to salute and greet Yan Silu. Li Ku's forehead was instantly covered in a layer of cold sweat. Li Tai had been kidnapped by a Turkic spy in Taiyuan. Not many people knew about this, and certainly no one in the academy knew about it. Although the academy had a telegraph and could contact the Yanhuang College teachers and students in Taiyuan at any time, Taiyuan had never reported this matter to the academy. Every time the academy sent a telegram to ask about the situation in Taiyuan, Iron Egg would always reply to the academy with "everything is fine" and "everything is going well." This wasn't because they didn't trust the academy, but because Iron Egg, Mo Chui, and the other teachers of the academy had considered the matter thoroughly. Some of the old teachers in the academy, such as Li Gang, Yan Silu, Mo Huai, and the others, were too old. Previously, when Wu Jia broke into Yunshan Mountain alone, Mr. Li Gang was so shocked that he almost died. Fortunately, Li Zishuan and Xian Qing rushed back from thousands of miles away, and together with Sun Simiao, they pulled Li Gang back from the gates of hell. Although Li Gang was saved in the end, after this incident, the old teacher's health was much worse than before. This matter had become an eternal pain in the hearts of the teachers and students of the academy. So this time, something happened in Taiyuan. After several discussions, Iron Egg, Mo Chui, and the others finally decided not to disclose the news to the academy, even when the news was passed back to the imperial palace. Of course, this decision was also approved by Li Zishuan. They even vaguely asked Li Er not to spread the news. In fact, there was no need for them to remind him. Li Er had no intention of spreading the news anyway, because if too many people knew about this matter, it wouldn't be of any help to the rescue of Li Tai. On the contrary, it would only attract more variables. They were worried that after the old teachers of the academy heard the news, they wouldn't be able to bear it psychologically and would have an accident. It was said that having an old teacher at home was like having a treasure, and the old teachers of the academy were all highly respected people. They were all treasures of the academy. They used their profound knowledge, noble character, and rich life experiences to nurture the students. Losing any one of them would be a great loss to the academy. Was it finally impossible to hide it? Or did Mr. Yen and the others know something? Li Ku smiled bitterly in his heart and couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't expect that after hiding it for so long, it would finally come to a point where he couldn't hide it anymore. However, he didn't understand where Yan Silla got the news from. Of course, this was not important. The question now was whether he should tell the truth to Yen Silu. No. No. He couldn't take this risk. Thinking about how Li Gang was in a critical condition and almost died, Li Ke shook his head inwardly and made a decision in his heart. Even if he had to lie and deceive people, he had to first stabilize Yen Silu. Mr. Kong Gui, everything is fine in Taiyuan. There hasn't been any accident. After a moment of hesitation and conflict, Li Ke calmed down and his expression returned to normal. He saluted Yen Silu and said. Yen Silu shook his head. He had caught the hesitation and conflict on Li Ke's face just now. This further confirmed his guess. After a moment of silence, he said, I heard that this morning you met with the 9 Hu merchants in Chang'an City. Immediately after, the Yanhuang Bank cut off all financial transactions with the merchants of the Yin Kingdom and the Kong Kingdom. Could it be that the 9 Hu merchants were also involved in the crisis of Taiyuan City? It was said that the older one was, the wiser one became. Yen Silu had been in court all his life. What kind of people had he not seen? What kind of things had he not encountered? Although Li Ke was far more shrewd than his peers, he was still incomparably immature in front of Yen Silu. Although Li Ke didn't admit it personally and even flatly denied it, Yen Silu still concluded that something had happened in Taiyuan City. He didn't give Li Ke a chance to refute. Li Ke's little face was pale. He didn't expect Yen Silu to deduce so much from this little information. He also didn't expect things to develop to this point. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer Yen Silu's question. Ah! Something really did happen. In an instant, Yen Silu seemed to have aged a few years. If he had only been guessing before, now that he saw Li Ke's appearance, he could basically conclude that something had happened in Taiyuan City. Seeing this, Li Ke couldn't help but feel grief in his heart. Mr. Kong Gui, but before he could say anything to comfort him, Yen Silu waved his hand and interrupted him. With a calm expression, he asked, Can you tell me who exactly is in trouble in Taiyuan City? Is there a way to save them? Don't worry, this old man's body is still strong. I can hold on. Although Yen Silu's expression was very calm, the attentive Li Ke still noticed that the old man's fists were clenched so tightly that his fingernails were embedded in his flesh. Because he was using too much force, his fists were also trembling slightly. Li Ke knew that the old man was forcibly suppressing his inner emotions. He also knew that he couldn't continue to be passive like this. Otherwise, if the old man were to make wild guesses on his own, it would probably be even more exhausting and unbearable. Li Ke took a deep breath. His bright eyes met Yen Silu's somewhat cloudy and moist eyes. At this moment, his childish face was far more mature than his peers. After meeting Yen Silu's gaze, Li Ke first cupped his hands and then said with a serious expression, Mr. Kong Gui, something has happened in Taiyuan City. Mr. Kong Gui, something did happen in Taiyuan. The reason why I didn't tell you and Mr. Wenji was because I didn't want you to worry about everything. Although you have guessed some things now, I'm afraid this student can't tell you the specific situation over there. However, this student can assure you that the crisis in Taiyuan City will soon be resolved. The Imperial Court and Yamacho have both taken action. I believe that the teachers and students of the academy will definitely return safely. Hearing this, Yen Silu's tightly clenched fists finally relaxed. He asked with a nervous expression, You're not lying to me this time? Li Ke said with a look of shame, I had no choice but to lie to you before. However, what I said just now is all true. The crisis in Taiyuan City is really going to be resolved soon. Yen Silu nodded. His body was finally able to lean back and lean against the back of the chair. He was also able to exhale lightly. After a long silence, Yen Silu regained his senses and asked, Mountainhead, do you know about this matter? Li Ke nodded and said, Yamacho has always known. Moreover, Yamacho has also made some arrangements in Taiyuan City, so Mr. Kong Gui doesn't have to worry too much. Yamacho can still sit firmly in the army at this moment because the situation in Taiyuan City is still under his control. Otherwise, Yamacho would have already gone to Taiyuan City. Also, didn't Mr. Kong Gui notice that one person is missing from Yunshan City recently? one person is missing? Yen Silla was startled when he heard this. After thinking for a while, he finally came back to his senses and said, "It's him? Yamacho is really making the best use of people. With him in Taiyuan, this old man can more or less rest assured." After muttering to himself for a while, Yen Silu came back to his senses and looked at Li Ku. "All right. Since you don't want to talk about the situation in Taiyuan City, this old man won't force you. I'm sure there are still many things to do in the bank. Little Ku, you can go back to work." His tone was no longer as heavy as before. It even had a hint of relaxation. "Then this student will take his leave." Li Ku cupped his hands and then said worriedly, "I hope Mr. Kong Gui can keep this matter a secret, especially from Teacher Wenji." Yen Silla nodded and said, "Don't worry, this old man knows the importance of this matter." Li Ku cupped his hands and left. After walking out of the office, Li Ku realized that his back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. He thought to himself that he didn't mess things up. Things were still under control.
Chapter 30:18. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Chaotic Black Mosquito Zone. In the first universe, although the Tianji clan was the well-deserved overlord, there were not many members of the Tianji clan. After all, the so-called Tianji clan were all intelligent robots that had developed self-awareness. They were not intelligent robots in the ordinary sense. The birth of every intelligent robot required a certain amount of opportunity and probability. Of course, this didn't mean that the number of robots in the Tianji race was small. In fact, although there weren't many robots in the Tianji race that had developed self-awareness, there were still a lot of semi-intelligent robots or pure intelligent robots. It was just that they couldn't be considered true members of the Tianji race. In addition to the semi-intelligent robot army, in the first universe, there were even more slave races under the Tianji clan, including the demon tribe. They were all slave races attached to the Tianji clan. Among these slave races, not all of them were truly loyal to the Tianji clan and were willing to be enslaved. Many slave races were restricted by the general situation and had no choice but to submit. For example, the demon tribe was one of them. From the attitude of the Devil King Mo Wentian, Mo Qigong, and the other supreme beings of the Grotto Heaven realm, it could be seen that they were not willing to be enslaved. There were many such slave races. Of course, there were also some who were willing to be enslaved by the Tianji clan. In order to distinguish all of this, one had to be in close contact with them. Otherwise, one would not be able to tell. And now that the Heaven's Legacy race had issued this arrest warrant in the first universe, all the slave races in the first universe, whether or not they were truly willing to submit to the Heaven's Legacy race, had to at least show a certain attitude in response to the arrest warrant in the first universe. Therefore, each race, more or less, sent out some search forces. To put it bluntly, they were fleets. The slave races in the first universe came in all shapes and sizes. There were all kinds of life forms. The demon tribe, who looked no different from humans, was actually the most normal. They were most similar to humans and robots. There was one thing that had to be explained. That was the appearance of the machine tribe. Although they were essentially machines with self-consciousness, in terms of appearance, all of them were actually the same as the human tribe, including the leader of the Tianji tribe, De. After all, when De was created by the human technology pioneer Xing Bo, he was a high-level intelligent robot. This kind of high-level robot, in terms of appearance, could not still have the appearance of a steel body. The materials used for their bodies had long been simulated. Currently, the materials used to construct the machine tribe's bodies were treasures used to refine weapons, so they could evolve on their own. However, in terms of appearance, almost all of the machine tribe members looked the same as humans. Apart from the demons, the other servant clans in the first universe were of all kinds of shapes and sizes. The more common ones were orcs, half-orcs, zergs, and so on. As for the more bizarre ones, there were even some life forms in the form of energy. There were all kinds of strange creatures. These servants of the Heaven's Legacy race also had warships. Perhaps some of them were born to move around naked in the universe, such as some energy life forms and some crystal life forms. However, after coming into contact with warships, they also fell in love with the crystallization of human technology and wisdom. The prosperity of technology and the birth of warships naturally had their reasons. Everything existed for a reason. Warships were so popular in the three universes today, and even in the human tribe's cultivation camp, there were many cultivators who used the human tribe's warships as blueprints to refine all kinds of strange magic treasures with different functions. This showed the great significance of warships. After all, with a super battleship like the Heaven Cutter, even if one was only in the meteor state, one could travel across the universe quickly without fear of being hunted down by the Grotto Heaven State cultivators. One could even kill the Grotto Heaven State cultivators. That was something that couldn't be done except for the battleships of the human clan and the magical treasures of the cultivators. If one wanted to use a high-level magic treasure, one had to have a certain level of strength. From this, one could see the advantages of warships. The warships of the Heaven's Legacy race in the first universe were all given to them by the Heaven's Legacy race. At this moment, more than 100 fleets of various sizes had arrived from all directions of the Black Mosquito space zone. The Heaven's Legacy race was just a general term. In fact, there were more than 100 races in the first universe that were subordinate to the Heaven's Legacy race. Among the fleets of more than 100, there were at least a dozen stellar-level warships that were 3,000 meters long. They were obviously here just for show. Some of them had more than a dozen fortresses that were 10,000 meters in diameter. This kind of fleet must be the loyal servants of the Heaven's Legacy race. With such a large fleet, they were truly here to help capture Prince Xian of the human tribe. With the arrival of the fleet of more than 100 slaves, the entire Black Mosquito space zone became lively and chaotic. Some fleets were still far away, while others had already discovered the elite fleets of the human tribe. However, as none of the hundreds of slave fleets had small fortresses that were 50,000 meters in diameter, there were at most one or two large fortresses that were 20,000 meters in diameter. It could be said that even though the elite fleets of the human tribe were heavily surrounded, they had not lost their advantage in terms of combat strength. The hundreds of slave fleets only dared to watch from afar and did not dare to get too close. However, it was also because of this that the scene of the elite fleets of the human tribe chasing after a small purple private warship was clearly seen by all the fleets of the 100 races. Even Channa's, who had stopped fleeing and quietly returned to the void at the edge of the void because of the arrival of the 100 races' fleets, saw the scene as well. His expression immediately became strange, and he muttered to himself, "That's strange. This is clearly that brat Zhang Wuji's warship. Why is the human tribe's fleet chasing after him? Could Zhang Wuji be that Prince Xian of the human tribe?" This bold guess made Chanasi jump in fright, but he soon burst out laughing. He shook his head and tossed this guess to the back of his mind. No, this is too unbelievable. How can a prince of the human race possess the mental strength of the demon race? Furthermore, his talent is so shocking, and he even possesses level 6 mental strength. If he's Prince Xian of the human race, I'm afraid those prodigies of the demon race can go hang themselves. This was the biggest bug, and also Yi Xian's greatest reliance. It was because of this that he was not worried about exposing his identity in the Demon Ruler Galaxy. Chapter 3019. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Satellite Level 2. Unfortunately, Naples wasn't a demon. Hence, he didn't have the pride of a demon in terms of mental strength. As such, it was impossible for him to have the same mindset as Channa's. In reality, even if he had thought of this, Naples wouldn't have let go. Since things had already progressed to this stage, he had to bring Prince Xian back to the third universe no matter what. Otherwise, if Prince Xian encountered any danger or some unforeseen event, he wouldn't be able to redeem himself even if he died 100 times. He had already found Prince Xian, yet he didn't bring him back. In the end, Prince Xian perished in the first universe. Naples couldn't bear such a thing. The responsibility was too great. Countless fans of Prince Xian in the entire Wan Luo Federation would denounce him. Naples felt a chill run down his spine just thinking about that scene. Therefore, even though the surrounding 100 servant fleets of the first universe had arrived, the entire elite fleet of the human race was still tightly biting onto Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle under his orders. They didn't relax for even a moment, and because of the full power of the horse, the distance between the two had already started to slowly shrink. The fleet on the right seems to be a little too close. Could it be that they've seen us firing our cannons at Prince Xian without hitting him? Are they suspecting that our human fleet's aim isn't good enough? Perhaps it was because Prince Xian had been leading the entire human fleet around like a headless fly after chasing for so long, but the entire fleet was being led around by Prince Xian like a headless fly. At this moment, Naples's face was completely gloomy. He naturally didn't dare to be angry at Prince Xian. However, there was no lack of people around them who could vent their anger. The slave fleet that he had chosen could only be considered unlucky. They were a little too close and they happened to be in the void on the right, which was the best position to attack. General Naples didn't say anything else. If his trusted advisors couldn't understand what he meant, then they should all be laid off. Very quickly, 10 energy beams from the Annihilation Meteorite Cannon, each 5,000 meters in diameter, and 1 energy beam from the Super Annihilation Cannon, each 20,000 meters in diameter, shot out at almost the same time. This time, the Vindicator opened fire as well. There were a total of 18 ships and bastions to the right of the fleet. At the same time as the human fleet fired, the 18 warships and bastions exploded in midair. They turned into giant fireballs and burned into ashes. Only the energy beam of the Super Annihilation Cannon shot out from the small fortress of Skycutter destroyed 2 large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 m and 4 stellar-level warships with a diameter of 3,000 m. There was no suspense at all. A small fortress was enough to sweep through everything in the chaotic Black Mosquito space zone. Although almost all the fleets of the slave races from the first universe had arrived, as long as the fleet of the Heavenly Fate race hadn't arrived, this elite human fleet with only 11 bastions was more than enough to run amok with disdain and without fear of anything. These 17 or 18 battleships should have come from a certain slave race, but at this moment, they were all wiped out in the blink of an eye. Not even a hair was left behind. As the exploding fireballs gradually extinguished, they completely dissipated in the void of the universe. This scene was really chilling. When it appeared, the experts in the slave race's fleets from the first universe clearly realized how terrifying the power of one round of fire from an elite fleet composed of one small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 m and 10 stellar-level fortresses with a diameter of 20,000 m was. With this kind of shock and horror, the fleets of the hundreds of clans and slaves that had been ready to move finally retreated out of fear. However, they were still closely following the Dongshu shuttles and the human elite fleets in the center of the void, which were chasing after each other. At this moment, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Yi Xian, who was within the Dongshu shuttle, was about to go crazy. He was indeed about to go crazy. He was about to be driven crazy by Naples. If he didn't know that even if the Dongshu shuttle's star-obliterating cannons hit the solid hulls of the 11 human bastions, it would be like being bitten by a mosquito and wouldn't cause any damage to them at all, Yi Xian would have opened fire long ago. These human fools were really too infuriating. Didn't he already say that he wasn't some bullsh** T Prince Xian? What was the point of biting so hard? At this moment, he was almost certain that there was something wrong with the commander of this human fleet, or that his mental state was questionable. Maybe he was just a paranoid maniac. Otherwise, why would this happen? It was also at this moment that Shenyuan Ziying's pleasantly surprised and anxious voice sounded from the communication system of the Dongshu shuttle, causing Yi Xian to be stunned for a moment. At the same time, he finally came to a realization and understood why the other party refused to let go. Big Brother Yi, I'm Purplish Warbler. Can you not run? Admiral Naples is worried sick. It's very dangerous here. Come back with us first. The Tianji clan's fleet is about to arrive. When that time comes, our Immortal Legion's elite fleet will lose its advantage. The situation will worsen in an instant. Big Brother Yi, did you hear that? Don't run. Hearing these familiar words, Yi Xian's entire body felt unwell. He was completely dumbstruck. No wonder. It seemed that he had anxiously replied with a voice message, and the other party had already confirmed his identity. But who would have thought that the Purplish Warbler was also in the human fleet? A mistake. A huge mistake. Fortunately, he had already planted slave imprints on Huegu Lu and Zhou Fengtai's dozens of trusted subordinates. Otherwise, just the few words that Shenyuan girl had shouted would have exposed him. Of course, they were in Yi Xian's fleet, so they were not afraid of being exposed. But this was not the main problem now. Since the other party had confirmed his identity and confirmed that he was that bullsh** T Prince Xian, what should he do next? What a headache. Just as Yi Xian was feeling depressed, the familiar sound of the system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next realm. Current realm. Level 2 satellite. How did this work? He broke through again? Yi Xian was stunned. Just now, he had been using all his strength to control the Dongshu shuttle the entire time, so the energy consumption was extremely high. In order to maintain his best condition, Yi Xian had no choice but to throw large amounts of star core origin to the devouring system to replenish himself. There was even a level 9 star core among them. Chapter 30-20. The 10 most dangerous places. After figuring out the reason, Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Although an unexpected breakthrough was a good thing, the situation in front of him was so complicated. If he didn't get rid of the tail behind him, He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to relax no matter what. He also couldn't feel happy. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him, incomparably heavy. Big Brother Yi, can you hear me? Big Brother Yi, don't run. Can you ask Lu Luo to talk to me? Big Brother Yi, did you do something bad to Lu Luo? Are you feeling guilty? Otherwise, if you knew it was me, you would still run. In the communication system, the purplish warbler's shouts continued. Not only did Yi Xian hear it clearly, but even Zhuo Fengtai, Hui Gulei, and their dozens of trusted subordinates, as well as the wretched mosquito butchers group, all heard it clearly. Yi Xian subconsciously swept his gaze over this group of people. The purplish warbler's shouts made him feel a little guilty. Even if this group of people were his demon slaves, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Fortunately, the dozens of trusted subordinates of Zhuo Fengtai and Hui Gulei all had calm expressions. Even if they heard these words, because the slave imprint had taken effect, their loyalty to Yi Xian was always at the top of their list. Therefore, no connection appeared in their minds. However, the wretched mosquito butcher clearly felt that something was wrong. His eyes kept rolling around, especially when he heard the purplish warbler's shouts asking if Yi Xian had done something to Lu Luo. That guy actually covered his mouth and snickered at the side. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately felt a burst of anger. If it wasn't for the fact that this wasn't the right time, he would have definitely taught him a lesson on the spot. Obviously, just this kind of behavior was enough to prove that there was something wrong with the wretched mosquito slayer. It wasn't that the slave imprint planted in his brain didn't have any effect, but this kind of effect was different from the other demon slaves. It was strange. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian couldn't help but look at Zhuo Fengtai's and Hui Gulei's faces. What surprised him was that these two guys' faces were clearly a little strange. Although it wasn't as obvious as the wretched mosquito slayers, it was obvious that he was affected by the purplish warbler's words. This was not right. Previously, when they were on the Black Mosquito Star, Hui Gulu and Zhuo Fengtai were fine. When they heard the news that was like a bomb, their reaction was the same as the other demon slaves. They were as calm as an ancient well. They did not even have any unnecessary thoughts. But now, he was clearly showing signs of developing into a wretched mosquito slayer. This discovery immediately made Yi Xian vigilant. He secretly decided to let the wretched mosquito slayer have less contact with the other demon slaves in the future. This guy was just a bunch of poison. Maybe he really was highly contagious. These thoughts only flashed through Yi Xian's mind before they were quickly thrown away. After all, now was not the time to think about these things. His attention returned to the predicament in front of him. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and turned off the communication system of the Dongshu shuttle. At this point, the purplish warbler's voice finally disappeared completely. During the whole process, Yi Xian did not reply. Previously, he didn't know how to answer, but when he heard about Lu Luo, he immediately felt guilty. It wasn't that he didn't intend to give an explanation to the purplish warbler, but this kind of situation was really not suitable. If there was a chance in the future, he would ask for forgiveness on the spot. If he really wanted to talk about it, Yi Xian did have some responsibility for Lu Luo's death. Unfortunately, it was useless to just turn off the communication system. Since that immortal general of the Naples army had already confirmed his identity, he definitely couldn't just let go of this situation when the situation was getting out of hand. Under the circumstances where a large number of strong masters from the First Universe's slave armies had arrived to capture Prince Xian. No matter what, he had to bring him back. This was what made Yi Xian angry. I clearly don't need it, but you still insist on taking it for granted. What's the difference between this and taking it for granted? At this thought, Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. He shook his head and laughed bitterly. It seems like after going around in circles, I still have to think of a way myself. No matter what, I have to shake off this elite human fleet. Otherwise, all my subsequent plans will be ruined. It wasn't easy for me to become the demon saint. Furthermore, the Black Mosquito tribe's main planet is gone. I can finally run around legitimately. Even Hui Gulu and Zhuo Fengtai are in the Dongshu shuttle. If there's a need, I'll spread the news that both of them died in battle with the Black Mosquito tribe. When that time comes, I'll be the leader of the Black Mosquito tribe and temporarily hold the 3 positions of Great Commander, High Priest and Saint. This way, at least on the surface, I'll be on equal footing with the Great Commanders and High Priests of the other 9 tribes. Under such circumstances, it'll be very convenient on the surface if I head to the 9 tribes' territories to search for the devouring origin. How is it possible for me to suddenly give up on such a favorable situation? How can I be willing? Furthermore, I'm not the real Prince Xian yet. If I really go back and expose myself, it'll be even more troublesome. Even if I have to go back after I'm done, I can only sneak back secretly. Yi Xian muttered to himself. At this point, he was completely certain that no matter what, he had to shake off this elite human fleet that was following him like a sticky candy. If he didn't, he really wouldn't be able to get through this ordeal. However, the Dongshu shuttle's speed couldn't be compared to the small human fortress that was 50,000 meters in diameter. This was a flaw that couldn't be avoided no matter what. Of course, Yi Xian could still fuse with the Dongshu shuttle again and focus on increasing its speed or other similar abilities. However, this was something that couldn't be done now. It was a matter for the future. Currently, since its speed couldn't be compared to the enemy's flaw, the only way to shake off this elite human fleet was to make use of the terrain. At this thought, Yi Xian's mind flashed and he immediately thought of the 10 most dangerous places in the demonic star zone. The 10 most dangerous places refer to the 10 extremely dangerous star zones in the demonic star zone and its surroundings. For example, the Black Hole of Life was one of them. Yi Xian had already been there and had reaped great rewards, returning in one piece. However, if other beings had entered it, they might not have been able to do so. Unfortunately, the Black Hole of Life was too far away from the Black Mosquito star zone. With the speed of the human fleet behind them, Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle would probably be surrounded by them before they arrived. Therefore, he could only give up on the Black Hole of Life. Chapter 30:21. Star Seeker. That expanse of space was called the Starry Sky Lightning Tomb. Although it was called the Thunder Grave, it was, in fact, a galaxy that was half the size of the Black Mosquito star zone. The only difference was that the vast void was even scarier than the black holes of life known as the space-swallowing black holes. In that vast space of the Milky Way, for countless years, there had been countless thunderbolts and lightning, wreaking havoc endlessly. The moment a battleship entered, it was possible that it would be directly blasted into smithereens. If his physical body entered through the void, the result would be even more obvious. He would die even more miserably. These were not the natural thunderbolts and lightnings in the atmospheres of planets. These were naturally occurring thunderbolts and lightnings in the void of the universe. Their power was completely different. This starry sky thundergrave was known as the graveyard of thunder and lightning. Even thunder and lightning could only live and die here, unable to escape. If a creature or a battleship entered this place, the consequences could be imagined. But now, this lightning graveyard was clearly the only hope for Yi Xian to get rid of the elite human fleet behind him. If he had a choice, he would rather enter any of the 10 deadlands than enter the starry sky lightning graveyard that was filled with endless thunder and lightning. The power of lightning was too terrifying, and it was often connected to the heavenly might. Ever since the last time he came into contact with the Saint Demon Forbidden Area on the Demon Emperor planet, the cage that existed was most likely a strand of man-made Heavenly Tao or an incomplete Heavenly Tao's Heavenly Eye clone. Yi Xian didn't want to have even the slightest bit of involvement with the Heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, he had no choice this time. Among the 10 most dangerous places in the Demon Star area, the closest one was the Starry Sky Thundergrave between the Black Mosquito Star area and the Black Wind Star area. The other 9 locations were rather far away. Before they could reach them, Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle would be surrounded. Since there was no choice, there was no need to choose. Yi Xian immediately adjusted his direction according to the star map coordinates displayed on the screen of the Dongshu shuttle. He turned into a purple rainbow and rushed toward the Starry Sky Thundergrave between the Black Mosquito Star area and the Black Wind Star area at an extremely fast speed. Of course, although he had no other choice, Yi Xian's purpose was to force back the human elite fleet that was tailing them from behind. He wasn't going to rush over and get himself killed. Therefore, even though this Starry Sky Lightning Tomb was extremely dangerous, since Yi Xian had chosen this place to use, it meant that Yi Xian definitely had some confidence in himself, and he definitely had something to rely on. He was not the kind of person who would not care about anything. If he did not have something to rely on, Yi Xian would definitely come up with another plan. What it was relying on was another natural treasure that had reached the Starry Sky Cardinal treasure level. It was called the discovery of the Rai Di Seal. It was a supreme treasure grade origin treasure. Starry Sky supreme treasures were things that could only be found by chance. One had to have a great stroke of luck to encounter them. Even the devouring system was not a Starry Sky grade treasure. It was a man-made object. And among all man-made objects, Yi Xian only knew one, and that was Xingbo's life fortress. It was now in Yi Xian's hands, but unfortunately, he had not found the energy to make it grow. In addition, Yi Xian had a total of 2 starry sky grade treasures. However, both were naturally nurtured in the universe and were not man-made objects. The other was the starry sky indestructible gold, which was a starry sky grade treasure grade mineral. He had already integrated it into his battle armor, making it the starry sky epic grade indestructible glass armor. As for the lightning emperor seal, although it seemed to be a man-made magic treasure, in reality, it was nurtured by the heavens and nurtured by the void of the universe. Yi Xian had found these 2 starry sky grade treasures in the resource warehouse of the Demon Scout Corps' flagship, the Black Wind. It was obvious that the Demon Scout Corps had taken away a lot of good things in the graveyard of the human race's Universe 3. But at that time, the entire Demon Scout Corps had only collected 2 starry sky grade treasures after decades of accumulation. It was enough to show how rare such things were. The Rai D seal, the devouring system had identified it as a starry sky grade origin treasure. This sentence had 2 meanings. The first meaning was that it was a starry sky grade treasure. The second meaning was that it was an origin treasure. As for what kind of power it was obvious from its name. The Rai D seal was naturally an origin treasure with thunder property. Moreover, from the word emperor in its name, it could be analyzed that this Rai D seal was mostly immune to thunder and lightning, and even had the power to control thunder and lightning. It was easy to understand that the emperor had the power to control the world. Although Yi Xian hadn't had time to verify this point, the current situation was so critical that he couldn't care less. More importantly, he had confidence in the devouring system. Since the devouring system had identified it as a starry sky grade treasure, the Rai D seal, there was absolutely no other possibility. This Rai D seal was what Yi Xian had relied on to enter the starry sky thunder tomb. At this moment, as Yi Xian suddenly adjusted the direction of his advance slightly, the elite human race fleet that was closely following behind the Dongshu shuttle didn't see anything unusual. They immediately adjusted their direction slightly and continued to chase with all their strength. This situation had happened from time to time before. Under the control of Yi Xian, the Dongshu shuttle didn't always move in a straight line. It could be said that it was like a headless fly, flying around randomly and changing its direction from time to time. Therefore, when it changed its direction again, no one felt anything unusual. In addition to the elite human race fleet that was chasing the shuttle the tightest, all the large and small fleets of the slave races in the first universe also followed from a distance in the void. This included the Imperial Demon Race fleet that Chana's was in. Of course, the Imperial Demon Race fleet had suffered heavy losses and now only had half of its strength left. It was miserable beyond words. The fleets of the slave races no longer dared to get too close, but it was clearly impossible for them to give up and leave. In their view, the fleet of the Heavenly Fate race would arrive soon. At that time, there would be at least a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. At that time, this rampaging elite fleet of the human race would lose all of its glory. An hour later, when the elite human race fleet had caught up by a large margin, at this rate, it would take another 3 to 4 hours at most to surround Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle. In the endless void ahead, a vast expanse of starry sky full of thunder and lightning finally appeared. At this moment, the familiar notification of the devouring system sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Hearing this sudden notification, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then instantly became ecstatic. Finally! It's here! Ding! Starry Sky Thunder Tomb discovered. Explore? Hint: if the exploration is successful, there is a chance to upgrade the system title. System current title: Level 2, Interstellar Adventurer. Chapter 3022. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Brave and Fearless, Interstellar Explorer. The halo effect of this title adds an interstellar coordinate jump ability to the previous 2 levels of titles, Interstellar Traveler and Interstellar Adventurer. Once the jump is successfully activated, as long as you are in the same universe, you will be able to reach your destination in an instant, regardless of the universe distance. Hint: the interstellar coordinate jump ability can only reach the wormhole coordinates that have been imprinted in advance. If the coordinates have not been imprinted, the interstellar coordinate jump ability cannot be activated. Ding! System explanation complete. Do you wish to explore? At this point, the notification of the devouring system ended. What awaited was Yi Xian's final reply. There was no need to consider this reply. For Yi Xian, ever since he had upgraded his system title from Level 1 Interstellar Traveler to Level 2 Interstellar Adventurer and obtained the terrifying ability to imprint the wormhole coordinates, he had been waiting for a long time. He was already looking forward to the next title upgrade in the system. Unfortunately, this opportunity to upgrade his system title was like a hidden dungeon in a game. It could only be triggered when certain conditions were met. Even if Yi Xian took the initiative to apply for it, it would be useless. The system would not care at all. And now, this hidden dungeon-like opportunity had finally arrived. As long as he successfully completed this exploration, his current Level 2 Interstellar Adventurer title would be officially upgraded to Level 3 Interstellar Explorer. Then, the wormhole coordinates that Yi Xian had imprinted in the black hole would no longer be a pity. It would become a trump card that could be used in times of crisis. For example, right now, if he was already a third-level space explorer, it would only take a single thought for Yi Xian to shake off the elite human fleet behind him. As long as he activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability, no matter where he was, as long as he was in the first level of the universe, he would immediately disappear on the spot once the jump ability was activated. No matter how far he was, he would be able to successfully reach the black hole. It was simply the best way to escape. Unfortunately, although this only way was almost right in front of him, it did not belong to Yi Xian. If he wanted to obtain it, he would first have to successfully complete the exploration mission given by the system this time. In other words, he still had to go to the Star Thunder Tomb ahead. Furthermore, before he accepted the mission, Yi Xian didn't even know what the conditions for success were. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Yi Xian immediately gave a definite reply. Immediately after, the notification from the devouring system rang in his mind once again. Ding! Host confirms to accept the exploration mission. Exploration target. Creation Thunder Source. Exploration requirement. Stay in the Thunder Source for 1 month and condense 10 Thunder Source pearls at the same time. Failure penalty. Erase one of the wormhole coordinates previously imprinted. What? This time, there was actually a punishment for failure? Yi Xian was immediately stunned. Although the punishment for failing the exploration was only to erase one of the wormhole coordinates previously imprinted, Yi Xian had only imprinted 1 location in total. Although after erasing it, he could return to the black hole of life and re-imprint it, the pain of his soul being torn apart was no ordinary torture. Even Yi Xian didn't want to experience it a second time. In fact, in a universe plane, having one of these wormhole coordinates as a trump card for escaping was enough. Unless he encountered a particularly important place that he had to visit frequently in the future, Yi Xian would imprint a second wormhole coordinate in the same universe plane. Unfortunately, although the punishment was not light, all of this was not something Yi Xian could change based on his own will. The system had said that failure would result in a punishment, so he couldn't escape it and could only accept his fate. Unless he could guarantee success. The conditions to succeed in this exploration mission were very simple. There were 2 conditions. The first was to stay in this lightning graveyard, which was called the Creation Lightning Source by the system, for a month. The second was to refine 10 lightning origin beads. The first condition was easy to understand, and Yi Xian was also confident. As for the second condition, he didn't even know what the Thunder Source pearls were. He was afraid that he would only be able to understand them after entering the tomb based on other clues. But no matter what, one thing was certain, and that was that he had already accepted the exploration mission. It was impossible to go back on his word now. In the dangerous area ahead, whether it was the Creation Thunder Source or the Star Thunder Tomb, Yi Xian had no other choice but to rush in head-on. And he had to hurry, because the elite human fleet behind him was getting closer. It's just a thunder burial ground. It's not my burial ground anyway. What's there to be afraid of? Let's go in. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian flipped his hand and took out the Star Origin Treasure Rai-D seal from the Undying World in his body. This was a rhombus-shaped seal stone that was only the size of a fist. It was entirely azure gold in color. Azure gold colors were rare to begin with, and this strange color was filled with profoundness. Just from its color alone, one could see that it was extraordinary. In addition, it was clearly a natural object, but it was coincidentally nurtured into the shape of a seal. This was another big oddity, and it was amazing. Yi Xian hadn't had time to refine this Rai-D seal. When he obtained it, Yi Xian was only at the meteor realm, so he was too weak to refine it. Maybe now that he was at the 3rd realm, the satellite realm, he could do it, but he really didn't have time to try at the moment. He could only hold it in his hand first, and think about it after entering the Star Thunder Tomb in front. Xiao! With absolute determination, the Dongshu shuttle, which had transformed into a breathtaking thick purple light, plunged headfirst into the starry sky Thunder Tomb in front of it, where countless green thunderbolts were exploding and golden thunderbolts were wreaking havoc without end. Seeing this scene, in the battleships of the First Universe's 700 clan fleet that were following from afar, there was a large sound of gasping. Especially Chana's, who was in the command cabin on the top floor of the Demon Royal Fleet's flagship. At this moment when he saw this scene, he was so shocked that his jaw almost fell to the ground. He exclaimed, F***CK. Is that kid Zhang Wuji crazy? That's the Star Thunder Tomb, a place where even thunderbolts and lightning can only be buried, and he actually drove the warship head-on into it? This is clearly the rhythm of death. Crazy. He's definitely a crazy man. At the same time, in the command cabin on the top floor of the flagship of the human race's elite fleet, the Heaven Conqueror, which was about to catch up, everyone, including Naples and the Purplish Warbler, changed their expressions at this moment, and their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. They naturally knew about the 10 most dangerous places in the demon race's star field. Even if they didn't know at this moment, the big screen in the command cabin was showing the introduction. He would actually rather enter this land of despair than return with me. Prince Xian He. Chapter 3023. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. The real fortress as Yi Xian's void shuttle transformed into a purple streak of light and charged into the intertwined cyan and golden lightning in front of him, wreaking havoc in the starry sky Thunder Tomb. The elite fleet of the human clan that was originally following closely behind, and the fleet of the 100 servant clans that were faintly hanging in the distance were completely dumbfounded. The terror of the starry sky Thunder Tomb was known to all. It was ranked first among the 10 most dangerous lands of the Demonkin Star Zone, far surpassing the Swallowing Black Hole, which had a large number of void-swallowing beasts. It was so famous that even the supreme beings of the Grotto Heaven realm didn't dare set foot there. Although the supreme commander of the human race's elite fleet, Admiral Naples, had surpassed the 10th Grotto Heaven realm, he didn't dare set foot there either. Needless to say, the powerhouses of the First Universe's slave fleet in the distance didn't need to be mentioned. There was one thing that had to be mentioned. That was the 10 most dangerous lands of the Demon Starfield. Although they were nominally referred to as the Demon Starfield, in fact, these 10 most dangerous lands could almost be said to be the 10 most dangerous lands of the First Universe. The First Universe was vast and boundless. Except for the area occupied by the overlord of this plane, the Tianji race, most of the other voids were divided and owned by the First Universe's slave races. The Demonkin Star Zone was located at the edge of the First Universe. The area it covered was only a small part of the edge of the First Universe. However, in this small area, there were 10 most dangerous lands that could be called Starry Sky Grade Dangerous Lands. Such an area didn't exist among the other slave races of the First Universe. Even in the entire First Universe, there weren't many most dangerous lands that could compare to the 10 most dangerous lands of the Demonkin Star Zone. There was clearly something strange about this. The Demonkin Star Zone, which only occupied a small corner of the First Universe, included almost 80% of the most dangerous lands of the First Universe. No one would believe that there was no special reason for this. Someone had once said that this had something to do with the origin of the demonic race. After all, the demonic race looked exactly the same as humans. The only difference was that they had a mind source core in their heads. If one ignored this fact and treated the demonic race as a human, it was actually possible to treat them as humans. Perhaps there really was some kind of secret that existed since time immemorial. According to this explanation, this secret was clearly related to the 10 great despairs of the Demonkin Star region. However, no one had ever been able to give a definite answer about the truth. Who could say for sure what the truth was? At this moment, as Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle charged into the starry sky Thunder Tomb, the first of the 10 great danger zones, the fleets that were following closely behind or far behind all stopped at the same time, falling into a dilemma. Especially this elite fleet of the human race. At this moment, the command cabin on the top floor of the heaven-cleaving ship was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the commander-in-chief of the fleet, Admiral Naples, waiting for his orders. However, in this kind of situation, no one dared to voice their opinions easily. The implications were too great. Even the Purplish Warbler kept her mouth shut. Yi Xian's attitude of not responding to her shouts made her grit her teeth. At the same time, countless doubts appeared in her heart. At this moment, she was completely out of ideas. Admiral Naples had already fallen into deep thought. His face was full of worry. Even with his supreme cultivation of the mystic light realm, he didn't dare to take a single step into this place where the blue and golden lightning were wreaking havoc. As for the idea of bringing the heaven-cleaving ship into this place, that was even more unrealistic. Not to mention this kind of starry sky fortress that was called a small fortress, but in reality, it wasn't a real fortress. Even a real starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters would definitely not dare to take a single step into this place. Whether it was the battleships or the celestial race's battleships or starry sky fortresses, there was a certain amount of electronic equipment. Once they entered the heaven-cleaving ship, these electronic equipment would instantly be affected by the power of the lightning. It was a small matter if they malfunctioned, but it was a big matter if they went out of control. If those electronic attack systems self-destructed, it would definitely be a disaster. Naples couldn't enter alone, and the heaven-cleaving ship was even more useless. In that case, there was no doubt about the choice in front of him. Naples only had two choices. He could return immediately and temporarily return to the third universe. After returning, he could come up with another rescue plan. In the entire human race, even the eternal dynasty of the technological faction had a large number of existences that were stronger than Naples. Among them, there were supreme existences that could safely enter this kind of starry sky thundertomb with their own physical strength. Now that Prince Xian had entered the starry sky thundertomb, with Naples' ability, there was no way to rescue him. Even if he wanted to, he was powerless. Returning to the Eternal Dynasty and asking for help from the Eternal Dynasty was the best way to deal with this. The other choice was to stay here and wait for Prince Xian's return. From Naples' point of view, since Prince Xian had the guts to enter the starry sky thundertomb in front of them, he definitely had something to rely on. Although Naples didn't dare to believe this, Prince Xian's stunning appearance was right in front of him. It wasn't impossible. However, if they chose to stay here, the entire human elite fleet would face a crisis that couldn't be ignored. The fleet of the Tianji race would arrive at any time. That was definitely a real crisis. Boom! Boom! Just as Naples was hesitating, several earth-shattering explosions suddenly came from the void in front of them to their right. It alarmed the entire vast void. Countless eyes reflexively gathered in that direction. Then, everyone's expressions changed. What a huge fortress! It's much more terrifying than that small fortress of the human race. A diameter of 100,000 meters, which is equivalent to 100 kilometers. Ha! This is a real starry sky fortress. The fleet of the Tianji race has finally arrived. That's not right. It's just the Vanguard fortress. There should be other warships behind it, but this fortress should be the first to arrive. But that's enough. A real fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters is enough to crush that elite fleet of the human race. That's right, this starry sky fortress did have a diameter of 100,000 meters. This was a real starry sky fortress. Although the heaven cutter with a diameter of 50,000 meters was called a small fortress, it was only a name. In reality, a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was officially called a starry sky fortress. It couldn't be considered a starry sky fortress. This huge object that was shining with a bright silver color and exuded a strong metallic coldness was a real starry sky fortress. It came from the Tianji race. Chapter 3024. Flee, flee, flee. This bright silver space fortress was called the Butterfly Transformation, and its highest commanders were two official members of the Celestial Legacy race. Judging from their appearances, they were two humans, one male and one female. Not only were they young, but they were also handsome and beautiful. The male was called Shan Bo, and the female was called Ying Tai. These two members of the Celestial Legacy race were clearly infatuated with the ancient human legend of the Butterfly Transformation. Not only did they have the same name as the main character of the story, they even named their space fortress the Butterfly Transformation. Even stranger was that although they only looked like humans on the outside, they were actually two automatons with self-awareness. However, these two automatons called each other husband and wife, and the Butterfly Transformation was their husband and wife unit. All of this was an imitation of the human race. After all, the Celestial Legacy race was created by the human race. Although they had betrayed the human race, deep down, the Celestial Legacy race had always been on the side of the human race. They even dreamed of replacing the human race one day and making all the beauty of the human race their own. The Butterfly Transformation. The beautiful Ying Tai, the handsome Shan Bo. If a human expert who didn't know the truth saw all of this, they might even be moved. But in reality, if one were to develop a good impression of the Heaven's legacy race and approach them on their own accord, the final result would be extremely tragic. All members of the celestial legacy race harbored a deep-rooted hatred for the human race. The human race had created them, so they did not owe them anything. On the contrary, the celestial legacy race had betrayed the human race. The celestial legacy race was to blame for all of this, but they believed that the human race was the reason they had to bear the crime of betrayal. In the main camp of the celestial legacy race, any official member of the celestial legacy race would be instilled with this ideology as soon as they were born with self-awareness. They resented the human race, but they also envied the human race's creativity and momentum of prosperity. This was pure envy and jealousy. Just like how a child of the human race was educated since childhood, this root had long since been ingrained into the depths of their soul and could no longer be changed. Currently, in this butterfly interstellar fortress, there were not many true members of the Tianji clan, only Shan Bo and Ying Bo. As automatons with self-awareness, the members of the Heaven's legacy race were blessed with the ability to control warships. Even the human race, with their powerful creativity, could only look on helplessly, unable to compare. No matter how perfect the control system of a massive interstellar fortress was, in the end, under the condition that the kinetic energy, defense, attack and other systems were all working normally, the number of people needed to control it would be at least 1,000. But the Heaven's legacy race only needed 2 clansmen. Shan Bo and Ying Tai were the 2 living control centers. With them inside the butterfly, it was more than enough to perform all the functions of the space fortress. Of course, in addition to the 2 of them, there were also some semi-evolved robots, and even robots that had not developed self-awareness. There were still many of them in the butterfly, tens of thousands of them. Basically, they were responsible for some tasks such as maintenance and piloting small battle landing ships. At this moment, with the arrival of the butterfly interstellar fortress, the large number of slave fleets of the first universe in the distance cheered thunderously. However, the elite human fleet hovering outside the space thundertomb was deathly silent. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and an extremely bad feeling of crisis struck their hearts. Run! Run immediately! Scatter and run! Even if only one of us makes it out, we must report everything we know about Prince Xian to the Marshal and ask him to make a decision. In the command cabin on the top floor of the Sky Cutter, the 3rd Admiral Naples did not hesitate at all. As he gave this order, he also made a clear rule. The other warships that can't escape must fight to the death rather than be captured. Everything about Prince Xian must not be known by the Heaven's legacy race. This is the highest order. Once trapped, self-destruct immediately. Hum. 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 As soon as Admiral Naples gave the order, the 11 space fortresses, including the Sky Cutter, buzzed violently at the same time. This was a sign that the space jump function had been activated and was running at full speed. At the same time, the bright silver butterfly interstellar fortress in the void in the distance clearly emitted a similar but much more intense buzzing sound. The appearance of this sound meant 2 things. Either it was activating a space jump, or it was activating the main cannon of the fortress. The main cannon of a 20,000-meter-long cosmic fortress was the Annihilation Meteorite Cannon with a diameter of 5,000 meters. The main cannon of a 50,000-meter-long cosmic fortress was the Super Annihilation Cannon with a diameter of 20,000 meters. On the other hand, the main cannon of the real Star Fortress was the Death Ray Cannon, which had a diameter of 50,000 meters. Its light beam was black, and it was made of antimatter energy. If it hit the heaven-sundering battleship, it wouldn't be turned into a fireball. Instead, it would be wiped out quietly. It was extremely terrifying. This was also why Admiral Naples didn't even think about resisting when he saw that the other party had mobilized a real cosmic fortress. He immediately gave the order to scatter and flee. He wasn't afraid of death, but he had to send all the information about Prince Xian back to the 3rd universe. When the time came, as long as the immortal dynasties of the human race sent one or even several cosmic fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, Prince Xian might be saved. However, that most likely had nothing to do with him. In the immortal armies, those who were qualified to control a cosmic fortress were at least 4-star generals. After all, a real cosmic fortress like this was the ultimate strategic weapon that was usually used as a deterrent. Whoosh! A feeble sound that was suffused with coldness came out, and a terrifying black pillar of light shot out from the butterfly in the distant void. With a diameter of 50,000 meters, it was enough to completely envelop the flagship of the human elite fleet, the Sky Cutter. What was even worse was that the black energy beam of the Deathlight Cannon was aiming at the heaven-sundering ship. As a colossal cosmic fortress, the Sky Cutter needed a few more seconds to perform a space jump. 6 of the 10 cosmic fortresses around it had already performed a space jump and left, but the Sky Cutter was still in the final stage of the space jump. Once the energy beam of the Death Ray Cannon arrived, the Sky Cutter would definitely be destroyed. At this moment, the 7th human cosmic fortress that had just completed a space jump jumped into the void between the energy beam of the Black Death Ray Cannon and the heaven-sundering battleship. Unfortunately, with its 20,000-meter-long hull, it couldn't completely block the 50,000-meter-long Death Ray Cannon's energy beam. Thus, this cosmic realm fortress suddenly began to self-destruct. Chapter 3025. Kamikaze Butterfly Boom. The huge ball of light exploded, and a 20,000-meter diameter cosmic realm fortress turned into a scorching ball of light. Almost at the same time, the Black Death Ray beam from the void ahead also coincidentally rushed over. 2 kinds of light, one was the burning red light in the category of matter, the other was the Black Death Ray of antimatter. They offset each other, and finally, when the red light ball produced by the explosion of this cosmic-level fortress disappeared, that black antimatter death ray beam also became extremely weak and could not cause any damage. This was the usual method used to intercept the Death Ray Cannon's black energy beam on the battlefield. After all, it was antimatter light energy. Although it was terrifying, its only flaw was that it could be offset by positive matter light energy. In fact, this could not be considered a disadvantage, because on the battlefield, unless one could know in advance that the opponent would use such a strategic deterrent weapon, and thus prepare some unmanned fortresses in advance as a self-destruct interceptor. Otherwise, once the Death Ray Cannons appeared, the result would be that they could either let it hit wherever it wanted and wreak havoc on the battlefield, or pay a small price and use the other warships to self-destruct to form an interception and cancel out the black energy beam of the Death Ray Cannons. Just like now. But in fact, this so-called small price was a cosmic fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. No matter how small it was, how small could it be? From this perspective, the so-called weakness of the Death Ray Cannon could not really be considered a weakness. Although it could be intercepted, every time it was fired, even if the enemy intercepted it, they would have to pay a heavy price of a non-small warship. It was definitely worth it. Right now, for example, when the cosmic fortress moved forward and detonated itself, successfully intercepting and nullifying the black energy beam of the Butterfly's Death Ray Cannon, inside the command cabin on the top floor of the Sky Cutter, 3-star Admiral Naples was so heartbroken that his eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. A cosmic universe state fortress was a small matter, but the key was that there were more than 2,000 Undying Army elite soldiers in this fortress. They were all Naples' direct subordinates. In the blink of an eye, it turned into nothingness. Ah! Naples roared at the sky. Butterfly, I swear that I will return to the first universe as long as I live. I will tear you to pieces with my own hands. Oh! Whether it was the everlasting dynasty of the human race or the Heaven's legacy race of the first universe, the number of space fortresses they controlled was limited. After fighting with each other for so many years, they basically had a record of each other's strategic deterrent weapons. Therefore, as soon as the Butterfly appeared, Naples recognized it at first glance. Unfortunately, even though he was a supreme existence in the mystic light realm, even if the difference in battleships between the two sides was ignored, Naples had no chance of winning even if he engaged in a melee battle with the enemy's commander, Shan Bo, and Ying Tai. Those two fellows were both at the mystic light realm. Although they were robots, the human cultivators of the immortal dynasty could use gene cultivation fluid to develop their own potential and enter the Tao of cultivation in a different way from cultivation. In that case, the robots would be able to use even more means in this regard. Although the real members of the Heaven's legacy race didn't have real bodies of flesh and blood, they could use all kinds of materials to replace them. If one really dissected their bodies, what would appear before one's eyes wasn't just some wires and metal parts. Many things were special refining materials that were similar to flesh and blood. Some supreme treasure-level minerals and crystals could even be found in the bodies of the real members of the Heaven's legacy race. They were refining their own bodies like magic treasures. Not only could they use gene cultivation fluid like the human cultivators of the everlasting dynasty, but they could also make all kinds of changes. Therefore, the members of the Heaven's legacy race were generally very strong individually. There was even a saying in the human race and the myriad Luo Federation that if one could pick up the body of a member of the Heaven's legacy race, they would instantly become rich. Just the supreme treasure-level minerals and materials in the body could be exchanged for a lot of cultivation resources. However, that kind of thing was basically impossible. At least, it had never happened before. The bodies of members of the Heaven's legacy race weren't cabbages that could be found on the streets. As Admiral Naples roared, the Heavens Vindicator finally successfully started a space jump. The huge body of the ship instantly disappeared. Just before it disappeared, the other cosmic state fortresses also completed their space jumps one step ahead of it. In the blink of an eye, the entire elite fleet of the human race evacuated. The only difference was that there were 11 fortresses when they came, but only 10 were left when they returned. One of the fortresses turned into cosmic dust and remained in the first universe forever. The more than 2,000 soldiers of the immortal army in that cosmic state fortress became the heroes of the human race. Surprisingly, the entire human race fleet had left. After the second space jump, they should be able to gather in front of the wormhole that led to the third universe and return. However, the Heaven's Legacy race's butterfly didn't seem to have any intention of chasing them. It still hovered in the void, motionless. In the command cabin on the top floor of the Heaven's Butterfly. Unlike the battleships and fortresses of the human race and the other slave races in the first universe, the command cabin of the Heaven's Legacy race's fortress was empty. There was almost no one in sight. Other than some AI robots who were in charge of running errands, only 2 human figures could be seen. Of course, they only looked like humans. The 2 young people, one male and one female, were the Mystic Light Realm members of the Heaven's Legacy race, Shanbo and Ying Tai. Are we not going to chase? The pretty Ying Tai turned around and glanced at Shanbo. Although it was a question, one could hear the certainty in her voice. Clearly, this was what she wanted as well. They have already paid the price. The warning has been achieved. What's there to chase? As he spoke, Shanbo turned around and looked in the direction of the Heaven Lightning Graveyard. A playful smile appeared on his face. Compared to the elite fleet of the human race, I'm more interested in the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son called Jianghu. Aren't you the same? At this point, Uncle Sean paused for a moment, but the smile on his face grew even wider. How could a mere holy son of a demon tribe cause the elite fleet of an immortal dynasty of the human race to chase after him so ferociously? There's only one logical explanation, and that is that this person is Prince Xian or is related to Prince Xian's whereabouts. Take a guess. Is it the former or the latter? No, I'm thinking about another problem. Chapter 3026. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios commanding the thunder of the world, that cosmic fortress clearly had a chance to escape, but it didn't. Instead, it chose to intercept our death ray cannon's antimatter energy beam and was destroyed in the end. Do you think this is human emotion? With confusion in his eyes, Ying Tai's gaze was still fixed on the void as he muttered to himself. There was a deep sense of confusion in his words. Damn human emotion. Shanbo frowned, but a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is the biggest weakness of humans. If it wasn't for emotion, how could the thousands of human elites in that cosmic fortress die? If it wasn't for emotion, how could Xingbo be? All right, let's not talk about this. Leader doesn't allow us to talk about it. But one thing is for sure. Humans become weak because of those damn emotions. Ying Tai, don't make a mistake. Maybe you're right, but I don't think so. Shaking his head, Ying Tai seemed to have understood something. The confusion in his eyes faded a little, and there was a hint of clarity. Ever since you and I were born with our own consciousnesses, we were attracted by the story of humans turning into butterflies. We were fascinated by it. Therefore, I named myself Ying Tai, and you named yourself Shanbo. Even our fortress was named Butterfly Transformation. But all these are just appearances. The feeling you give me is no different from the other clansmen. Even the name Shanbo can't make me associate you with other people. But the real Zhu Ying Tai and Shanbo shouldn't be like this. In her eyes, no, in their eyes, each other is unique. She would rather accompany them to turn into butterflies. This is emotion. Such beautiful human emotion. Why do you say it's the weakness of humans? It's the opposite. I think it's because of the emotion that humans have. The history of their clansmen is so wonderful. That's why they left behind such a beautiful story of turning into butterflies. Sigh. At this point, Ying Tai sighed faintly and laughed bitterly. It's a pity that your stubbornness makes you unable to understand all of this. It seems that if I want to truly experience the concept of transforming into a butterfly, I can only attempt to start an emotional journey with a human. Perhaps that so-called Prince Xian would be a good choice. At this point, Ying Tai turned to look at the starry sky lightning graveyard in front of him. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. All right, I admit that I am now interested in the question you just asked. Take a guess. Is that holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zhang Wuji, Prince Xian? Or is it merely related to Prince Xian's whereabouts? At the side, Shan Bo's expression had completely darkened because of these words. Before he could respond, the hovering Starry Sky Butterfly Fortress, under Ingtai's control, rapidly shot toward the Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard in front of them. Ingtai's voice slowly rang out from the command cabin on the top floor. Since you and I are both interested in that Zhang Wuji, and the Starry Sky Butterfly Fortress happens to have the ability to temporarily stay in the outskirts of the Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard, why don't we go in and take a look? If it doesn't work out, we can just retreat immediately. In response, Shan Bo remained silent. However, he was currently thinking about how to kill that Zhang Wuji while Ingtai wasn't paying attention. It didn't matter if he was the holy son of the demonic tribe or Prince Xian of the human clan. Since he dared to make Ingtai think this way, he must die. In the distance, the 100-servant tribe and the imperial tribe of the demonic tribe's fleet from the first universe were gradually approaching after seeing that the elite human fleet had been forced away. After all, the higher-ups of the Tianji tribe had arrived. They had to pay their respects as soon as possible. However, before they could get close, the bright silver fortress that looked like a small star turned into a streak of silver light and rushed into the terrifying Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard. Although they knew that this kind of Starry Sky fortress had the ability to temporarily stay in the outskirts of the Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard, this scene still caused a commotion. Heavens! The Tianji tribe's fortress actually rushed into the Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard. What happened? Isn't that just a new holy son of the demonic tribe's Black Mosquito tribe in that small purple private warship? Where did this person come from? How could he make the elite human fleet and the higher-ups of the Tianji tribe value him so much? There must be a secret behind this. It's just that I don't think we are qualified to fully understand this. Following these exclamations, in the command cabin on the top floor of the demon ruler, Chanasi's jaw really dropped to the ground this time. He was in a daze as he muttered to himself. Firstly, that guy is a demon. Therefore, he can't be Prince Xian. Then how do we explain all this? What the F***CK? Why am I getting more and more confused? The Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard. Yi Xian had no idea what was happening outside the Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard. At the instant he charged down from the stellar lightning tomb, it was as if he'd entered a completely different universe, a completely different world. Everything in his surroundings had changed, and he'd completely lost all connection and perception with the outside world. This was a world of lightning and thunder. Lightning was cyan in color. Lightning was golden. Green lightning and golden lightning were the main themes of this world. In this place, there were no stars or cosmic dust. Even if there had been, after so many years of being struck by the endless green lightning and golden lightning, they had long been reduced to nothingness. In this world, only green lightning and golden lightning continued to wreak havoc. Life and death. Repeated endlessly. Yi Xian didn't dare to go too deep. Although the Dongshu shuttle was a Starry Sky epic-level treasure ship, with the foundation of a small private warship, it could perform the wormhole jump that only large warships could withstand. This was because it had once incorporated a wormhole warship with extremely sturdy materials. But in this world of lightning and thunder, even if the Dongshu shuttle could withstand it, it wouldn't be able to last for long. If he wanted to go deeper, Yi Xian's only chance was to refine the Starry Sky origin treasure, the Rai Di seal. Therefore, shortly after entering the Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard, Yi Xian stopped at the outer area and switched the Dongshu shuttle to automatic mode. The only requirement was that the energy shield be fully activated. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation while relying on the small azure gold lightning seal. The Rai Di seal, also known as the Lightning Emperor, was the Emperor of Lightning and Thunder, the Supreme Will. Whether the Rai Di seal lived up to its name would be revealed very soon. As long as Yi Xian successfully refined it and integrated it into his body, then all information about this Starry Sky origin treasure would be immediately available to Yi Xian. Chapter 3027. Primordial 1 Golden Lotus, Rumble. Rumble. Thunderous booms abruptly entered Yi Xian's ears, causing him to be shocked. An inheritance scene. Another inheritance scene. Moreover, this was clearly a void filled with a boundless aura that belonged to the primordial era. This aura was exactly the same as what Yi Xian had seen in the inheritance scenes of the Dongshu giant tortoise, the giant golden dragon, and the heaven-falling bow. At the same time, it had the same aura as the mysterious primordial cage. Clearly, they belonged to the same era and had drifted in the same river of history without rest. At this moment, Yi Xian was enlightened. No wonder it was a starry sky origin treasure. It turned out that this Rai-D seal had been nurtured since the primordial era. At that time, the universe had just been born. Everything in the universe carried a wisp of primordial qi. After countless years of nurturing, it naturally had the opportunity to become a starry sky origin treasure. This kind of opportunity and fortune could no longer be found in later generations. It would be difficult to reappear again. Although Yi Xian was sure that the inheritance scene in front of him must have originated from the primordial era of the same era as the Dongshu giant tortoise, in fact, this inheritance scene was still different from the ones he had seen before. The aura of the entire scene was more simple and unadorned. There were no signs of life, which meant that this scene could have originated from the early primordial era or even further back. Although there were stars in the vast void, there were not many of them. Moreover, almost all of them were undeveloped and barren. At the same time, at the end of the void in this inheritance scene, a giant golden lotus was blooming brilliantly. It emitted an endless golden light that seemed to illuminate the entire universe. This golden lotus seemed to have been nurtured by the heavens and nurtured in the depths of the void. It was so huge that even the stars seemed extremely weak and small in front of it. There was only one lotus seed on the stem of the golden lotus, but it was green in color. It was clearly an object shaped like a seal. Its entire body was entwined with golden lightning, extending and retracting endlessly. When Yi Xian saw this greenish gold seal, his spirit shook violently. No matter how wild his imagination was, he would never have imagined that the Rai-D seal was actually nurtured in such a giant golden lotus with an aura that could cover the heavens and earth. It was clearly the only lotus seed that had been nurtured in the seed pod of this giant lotus. Rumble. Boom! The image of the inheritance was still and unmoving, but the rumbling of thunder continued. It entered Yi Xian's ears and shook his mind. Surrounding the green gold lightning seal that existed as a lotus seed on top of the lotus canopy, there were countless tiny golden lightning bolts extending and retracting. If one were to expand their line of sight to the extent of the entire giant golden lotus, they would be able to see that around the entire golden lotus, there were countless green lightning balls exploding one after another. Life and death were endless. Green lightning, golden lightning. All of this even gave Yi Xian an illusion, as if he had already exited the image of the Rai-D seal inheritance and returned to reality, to the starry sky lightning graveyard. If not for the existence of the giant golden lotus in his line of sight. Gradually, the image of the inheritance began to change. Around the giant golden lotus, the green lightning balls became denser and denser, all of them exploding into countless huge golden lightning bolts. At first, they only wreaked havoc in the void, destroying countless stars. Eventually, these golden lightning bolts seemed to have received some sort of inspiration and actually gradually converged in one direction. It was the green gold lightning seal that existed as a single lotus seed on top of the giant golden lotus. Billions of golden lightning bolts completely enveloped the green gold lightning seal. Yi Xian even had an illusion that the green gold lightning seal, under the bombardment of these billions of golden lightning bolts, was completely annihilated and turned into nothingness. But in reality, this was not the case. The entire giant golden lotus was enveloped by billions of golden lightning bolts, but within it, there was a faint green-gold glow that began to spread and gradually covered all of the golden lightning bolts. This faint green-gold glow clearly contained some sort of mysterious power. It was slowly condensing inwards, along with the billions of golden lightning bolts that were covered by it, rapidly compressing together. Finally, the billions of golden lightning bolts disappeared, turning into a small golden ball, suspended above the green gold lightning seal, and then plunged into the seal, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart once again gave birth to a sense of enlightenment, and 7 words flashed in his mind. Billions of lightning bolts turned into source pearls. So, this was how the thunder source pearls came to be. It was formed by billions of golden lightning bolts, representing the origin of thunder and lightning. This object could be said to be the original form of thunder and lightning in the world. And the green gold lightning seal that could condense all of the thunder and lightning in the world into source pearls. If not the Emperor of Thunder and Lightning, what else could it be? The 3 words, Rai-D seal, lived up to its name. It was enough to command all of the thunder and lightning in the world. The evolution of this inheritance image not only allowed Yi Xian to understand the origin of the Rai-D seal, but also the truth of the thunder source pearls, as well as the method to condense them. Thunder and lightning were originally the most ferocious things in the world. If one wanted to condense billions of bolts of lightning into source pearls in the end, it would be impossible to condense them into source pearls. Not to mention Yi Xian, who was only at the satellite stage of the third great realm. Even a supreme existence like the three-star general of the immortal army, Naples, who was at the mystic light stage of the 11th great realm, would not be able to do it. But with the Rai Di seal, which could command all of the thunder and lightning in the world, it was a completely different matter. As long as one could refine the Rai Di seal and completely control its power, then it would be possible to condense the thunder source pearls with billions of bolts of lightning. However, even just one thunder source pearl required billions of bolts of lightning to be condensed. This time, Yi Xian needed to condense 10 thunder source pearls to complete the system exploration mission. The amount of lightning and lightning required could be imagined. Fortunately, this was the star lightning tomb, a vast star region filled with lightning and lightning. In terms of raw materials, there was no shortage of them. In fact, only this region could possibly condense 10 thunder source pearls. If it was anywhere else, it would definitely be impossible. However, as far as Yi Xian was concerned, even though he had all the right conditions, it was still unknown whether he would be able to successfully complete the system's exploration mission this time. This was because he only had 3 months. 90 days. On average, he had to condense one thunder source pearl every 9 days. Yi Xian wasn't sure if he would be able to do this. Everything would have to wait until the first thunder origin pearl was condensed before he would know. Chapter 3028. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Satellite Level 4-inch Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough. Current cultivation level. Satellite Level 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough. Current cultivation level. Satellite Level 4. What? 2 consecutive breakthroughs? Yi Xian, who had just opened his eyes, was dumbfounded. Recently, 2 consecutive breakthroughs had been happening a little too often. Furthermore, almost every single one of these breakthroughs had been accidental, not the result of normal cultivation. However, after a short moment of shock, he quickly understood. This breakthrough was obviously related to the fact that he had successfully refined the Rai Di seal. After all, it was a galaxy origin treasure. After being refined by Yi Xian, everything about it had been integrated into Yi Xian's body. Under such circumstances, continuous breakthroughs were inevitable. This was the true power of the Rai Di seal. Due to the limitations of Yi Xian's cultivation level, it hadn't been able to fully display its power. If it had been fully displayed, its grade alone would have been enough to allow Yi Xian to break through dozens of small levels. In fact, the fallen sky bow inheritance and the golden dragon scales he had obtained previously were all like this. As he thought about this, Yi Xian immediately felt relieved. No matter what, he had unexpectedly experienced 2 consecutive breakthroughs. He had just entered the satellite level, yet he had reached the middle stage in the blink of an eye. This was a good thing. Pleasantly surprised, Yi Xian's consciousness quickly returned to its original state and entered his knowledge sea. At a glance, his sea of consciousness was indeed different. Originally, there was a small crystal or treasure floating in each of the 4 directions above his sea of consciousness, which represented the realm of his insightful emptiness realm. One direction was the mind source core, which had undergone 5 transformations and evolutions and had reached level 6. On the other side was the void marrow crystal, which had come from the void marrow mother. It exuded a mysterious aura, and it still hadn't come into contact with Yi Xian's consciousness. As for the other 2 directions, they were the golden dragon scales that represented the golden giant dragon bloodline, which was still at the entry level. There was also the small golden bow that represented the primordial ability of the heaven-falling bow. Although there was no description of its level, it was probably at the entry level. But now, there was clearly one more thing floating above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. It was the Rai Di seal that he held in his hand before he refined it. At this moment, the Rai Di seal had transformed into a fingernail-sized cyan gold seal that was suspended in the center of Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. It was entirely cyan gold in color, and from time to time, cyan lightning and golden lightning would expand and contract. It inexplicably gave Yi Xian's sea of consciousness an additional strand of fierce lightning intent. The Rai Di seal was indeed worthy of being called the Thunder Emperor. Not only did it have the power to command all the lightning and thunder in the world, but its imperial aura was also dazzling. Currently, it was sitting in the center of Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, so it clearly gave off an aura that seemed to command the world. The small golden bow, the golden dragon scales, Yi Xian's grade 6 source core and the void marrow crystal all seemed to be faintly suppressed by its imperial aura. It was unknown whether the weeping soul bloodhorn would also be suppressed, but it was most likely bound to be. After all, the weeping soul bloodhorn and the golden dragon scales represented the golden giant dragon, as well as the primordial yaksha represented by the small golden bow, were actually of the same level. As for the headless infant corpse, although the two had never come into direct contact, Yi Xian's intuition told him that the mysterious and powerful headless infant corpse wouldn't even care about the supreme imperial aura of the Rai seal. In addition, Yi Xian's sea of consciousness had clearly become much more majestic. After all, he was already at the mid-stage of the satellite grade, so he was naturally much more powerful than before. He reached the mid-stage in such a short time. 5 more small steps and he will be able to enter the 4th major boundary, the planet grade. Then, he will no longer be considered a weakling. I'm really looking forward to it. After retreating from the sea of consciousness, Yi Xian opened his eyes once again and looked at his empty right hand. His eyes glowed as he muttered to himself. In an instant, his self-confidence had reached its peak once again. While he had been refining the Rai seal, Yi Xian had been in the command cabin on the top floor of the Dongshu shuttle. Besides him, Huegu Lei, Zhua Feng Tai, the wretched mosquito killer and the others had also been there. However, before entering the state of cultivation, Yi Xian had controlled the Dongshu shuttle to set up a protective energy shield around his body, so there was no need to worry too much. At this moment, after getting up and removing the energy shield, Yi Xian turned his head and glanced at the crowd. He casually gave a few instructions and stepped out of the Dongshu shuttle. At the same time, he raised his hand and waved it, keeping the Dongshu shuttle in his body. Although the protective shield of the Dongshu shuttle could temporarily resist the power of thunder and lightning outside the shuttle when it was fully activated, it consumed a huge amount of energy at every moment. Even though Yi Xian had countless star core origins, it was still very painful to keep it in his body. Under such circumstances, it was safer to keep it in his body. As for Yi Xian himself, even if his physical body was in the Thunder Graveyard starfield at this moment, he would be completely fine. Just as his figure stepped out of the Dongshu shuttle, a faint green mist clearly surged out of Yi Xian's body. It did not spread too far, but instead covered about 3 inches of his entire body. Just these 3 layers of green mist were enough to protect Yi Xian in this Thunder Graveyard starfield. The Thunder Emperor seal had already been refined by him. Now, he could unleash the power of this cosmic source treasure with just a thought. This attribute of being able to ignore the damage of thunder and lightning was only one of the most basic attributes of this treasure. At this moment, Yi Xian was in the Thunder Graveyard starfield where there was only endless green thunder and golden lightning. A thin layer of light green mist floated on the surface of his body. He stood there quietly, but imperceptibly gave off a supreme aura of being the emperor of this starfield and commanding the entire Thunder Graveyard starfield. This aura had nothing to do with his cultivation, and was purely an innate suppression of his attribute. Around him, the green lightning and golden lightning that had been raging endlessly clearly carried a sense of fear, and subconsciously retreated into the distance. As a result, within a radius of 3 meters around him, there was actually a vacuum zone, and not a single green lightning or golden lightning appeared. These green thunder and golden lightning naturally did not have any consciousness. The reason they retreated was purely a natural reaction to the suppression of the Rai seal's emperor pressure. Yi Xian was extremely satisfied with all this. At the very least, within this starry sky lightning tomb that was called the head of the 10 great grounds of extremities, he was already capable of moving unhindered. With this prerequisite, he would be able to freely condense lightning origin pearls, and he would possess the basic conditions to successfully complete the system exploration mission. However, a thunder essence bead required hundreds of millions of thunderbolts and lightning to be refined. Although Yi Xian had refined the Rai seal and grasped the refining method and ability, there was still a question of time, which made him very nervous. Chapter 30-29. I must be seeing things. Rumble. Rumble. As soon as the butterfly Starry Sky Fortress rushed into the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, it immediately attracted countless green and golden lightning bolts. The lightning bolts bombarded the fortress from all directions as if it was an invader. This was a world of lightning. All foreign objects would be rejected immediately. And this rejection, as the most powerful and violent lightning in the world, was a means of destruction. In an instant, the huge butterfly Starry Sky Fortress was drowned in the countless green and golden lightning bolts. But at the same time, A layer of black death ray energy shield appeared on the surface of the fortress. It was so thick that it was almost solid. When the green and golden lightning bolts came into contact with this death ray energy shield formed by antimatter light energy, their power was quickly cancelled out. Therefore, as long as this black death ray energy shield didn't disappear, the butterfly starry sky fortress wouldn't be damaged. This was a 100,000-meter-long starry sky fortress with a death ray energy shield. If it were a 50,000-meter-long starry sky fortress, it wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the lightning bolts. The black death ray energy shield and energy cannons weren't a secret in terms of technical level. The human race also had them, but the antimatter light energy generation equipment was too large. Therefore, only a 100,000-meter-long starry sky fortress like this could be equipped with them. This was also why a 100,000-meter-long starry sky fortress was a whole level higher in terms of offensive power and survivability compared to a 50,000-meter-long starry sky fortress. The difference between the two wasn't as simple as the difference in size. However, although the butterfly starry sky fortress was protected from the lightning bolts after entering the starry sky thunder tomb because of the special properties of the black death ray energy shield, this was only temporary and limited. This was because at every moment, the countless bolts of lightning that enveloped the gigantic ship were draining the black death ray energy of the death ray energy shield. This was a terrifying consumption of energy. Even a true starry sky fortress would not be able to hold on for long. In addition, the butterfly starry sky fortress had a certain advantage in the speed of the black death ray energy shield when it was consumed in the outer regions. However, once it entered the depths of the starry sky thunder tomb, the amount and power of the lightning bolts would greatly increase, and the speed of the black death ray energy shield would decrease. In that case, the butterfly starry sky fortress would die. Therefore, even the butterfly starry sky fortress didn't dare to enter the starry sky thunder tomb. At the same time, the butterfly starry sky fortress was at the outer regions. Yi Xian didn't know any of this. He butterfly starry sky fortress. He didn't know where the butterfly starry sky fortress came from. Starry sky fortress was starry sky starry sky. In this mysterious world where lightning bolts blotted out the sky and blocked all vision, spiritual sense, and mental energy, Yi Xian's spiritual sense and mental energy weren't restricted at all. He had refined the Rai Di seal, and his body was like the Emperor of Lightning. Therefore, the lightning bolts wouldn't dare to interfere with his spiritual sense or mental energy. Have you ever seen a commoner dare to offend the Emperor's might? The Heaven Cutter Starry Sky Fortress and the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress were both enormous objects, but one was 50,000 meters in diameter, while the other was 100,000 meters in diameter. The colors of the ships were also different. Therefore, Yi Xian could tell the difference at a glance. In that instant his mind went blank. He immediately realized that something was wrong. There was no way this was a human warship. Judging from its size, it was a real starry sky fortress. If he wasn't mistaken, it must have come from the Celestial Legacy race. In other words, the main fleet of the Celestial Legacy race had finally arrived. After realizing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but worry about the safety of the human fleet. Although he couldn't follow them back to the third universe, he was still a member of the human race. Moreover, the purplish warbler was still in the Heaven Cutter. Unfortunately, none of this could be affected or changed by his subjective opinion. Not to mention that the Celestial Legacy race's Starry Sky Fortress had already arrived. Even before this Silver Starry Sky Fortress arrived, what could Yi Xian do when facing the human fleet other than flee? Now that the situation had developed to this extent, the only thing he could do was hope that the human fleet could successfully escape. There was nothing else he could do. As a matter of fact, he was in even more trouble now, even more so than before. After all, the Celestial Legacy race's Silver Starry Sky Fortress definitely wouldn't have entered the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb for no reason. They were clearly here for Yi Xian. This also explained another problem. Either the human fleet had already been destroyed, or they had already escaped. Otherwise, the Celestial Legacy race's Starry Sky Fortress wouldn't have the time to deal with him. Given that there was still a short time, it was more likely that they had already escaped. At this thought, Yi Xian immediately felt relieved. However, at the same time, his heart immediately rose to his throat. Originally, it was very simple. Previously, he was being chased by a small starry sky fortress that wanted to take him away to protect him. However, it was different now. The small starry sky fortress chasing after him had become a real starry sky fortress. Furthermore, the Celestial Legacy race had turned from allies to enemies. The severity of the situation made him speechless. It was life-threatening. Fortunately, this is the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. Unfortunately, I have already refined the Rai-D seal. In this world, I am the only Emperor Realm Master. I hope I can use this advantage to successfully escape this calamity. With a gloomy expression, Yi Xian muttered to himself. His figure flickered, and he entered a state of concealment. He strode towards the deepest core of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. He was the only one who could maintain such a state of concealment in this kind of region where the fierce thunder and lightning were everywhere. If it was anyone else, even a supreme existence in the mystic light realm, it would be impossible for them to do so. They would instantly be struck back to their original form by the lightning and thunder. There was no room for negotiation. Just as Yi Xian entered a state of concealment and disappeared into the depths of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, Shan Bo and Ying Tai, the two higher-ups of the Celestial Legacy race, were in the command cabin on the top floor of the Silver Butterfly Fortress, which was being bombarded by countless bolts of blue lightning and golden lightning. Their eyes narrowed at the same time as they muttered to themselves. Strange. I think I saw a figure walking naked in the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb? Chapter 30. Finally fulfilled as Yi Xian's figure entered Shan Bo and Ying Tai's field of vision in less than half an instant. Neither of them saw him clearly. After muttering to themselves, they quickly threw this matter to the back of their minds. After all, in this Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard, even a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters could not be guaranteed to remain unscathed. Therefore, crossing this area with just one's physical body was simply too inconceivable. It was impossible. The reason why they entered this place to search for Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle was because in their opinion, Yi Xian was very likely to be Prince Xian of the human race. If that was really the case, then this Prince Xian was such a stunning figure who could secretly take away the two scout fortresses of the Demon Scout Army and boldly enter the Demon Star region. It was absolutely impossible to say that he did not have some tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps he could really survive in this harsh environment of the Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard. Therefore, they held a trace of a fluke mentality and entered to search. It was completely with the intention of treating a dead horse as a living horse. Let's start searching and see if that small purple warship is still there. If it's not, it was probably destroyed by these green and golden lightning. I hope that's not the result. Otherwise, my plan to start a relationship with the human race or the demon race will be aborted. It's rare that I have some interest in this guy called Zhang Wuji. I find him quite pleasing to the eye. This kind of opportunity doesn't come by often. Creak, creak. As soon as Shanbo finished speaking, Ying Tai replied as if he was talking to himself. Shanbo clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were about to spit fire. After a short while, this Starry Sky Butterfly Fortress slowly moved around the outskirts of the Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard. At every moment, the energy consumption was terrifying. Even Shanbo and Ying Tai were pained. At the same time, in the depths of the Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard, outside of this area, the cyan lightning balls had already reached 100 meters in size, and the color was incomparably dense. As for the golden lightning bolts, each of them had a diameter of 10 meters, and were even more dazzling than the sun, directly burning people's eyes. Yi Xian had no doubt that a single bolt of green lightning or a bolt of golden lightning could blast a stellar-level warship with a diameter of 3,000 meters into smithereens. However, he was completely unscathed as he stood there with his physical body. All of the green lightning and golden lightning revolved around its body, not touching it. However, it carried an amiable feeling, incomparably joyous. After all, they were in the depths of the lightning graveyard. The green lightning and golden lightning here were much more powerful. To put it in a more human-like manner, they were much bolder. They no longer retreated far away in fear. Instead, they followed closely behind him. Because of this, no matter where Yi Xian went in this area, he would always be surrounded by green lightning and golden lightning. However, they didn't hurt him, nor did they have the ability to. Under the effect of the Rai-D seal, Yi Xian's entire body was now immune to lightning. Not to mention that there was no contact at all. Even if there was contact, there wouldn't be any reaction. This situation was also greatly beneficial for him to condense the Thunder Origin bead. At least, he didn't need to search for lightning bolts everywhere. They would gather happily by themselves. In 3 months, he had to condense 10 Thunder Origin beads. Yi Xian didn't dare to delay, nor could he afford to delay. He immediately began to condense them. He was very nervous about condensing the first Thunder Origin bead. After all, if it took a month or half a month to condense a single Thunder Origin bead, then this time system exploration mission would be completely over. He wasn't willing to bear the consequences. It was too painful. Rumble. Gotcha. Gotcha. As the Rai-D seal was brought out by Yi Xian and hung above his head, the entire depths of the Thunder Graveyard exploded in an instant, as if a ladle of ice water had been poured into a pot of boiling oil. Countless green lightning bolts were attracted and exploded above Yi Xian's head. A sea of golden lightning bolts struck down and wreaked havoc on Yi Xian's head. However, all of this couldn't cause any harm to Yi Xian. The surface of his body was always shrouded in a thin layer of green mist. He stood in the void where the lightning was wreaking havoc with his hands behind his back, exuding a thick emperor's aura. He was unfazed by anything. Large amounts of green lightning and golden lightning gradually enveloped the Rai-D seal and even Yi Xian's entire body. In the end, it formed a huge lightning cocoon with green lightning and golden lightning flashing incessantly. Yi Xian, with the Rai-D seal above his head, was the core of this huge lightning cocoon. At this moment, the green hazy mist that originally enveloped his body suddenly expanded and spread outwards, enveloping the entire giant green-gold cocoon and turning it into a misty green color. Then, it began to condense inwards. The entire process was basically the same as what Yi Xian saw in the inheritance of the Rai-D seal. After an unknown amount of time, in the end, the giant cocoon that was like a small meteor and formed from hundreds of millions of bolts of green lightning and golden lightning finally disappeared. On the other hand, a golden Thunder Origin bead appeared above the Thunder Emperor seal that floated above Yi Xian's head. It was only the size of a pigeon's egg, but it emitted an invisible pressure that could destroy the heavens and earth. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly came to a realization in his heart. It seemed that the purpose of condensing this Thunder Source bead was not just to complete the system's exploration mission. The system's exploration mission was just a pretext, and the reward of 10 Thunder Source beads was a huge fortune for Yi Xian. This Thunder Source bead was obviously equivalent to a one-time use lightning attribute magic treasure, but its power was terrifying. According to Yi Xian's estimation, if he threw out one Thunder Source bead, it was estimated that even the supreme existence of the 10th realm of the Heavenly Insight realm would be wiped out in an instant. The power of a small Thunder Source bead formed by the extreme compression of hundreds of millions of thunderbolts and lightning could be imagined with one's toes. Realizing this, Yi Xian's enthusiasm immediately increased, and his entire body became excited. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If it were any other place, condensing one Thunder Source bead would require an endless amount of effort and energy. But here, almost everything came naturally. Under such circumstances, not to mention 10 Thunder Source beads, even if he had to condense 100 Thunder Source beads, he would be willing. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Just as Yi Xian was getting excited, the successfully condensed Thunder Source bead entered the Rai-D seal with a flash. This Thunder Source bead was too strong, and other than the Rai-D seal, no other storage magic treasure could store it. Once stored, there was a possibility of it exploding at any time, and the loss was not worth it. At this point, Yi Xian finally got what he wanted, and successfully condensed the first Thunder Source bead. After the Thunder Source bead entered the Rai-D seal, he finally spared some time to check the time. It had been exactly 3 days. Chapter 30-31. Thunder Sea Fortress. The first Thunder Origin Pearl took 3 whole days to condense. However, that was because it was Yi Xian's first time and he was still a little unfamiliar with it. According to his calculations, as Yi Xian became more familiar with the next 9 Thunder Origin Pearls, the time required to condense the final Thunder Origin Pearl would definitely be shorter. That was indeed the case. For the next 9 Thunder Origin Pearls, the time required for Yi Xian to successfully condense them was indeed shorter than the previous one. When it came to the final Thunder Origin Pearl, it actually took less than 2 days to condense it. A total of 10 Thunder Origin Pearls had been condensed in just over 2 months. There was still 1 week left before the 3-month time limit for the system's exploration. When the final Thunder Origin Pearl was successfully condensed and was absorbed into the Rai-D seal, the familiar sound of the devouring system finally rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, leader! Exploration mission of Thunder Origin creation completed. Title upgraded. Current title: Interstellar Explorer. Ding! Congratulations, host! Ability of Interstellar Explorer activated. Do you wish to immediately initiate an interstellar coordinate jump? As the 2 system notifications rang out, Yi Xian felt his entire body and mind relax. He felt so light that he almost flew, He had finally completed the system's exploration mission this time. The system's title had finally reached the 3rd level of Interstellar Explorer. He finally had the ability to initiate an interstellar coordinate jump. In other words, the current Yi Xian had nothing to fear even if he met a supreme being of the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. With a single thought, he could initiate an interstellar coordinate jump and instantly enter the black hole of life. Not only was the black hole Yi Xian's secret escape route, but it was also his territory. Countless star ladles were stationed there. Even if a supreme being of the Grotto Heaven realm appeared, Yi Xian could command the star ladle army to crush him. For a moment, Yi Xian was in high spirits. He felt a sense of exaltation. From this moment on, he no longer had to be careful and patient in the devil domain. Even if he was in danger, without using the weeping soul bloodhorn and the headless infant corpse, he would at least be able to protect himself. With a thought, the Rai Di seal, which was originally floating above Yi Xian's head, instantly disappeared into Yi Xian's body and returned to his knowledge sea, floating in the middle of it. Thanks to the addition of 10 Thunder Source Pearls, even Yi Xian could clearly sense that the Rai Di seal was different from before. When the Rai Di seal returned, the 4 treasures and crystals hovering above his mind became even quieter. There was a feeling of awe. Even the headless corpse on Yi Xian's left chest, which had transformed into a headless corpse lamp tattoo, seemed to move slightly at this moment. However, it only moved slightly. It felt as if, with the 10 Thunder Source Pearls as a foundation, the Rai Di seal finally had the qualifications to be looked at by the headless infant corpse. This was Yi Xian's intuition, but he believed it without a doubt. The headless infant corpse was really mysterious and powerful. However, even though the Rai Di seal had returned to Yi Xian's body, the 3-inch thick layer of green mist still remained. This layer of green mist had originated from the Rai Di seal. Thanks to the 10 Thunder Source Pearls inside the Rai Di seal, the Emperor's might had increased tremendously. This was immediately reflected on Yi Xian's body. Previously, in the depths of the starry sky thunder tomb, the much more powerful green and golden lightning bolts had only been close to it. They were not like the similar existences in the periphery, who would retreat out of fear. But now, with the great increase in the power of the Thunder Emperor seal, perhaps a part of the reason why it had consumed countless green lightning and golden lightning to condense into 10 thunder origin beads, directly led to the fact that in the depths of the thunder tomb, a large amount of green lightning and golden lightning far surpassed the surrounding area. When faced with the Thunder Emperor's might that emanated from Yi Xian's body, they actually displayed a scene of retreating far away due to fear. At this moment, Yi Xian stood there with his hands behind his back. However, there was not a single green lightning bolt or golden lightning bolt within 100 feet of him. An invisible and dense Emperor's might radiated from him, looking down on the entire boundless thunder tomb. His aura was unparalleled for a moment. Following the completion of the system's exploration mission, Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised for a moment before his emotions quickly calmed down. He began to think about his next move. According to his wishes, he should continue to condense the Thunder Source Pearls. However, on the one hand, the starry sky thunder tomb was here and would not run away. When the time was right or when he was bored, he could come back at any time. He was not in a hurry. Moreover, he had been condensing the Thunder Source Pearls here for more than 2 months. He was indeed a little bored. Therefore, Yi Xian was not particularly inclined to continue to waste time here. He continued to condense the Thunder Source Pearls. On the other hand, he was still worried about the safety of the elite fleet of the human clan. Although he guessed that they should have escaped, he would not be at ease until he received definite information. Moreover, it had been nearly 3 months since the collapse of the Black Mosquito Star. As the Holy Sun, it was inconvenient for him to not appear for too long. Otherwise, in the case that there was no one in the Black Mosquito tribe, a commander, high priest or Holy Sun would appear out of thin air from the Demon Imperial Star to take control of the situation. In that case, if Yi Xian wanted to take on the position of the Holy Sun, or even the position of the Great Commander and the High Priest, he would have to take on the 3 important positions of the tribe. He would have to go around swindling people and openly searching for the devouring origin. Considering all this, it was indeed time for him to leave the starry sky thunder tomb, wander around and show his face. After making the decision, Yi Xian's figure flashed, and he hurried from the depths of the starry sky thunder tomb to the periphery. After a short while, just as he arrived at the periphery of the starry sky thunder tomb, he encountered a starry sky fortress that had just rushed into the thunder tomb star area. It was the butterfly. Speaking of which, enemies often cross paths. In the past 3 months, the butterfly had only entered the starry sky thunder tomb 4 times. Previously, it had only entered 3 times. Now it was the 4th time. Each time, it would stay in the thunder tomb star area for a day, searching a fan-shaped area of 45 degrees around the thunder tomb. Originally, this was the last time it entered, and it should have searched the entire periphery of the thunder tomb star area. If it did not find the purple warship, the butterfly would leave in a day and return to the Heavenly Legacy tribe. However, at this critical juncture, the two parties bumped into each other head-on. And this time, it was not only Yi Xian who saw the butterfly, but also Shan Bo and Ying Tai, the two high-ranking members of the Heavenly Legacy tribe inside the butterfly, who also saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian was sure of this by intuition, so his face was completely gloomy. Now, he had no other choice but to use the power of the Thunder Sea to trap and kill this starry sky fortress of the Heavenly Legacy tribe. Chapter 30-32. Lightning Seal Emperor's Might. The two sides clashed head-on. Yi Xian was caught off guard and had no time to dodge or hide himself. The moment the opponent's massive star fortress entered his line of sight, Yi Xian knew that he had been exposed. If he had been on a warship at this time, there would have been some leeway to turn the situation around. However, Yi Xian was currently standing in the middle of this star thunder tomb with only his physical body. There was not even a single bolt of green lightning or golden lightning around him. All of them had retreated into the distance in fear. This scene was extremely shocking. After Yi Xian refined the Thunder Emperor seal and condensed 10 Thunder Origin beads, he had a better understanding of the power of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. He was already well aware of it. Without a doubt, this scene was extremely shocking to the Tianji race clansmen in the Star Fortress. They could not possibly pretend that they had not seen this and would definitely investigate this matter further. When that time came, the situation would be extremely unfavorable to Yi Xian. Therefore, his killing intent surged in the first instant. If this were any other place, Yi Xian would definitely be thinking of other countermeasures. However, since this was the Star Thunder Tomb and he had refined the Rai-D seal, he had complete control over all the green and golden lightning in this area. In that case, there was a possibility that he could kill the opponent. Yi Xian could not abandon what was close at hand for what was far away. Destroying this star fortress of the Tianji race was the most direct and convenient way to deal with it. Since there was a possibility, why not? Moreover, doing this would also give him a high chance of obtaining a star fortress of the Tianji race. Yi Xian only had 2 large star fortresses and a small star fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters. Let alone a true star fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. He did not even have a small star fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, or a star fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. If he could obtain this star fortress of the Tianji race, his foundation would instantly soar by countless times. As this thought arose in his mind, Yi Xian's heart began to pound with excitement. His desire to kill had been aroused. At the same time, in the command cabin on the top floor of the interstellar fortress called the Butterfly, the two Heaven's Legacy race leaders, Shan Bo and Ying Tai, both widened their eyes. Everything that happened in front of them made them feel as if they were in a dream. A demon cultivator, whose cultivation aura was only at the satellite realm, was actually able to walk in this starry sky lightning grave with his physical body. What was even stranger was that he had his hands behind his back as if he was taking a stroll in his own courtyard. He was walking in an extremely comfortable manner. However, there was not a single bolt of green lightning or golden lightning within 100 meters of his body. It was as if all of them were fearful of him and were retreating far away. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, the two of them still didn't dare to believe it. It was too inconceivable. Why do I feel like there's a formless emperor's might emanating from this brat? It had nothing to do with anything else and only worked on these thunderbolts and lightning. Was this the rhythm that commanded all the thunderbolts in the world? How did he do it? This person has a big secret. Prince Xian? This identity is basically confirmed. No matter how amazing a holy son of a demon tribe is, it's impossible for him to have such a terrifying ability. However, it's not strange for a prince of the human race's eternal dynasty to be able to do this. Ha ha ha. I seem to have smelled the scent of love. A prince of the human race. With such an identity, although his cultivation is a bit weak, he is worthy of me. Uncle Shan, you should change your name in the future. Since I am Ying Tai, this name of yours will cause him to misunderstand. Little fella, generally speaking, he likes to be jealous. Shanbo said the first sentence with a blank expression. However, Ying Tai, whose eyes lit up after being stunned for a moment, excitedly said several sentences in a row. What he said was so hurtful to Shanbo's self-esteem. In an instant, Shanbo's face fell completely. At this moment, a cold light burst out from his eyes. In his heart, he had already sentenced Yi Xian to death in advance. So what if his methods were strange? His cultivation was too weak. In Shanbo's opinion, as long as he made a move, he would definitely erase his opponent's existence. Now, he obviously hadn't realized how terrifying the Emperor's might that commanded all the thunderbolts in the world represented in this world where there was only endless thunderbolts and lightning. But he soon experienced it. A fist-sized azure golden seal appeared above Yi Xian's head. Azure lightning coiled around its entire body as it breathed endlessly. There were also countless golden lightning bolts that expanded and expanded, emitting a green brilliance that enveloped Yi Xian's figure, causing him to become hazy. At the same time, the formless Emperor's might of thunder suddenly burst out and was rendered to the extreme. Rumble. Crack. Crack. As the Rai-D seal was activated and its power was fully activated by Yi Xian, the entire Starry Sky Thunder Tomb began to surge like a riot. Indeed, the entire Starry Sky Thunder Tomb was extremely vast, almost like a corner of a vast galaxy. Even a warship would need a certain amount of time to cross it. But this Emperor's might of thunder ignored distance. When it spread out, even the green lightning and golden lightning from extremely far away instantly sensed this powerful Emperor's might and responded. At this moment, the entire Starry Sky Thunder Tomb seemed to come to life. Countless bolts of green lightning surged and countless bolts of golden lightning surged, turning this entire vast area into a cage of thunder and lightning. At the edge of the entire Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, countless bolts of green lightning and golden lightning gathered together, leaving almost no gaps. They formed a vast thunder barrier, preventing any existence from entering and at the same time preventing any existence from leaving. All of this was Yi Xian's will. If he wanted to kill this Starry Sky Fortress of the Heaven's Legacy race, the first thing he had to do was cut off its escape route. At the same time, only he could do all of this. Moreover, if not for the power of the Rai-D seal, Yi Xian would not have been able to accomplish this either. At the same time that the lightning barrier was formed, a thought suddenly flashed through Yi Xian's mind. Could he also brand an interstellar coordinate here? After all, in this place, he was a supreme emperor. If he encountered a powerful enemy in the future, he could clearly bring them to this place and use the geographical advantage to kill them. Unfortunately, he wasn't sure if the system's interstellar coordinate jumping ability could bring other experts besides Yi Xian to jump as well. Thus, this idea could only flash through his mind and was quickly tossed to the back of Yi Xian's mind. He would go back and verify it before making a decision. Soon after, a thunder origin bead slowly emerged from the Rai-D seal above Yi Xian's head. This time, Yi Xian planned to test out the Thunder Origin Bead's power. Chapter 30-33. Source Pearl Mystic Light Rumble. Gotcha! Gotcha! Following the formation of the lightning barrier at the edge of the Space Lightning Tomb, a large amount of green lightning and golden lightning began to bombard the interior of the lightning barrier, engulfing the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress in an overwhelming manner. Although the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress was attacked by this kind of lightning when it entered the Space Lightning Tomb before, the situation before was completely different from now. This was clearly a kind of extreme bombardment under human control. The power of the lightning bolts increased exponentially, to the point that they surpassed the speed at which the death ray generator inside the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress could produce black death rays. The layer of black death ray shield outside the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress was rapidly weakening. This was no longer a problem of energy consumption, but a problem that they could not resist at all. Soon, when the black death ray shield was completely neutralized, the hull of the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress would directly face the terrifying power of the green lightning and golden lightning. In the end, the ship would be destroyed and the people on board would perish. In the blink of an eye, the situation had become so serious that it was a matter of life and death. Whether it was Shanbo or Ying Tai, both of them were shocked and panicked. Right now, the entire Space Lightning Tomb had become a cage. There was no way to escape. Once they rushed to the lightning barrier at the edge of the Lightning Tomb, the hull of the Starry Sky Fortress would probably explode. The lightning bolts there were so densely packed together that there was almost no gap between them. They had completely formed a real barrier. However, inside this cage, the power of the green lightning and golden lightning bolts had also increased. If this continued, Once the death ray shield of the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress was completely suppressed, they would have no choice but to directly expose themselves to the lightning tomb like the other party. Although the two of them were supreme mystic light realm cultivators, and even if their bodies were exposed to this lightning environment for a short period of time, they would definitely not be able to do so for long. However, there was no way to escape. In the end, only death awaited them. Thinking of this, Shanbo's expression changed drastically. A trace of regret appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, "Damn it! How could I be so careless and be trapped in such an environment?" Even though the opponent's cultivation is so weak, he is almost invincible in this thunder graveyard. All the thunderbolts listen to his orders. This is the rhythm of borrowing the power of heaven and earth to crush us. It is too sullen. If he didn't have this ability, a mere satellite state cultivator like him wouldn't even be considered an ant in front of us. At this point, Shanbo seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His eyes flashed and his face flushed red. This was a sign that he had entered a state of excitement. His gaze was locked onto the Rai-D seal floating above Yi Xian's head. The reason this kid is able to reign supreme in this starry sky lightning graveyard and command the lightning of the world is obviously related to the green gold seal above his head. That's definitely an origin source treasure. Moreover, it's a lightning-attributed origin source treasure. Once I seize that treasure, this starry sky lightning tomb will obey my orders from now on. I can kill that kid with a single thought. He's not even comparable to an ant. There is no turning back. Either I die here or I seize his thunder source treasure. Ing Tai, you stay in the fortress. I will be back soon. He is just a satellite state ant. So what if he can make use of the endless thunderbolts in this thunder graveyard? The height of his cultivation base is ultimately a shortcoming. Once I make a move, seizing a thunder source treasure is just a piece of cake. The more Shanbo spoke, the more he felt that this was the truth. The most important thing was that he had no other choice but to do this now. Therefore, even though he was nervous, he could only say these words to encourage himself. As he finished speaking, he took a step forward and disappeared from the control cabin on the top floor of the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress. He appeared outside the ship, surrounded by a mysterious brilliance, and quickly shot toward the place where the thunderbolts had gathered. Ing Tai, who had stayed in the Butterfly Star Fortress, was stunned at first, but then his eyes lit up. He slowly shook his head and sighed. This is good. Anyway, there won't be any sparks between us. Since the new Shanbo has appeared, the best ending for the old one is naturally to die. You are courting death. You can't blame me. Besides, if you can die in the hands of the new Shanbo, then it will give Ing Tai a legitimate reason to go and find him. This matter will be discussed in the meeting between the upper echelons of the human race and the Tianji clan. Ing Tai will have the right to reason. You killed my Shanbo. Since you can't pay for it, then you naturally have to be my new Shanbo. Ha ha ha. In that case, if the old Shanbo wants to die, then Ing Tai will think that Yu Chang is the one. His words did make some sense, but the ruthlessness in his words sent chills down Ing Tai's spine. This wasn't Ing Tai, who wanted to turn into a butterfly with Shanbo. This was clearly a poisonous female scorpion that wanted to devour her husband. At the same time, outside the Butterfly Star Fortress. As a supreme existence in the mystic light realm, Shanbo did have the terrifying ability to stay in this kind of terrifying environment for a short period of time. The fact that he could do this without using the power of the Rai-D seal was enough to show the terrifying strength of a supreme existence in the mystic light realm. At this moment, Uncle Shan's body was surrounded by a mysterious profound light that was filled with a profound aura. His body transformed into an extremely fast-flowing arrow as he quickly shot towards Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, he'd traversed more than half a distance. At this speed, he'd probably be able to arrive in front of Yi Xian in a few breaths of time. Once he got close, Yi Xian would not be able to protect the Rai-D seal with his insignificant fourth-order satellite cultivation. Realizing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched violently. With a great sense of danger approaching, he did not hesitate and immediately sent an attack command to the Rai-D seal hanging above his head. And it was extremely clear. He directly used a Thunder Origin Orb. Whoosh! Rumble. A weak yet sharp sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. The Thunder Origin bead, which had been spat out by the Thunder Emperor seal and was revolving around the seal, instantly turned into a tiny golden light that was almost undetectable. It shot towards Shanbo, who was pouncing towards him at high speed. Along the way, there was clearly the sound of thunder surging. After all, it was the Thunder Origin Orb, which represented the origin power of thunder. Once it was activated, thunder would rumble endlessly. This could not be more normal. Boom! In the blink of an eye, this undetectable golden light collided with Shan Bo. The latter was in this kind of environment, where golden lightning was raging everywhere, and it was impossible to see through it, so he did not dodge at all. Chapter 30-34. Harvest. The Mystic Light Realm was the 11th realm in the universe. The so-called Mystic Light Realm was the protective mystic light that Shan Bo used to protect his body. It was said that this mystic light had something to do with the laws of the universe. The 10th realm was the Grotto Heaven Realm. After reaching the peak of the Grotto Heaven Realm and successfully forming a faint strand of mystic light, they could be considered to have broken through to the first level of the Mystic Light Realm. In the entire Mystic Light Realm, the only thing a cultivator could do was to continuously strengthen the strand of mystic light that they formed. After reaching a certain point, the quantity would cause the quality to change, and they would be able to break through and enter the next realm. From this perspective, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this strand of Mystic Light Realm was the life of a Mystic Light Realm cultivator. When the mystic light was formed, life would exist. When the mystic light collapsed, everything would disappear. Even if they didn't die, they would return to their original form. In this kind of environment filled with endless lightning, the mystic light would collapse and return to its original form. The only result of falling back to the Grotto Heaven Realm was death. Boom! There was an explosion. An extremely monotonous explosion. There was no continuous sound, no echo, and no ripples. It was just a monotonous explosion. The power of this explosion shook the entire boundless starry sky lightning tomb, and it seemed like the space of the star region was about to collapse. As the explosion sounded, a scorching golden light spread out like a tide. The intensity of this light was so intense that even Yi Xian, who was like an emperor in this starry sky lightning tomb, couldn't look straight at it. He subconsciously squinted his eyes and tilted his head. When he turned around again, the golden tide that had spread out had completely dispersed. It fused back into the stellar lightning tomb, turning into endless green lightning and golden lightning. It was the origin energy that constantly gave birth to life. As for the Heaven's Legacy race upper echelon, whose aura clearly surpassed the Grotto Heaven realm, his figure had completely disappeared. Not a single strand of hair was left behind. Such power instantly stunned Yi Xian. Although he didn't know that the Mystic Light Realm was after the Grotto Heaven realm, just from the terrifying aura he felt from Shan Bo, he was sure that the other party was definitely in existence that surpassed the Grotto Heaven realm. That was the cultivation base of the 11th major realm. However, this Thunder Origin bead had actually wiped them out in an instant, leaving not even a single strand of hair behind. Back then, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn had only been able to crush the 9-star Ladybird Empress of the Grotto Heaven realm. But now, the Thunder Origin bead was able to instantly obliterate even the supreme existence of the 11th stage, who had surpassed the Grotto Heaven realm. Even if it was a one-time use consumable, it was still a precious treasure. More importantly, if Yi Xian wanted to summon the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, he would have to privately discuss with the headless infant corpse in advance. However, he had absolute control over the remaining 9 Thunder Origin pearls in his possession. He could blow up whoever he wanted, blow up however he wanted, and do as he pleased. Wouldn't that be great? Furthermore, he didn't have to worry about the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn exposing some of his secrets. It was a must-have item for traveling and killing people. Just based on this point alone, this trip to the Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard was already a huge gain. Of course, the current crisis was obviously not over yet. Although he had killed a high-ranking member of the Tianji clan, the 100,000-meter-wide Starry Sky Fortress in front of him still existed. If he didn't deal with it, this matter wouldn't be over. With the terrifying power of the Thunder Origin bead just now, Yi Xian didn't doubt that if he threw out another one, the 100,000-meter-wide Starry Sky Fortress in front of him would instantly be blown to pieces. However, he instantly hesitated about this matter. After all, this was a real Starry Sky Fortress. Even when the Wan Luo Federation and the Tianji clan broke out in a war, this kind of Starry Sky Fortress was usually stationed at the rear as a strategic deterrent weapon. The ones that were actually used to fight on the battlefield were usually those so-called small Starry Sky Fortresses that were 50,000 meters wide. In the history of the Wan Luo Federation, it seemed that they had never seized a Starry Sky Fortress of the Tianji clan. Similarly, the Tianji clan had never seized one from this side. If this bright silver Starry Sky Fortress in front of him could fall into his hands, not to mention its importance, Just the tangible benefits would be incredible. If he didn't have the devouring system, if he didn't have the fragment of the immortal rank Starry Sky superbrain, Yi Xian wouldn't have the ability to refine the Starry Sky Fortress's AI system. If that was the case, he wouldn't have this kind of unrealistic dream. However, Yi Xian clearly had all of this. In other words, as long as he did it properly, he definitely had the opportunity to refine this Starry Sky Fortress and keep it in his undying world. Since that was the case, it was completely understandable that Yi Xian would have such a thought at this moment. Because although this idea was shocking, it clearly wasn't a dream. However, there was still a certain level of difficulty. If he wanted to refine it, Yi Xian would have to come into close contact with it. This was extremely dangerous. Just now, any random Tianji clan expert that appeared from the Starry Sky Fortress was a supreme existence that surpassed the Grotto Heaven realm. What if there were a few more such existences inside? Even if there were only a few Grotto Heaven realm existences, it would still be extremely dangerous for him. At this moment, he still didn't know that there was only one true Tianji clan member left in this Starry Sky Fortress. Although there were quite a few semi-intelligent androids and AI androids, none of them had developed their own consciousness and couldn't be considered true members of the Tianji clan. Once the AI system of the Starry Sky Fortress was refined, they would all switch sides and become androids loyal to Yi Xian. Just as Yi Xian was deep in thought, thinking quickly about how to find out exactly how many Tianji clan members were left in this Starry Sky Fortress. Then, he would think of a way to force them all out, which would make it easier for him to refine the Starry Sky Fortress. Suddenly, a mysterious light flashed in the sky above the lightning graveyard, and the figure of a woman quietly appeared. This woman was naturally the last member of the Tianji clan in the Starry Sky Fortress of the Butterflies, the high-ranking member of the Tianji clan who called herself Ying Tai. In other words, after her appearance, there was no longer a single Tianji clan member in the Starry Sky Fortress behind her. There were only a few semi-intelligent androids and AI androids left. However, Yi Xian didn't know this yet. Otherwise, he would have taken action immediately. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, at this moment, another powerful member of the Tianji clan suddenly appeared in the sky above the lightning graveyard, and the aura she exuded was no weaker than that of the previous one. Yi Xian suddenly felt a sense of alarm, and for a moment, he really forgot about his plan to refine this Starry Sky Fortress. With a thought, he activated the Rai-D seal hanging above his head and spat out a thunder source bead the size of a pigeon's egg. Chapter 30-35. Refined Fortress, Kakik. You little sweetheart, you're really heartless. Could it be that you want to kill me like that guy? Killing your wife at the drop of a hat. Are you human royalty also heartless? Following the death of Shan Bo, Ying Tai had automatically treated Yi Xian, who had killed Shan Bo, as the person she felt the love of a human being. After all, this was what he owed her. Therefore, when her words came out of her mouth, it was incomparably natural. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned. The other party had said that he was a member of the human royal family. It was obvious that he had mistaken Yi Futian for Prince Xian. Furthermore, she claimed to be Prince Xian's wife. Could it be that this person was not from the Tianji clan, but a human? This was not impossible. For example, the demon imperial family had generations of imperial uncles held hostage in the Heaven's legacy race. It was also possible that the wife of a prince of an eternal dynasty had fallen into the hands of the Heaven's legacy race. It wasn't that he was stupid. The key was that the Tianji race's androids were no different from humans in terms of appearance. Demon folk could be distinguished by their mental energy, and once they used their mental energy, they would be able to determine that they were not human. However, the Tianji race did not have this feature. In addition, Ying Tai's cultivation was who knew how many times stronger than Yi Xian's, so it was even more impossible for him to probe. However, Ying Tai had said it so naturally, so calmly, so it wasn't completely incomprehensible for Yi Xian to have such suspicions. Since that was the case, it really wasn't appropriate to kill him. At the very least, it was not appropriate to do so before confirming that this person was a member of the celestial legacy race. Of course, it wasn't that Yi Xian didn't have any suspicions in his heart. This beautiful and flirtatious woman's cultivation was simply too high. She was actually the same as the Heavenly Fate clan member from before, possessing a cultivation that surpassed the Heavenly Passage realm. That Prince Xian's cultivation was only at this level, so how could his wife be so powerful? However, this was not completely impossible. After all, the other party was a prince, and it was very likely that she was a proud daughter of some family. Because of his status as a prince, she was willing to lower herself to marry him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian really didn't dare to be sure. After thinking for a while, he probed, "Since you are Prince Xian's first wife and a hostage in the hands of the Tianji clan, why did they let you out? You're obviously lying to me." As he spoke, Yi Xian raised his hand and pointed at the butterfly starry sky fortress behind Ying Tai, his meaning obvious. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Ying Tai's eyes lit up. He was stunned for a moment, then he was secretly delighted. She naturally understood the meaning behind Yi Xian's words. After all this fuss, this Prince Xian actually mistook her for a human. Furthermore, he most likely really did have such a wife in the human race. She guessed that they hadn't married yet, and the two of them had never even met. Prince Xian had been tossing and turning in the first universe all this time. She had only said that just now, but he actually mistook her for that human's future wife that he had never met. That's fine too. If he mistook her for a human, and even his future wife, then she would be able to enjoy this human love even better. That's right, she also had to immerse herself in it. It would be best if even she mistook herself for a human, for Prince Xian's wife. Only then would she not reveal any flaws and be able to fully immerse herself in it. Only then would she be able to find the feeling as soon as possible. Was the love between Ying Tai and Shan Bo about to reappear on her body? Just thinking about it made her excited. As for his probing words today, it was really too simple. One sentence could resolve it. Thinking of this, Ying Tai immediately made a decision. As a supreme expert of the mystic light realm, hypnotizing herself a little wouldn't be a problem at all. She immediately did so. Of course, it was only a superficial hypnosis and not a deep one. If she wanted to wake up, she could do it with just a thought. But now, as a mystic light realm expert tried to hypnotize himself and told himself that he was a human, the future wife of this Prince Xian who had fallen into the hands of the Heaven's legacy race. Ying Tai's expression immediately turned sorrowful. Even her eyes were vaguely sparkling with sparkling tears. She choked and said, "Shan Bo, although you and I have never met before, we have at least communicated through the star web twice. Didn't you always call me Ying Tai? Could it be that you can't even recognize my voice now? I heard that you were in the first universe and chased after you despite the danger. I didn't expect to be captured by the Tianji race and almost couldn't see you again. You actually still suspect me? Just now, you also used this kind of small golden pearl to kill that Tianji race higher up. Now, another one has come out of the seal. You clearly want to kill me as well." Woo! Shan Bo, if you have a lover in the first universe, even if it's a demon person or a robot of the Tianji race, as long as you tell me, I will cover my face and cry. I will return to the human race and become a nun. Why do you have to be so heartless and insist on killing me? As for the baseless suspicions in your words, you're just fooling yourself. Don't you know that the celestial clan's upper echelons generally own a space fortress or a space fortress? Everything else is a robot. You have been in the first universe for so long. How can you not know this? That Heaven's legacy race clansman was clearly killed by you. Other than me, there are only a few AI mechs in this space fortress. How can they trap me? You are using such a simple and childish reason to fool me. This is clearly too perfunctory. Shan Bo, you have a change of heart. As she spoke, Ying Tai seemed to gradually immerse herself in it and actually started crying. That delicate appearance of a pear flower in the rain, coupled with the pitiful appearance of covering her face and crying, instantly caused Yi Xian to be dumbfounded. At the same time, his scalp went numb. Shan Bo? Ying Tai? What the F***CK? He really didn't expect that Prince Xian, who was still trapped in the myriad hell at the bottom of the Black Wind, would be so jealous. The two of them hadn't even met yet, but he was already calling her Shan Bo, Ying Tai. Now all of this was being blamed on him. What a scam. In addition, after listening to the other party's words, he also came to a realization. Just as this woman who called herself Ying Tai said, the upper echelons of the Tianji clan did generally sit on a space fortress by themselves. After all, they were robots. In terms of mechanical intelligence, they had a huge advantage over humans. There was no need for them to have many people. That would be a waste of their race's resources. However, although Yi Xian believed most of what this woman said, he didn't completely believe it. He immediately had a plan in his mind and prepared for the final test. Chapter 3036. Fifth rank satellite. In Yi Xian's opinion, if the other party was from the Heaven's legacy race, then her acting was clearly just to numb him so that she could take advantage of the situation to ambush him. In order to achieve this goal, it wouldn't be worth it to hand over the entire Starry Sky Fortress. Therefore, using refining this Starry Sky Fortress as a method of probing was extremely accurate according to Yi Xian's deduction and analysis. True gold wasn't afraid of fire, and it wasn't true gold that was afraid of fire. Unfortunately, although he had guessed partially correctly, he had guessed the other party's goal wrong. This was the root of the problem. If even the root of the problem was wrong, then what was the point of following up on this point? It could be said that a single mistake could lead to a complete mistake. Ying Tai did this because she wanted to pursue the love between the human Ying Tai and Shan Bo. Under this premise, she really didn't care about an interstellar fortress. As an upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race, as long as she was safe, even if she lost the butterfly transformation, she would be able to obtain a new butterfly transformation after returning to the Heaven's Legacy race. In fact, in her storage space, there was a Starry Sky Fortress of the same level that was 100,000 meters long. That was Ying Tai's personal fortress. As for this butterfly, it belonged to that damned Uncle Shan. If Yi Xian wanted to refine it, then to Ying Tai, she was just being generous. It wouldn't hurt her at all. It was precisely because of this that when Yi Xian probingly expressed that he wanted to refine this ownerless Starry Sky stronghold and take it for himself, not only did Ying Tai not have any abnormal behavior, she even had a face full of pleasant surprise. She involuntarily cried out, "Heavens, you actually have such a method? This is the interstellar fortress of the Mystic Light Realm upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race. The superbrain that is its AI is no ordinary superbrain. If you want to refine it, you need an immortal rank superbrain. My dear, you're too surprising. You actually have an immortal rank superbrain." These words were extremely true. Even if Ying Tai didn't perform a shallow hypnosis on herself, her performance would still be so perfect. This was because this was exactly what she was feeling right now. They were filled with shock. This was an immortal rank superbrain. As far as she knew, other than the immortal star of the human race's science and technology faction, only the Tianji race's base camp had one. She didn't expect the human race's immortal dynasty to be so well hidden that Prince Xian had a second immortal star superbrain. The value of an immortal rank superbrain was even more valuable than 10 interstellar fortresses. From the looks of it, after he had perfectly experienced the beautiful feeling of Ying Tai and Shan Bo's love from this Prince Xian, he would be able to fulfill his wish and feel a little sick of it. At that time, he would be able to kill this Prince Xian and gain a great harvest. All of these were Ying Tai's thoughts. Naturally, Yi Xian had no way of knowing. What he saw was Ying Tai's perfect performance under this test. It was precisely this perfect performance that made Yi Xian sigh inwardly, confirming his identity as a human. Not only was it a human, but it was also the Ying Tai of Prince Xian's Shan Bo. It was just that for some inexplicable reason, all of this had involved him. When he thought of this, Yi Xian felt his entire head swell up and his head hurt like crazy. However, he couldn't be bothered to think about all of this right now. No matter what, an undefended interstellar fortress was right in front of him. He had to deal with this matter first. Picking up an interstellar fortress for free wasn't a good thing that could happen every day. This was probably the first time something like this had happened in the first universe for tens of thousands of years. As he thought of this, Yi Xian left a bit of his consciousness to summon the Rai Di seal to guard against Ying Tai's sudden movements. At the same time, he immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to refine the butterfly interstellar fortress. This kind of refinement was actually very simple. To put it bluntly, it was to use the core of Yi Xian's personal interstellar communication system, which was the fragment of the immortal rank interstellar superbrain, to send out a superbrain frequency to connect to the control core of the interstellar fortress. Then, like a hacker, it would attack the interstellar fortress and finally brand the fragment of the immortal rank interstellar superbrain. That would be the end of the refinement. Of course, all of this sounded simple, but the entire process was extremely complicated. Just think of the huge amount of tedious and complicated data that hackers in ancient times had to face just to break through a firewall. Therefore, even with Yi Xian's current fourth-order satellite spiritual sense and mental strength, if he were to personally control this matter, it would be an extremely troublesome matter. The best way to solve this problem was to be a hands-off boss and let the devouring system take over the control of the intelligent core of the personal interstellar communication system. Ding! Discovered interstellar fortress. Begin refinement immediately according to the host's instructions. Progress 1. Progress 2. As Xingxian's personal space communication system successfully connected and merged into the main control center of the stronghold that was no longer defended, the familiar notification of the devouring system quickly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. This was clearly the first time he'd started to invade and refine it, and even started to read the progress. This also proved that Ying Tai's words were true. If there was a second member of the Tianji race in this interstellar fortress, how could they allow all of this to happen? It should be known that although the interstellar superbrain used as the control core of the interstellar fortress wasn't an immortal rank, it was definitely not an ordinary superbrain. The control core of Yi Xian's personal interstellar communication system was only a fragment of an immortal rank superbrain. Although it was probably going to level up soon after consuming a large amount of multi-pupil thought crystals, it was going to break through the fragment level soon. However, it was still a fragment. If the control core of the interstellar fortress was controlled by a member of the Tianji race, it would be impossible for Yi Xian's personal interstellar communication system to be so easily connected and merged into the interstellar fortress so quickly and easily. When he thought of this, Yi Xian's wariness towards Ying Tai immediately lessened. After all, everything that she had done proved that she was a human. Even Yi Xian felt that he couldn't find fault with her anymore. This process of reading the progress didn't last long. After all, the interstellar communication system was already undefended, so the refinement process wasn't stressful at all. After about half an hour, the notification of the devouring system rang in Yi Xian's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refinement success. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level: 5th order satellite. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up the superbrain fragment. Current level: infant. Chapter 3037. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. I want to fall in love with you. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your personal space communication system has been successfully upgraded. Current level of the starbrain: infant. Current level of coverage of the starbrain: 1 light-year in diameter. Current level of network communication ability: after connecting, except for connecting and merging with the starbrain of the same level, the starbrain of the same level can be invaded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered the starbrain's central frequency. Type: Micro LAN. Starbrain's level: normal. Do you want to connect immediately? Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered the starbrain's central frequency. Type: Micro LAN. Before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, a series of system notifications sounded out in his mind once again. Obviously, the notifications were because the fragment of his personal space communication system, which was the main control center of his space communication system, had been upgraded, which led to the upgrade of his personal space communication system. After the upgrade, the active search range of Yi Xian's personal space communication system had increased from 1 light month to 1 light year. This was definitely a huge improvement, which would be of great significance to his search for the origin of devouring in the future. As for the starbrain central frequency mentioned by the last 2 notifications, if he was not mistaken, it should be the signal of the starbrain central frequency sent out by some of the slave fleets of the first universe that were wandering around the space graveyard. Yi Xian simply ignored them. At this moment, he didn't have the time to pay attention to those small fries. All his attention was focused on the mighty bright silver starry sky fortress in front of him. Although the butterfly fortress belonged to Shan Bo, Ying Tai could be considered half a master. Therefore, she had a lot of control over it. Before Ying Tai walked out of the butterfly fortress, she had completely erased all the important and sensitive information, including everything related to herself and the Heavenly Legacy race. As a mystic light realm upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race and half of the master of the butterfly transformation, it was easy for Ying Tai to do all this without leaving any traces. Even the devouring system and Yi Xian's personal communication system, the immortal grade superbrain that acted as the central control center of the artificial intelligence, couldn't detect anything. It was precisely because of this that even though Yi Xian had completely refined this universal fortress and made it his personal property, Yi Xian had learned nothing about the original designation of this universal fortress or any other important information related to the Heaven's Legacy race. The devouring system immediately informed him of this. Although Yi Xian felt a little regretful, he quickly put this matter to the back of his mind. After all, this refinement had not only given him a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, but he had also made a breakthrough in his cultivation base. His personal starry sky communication system had also been upgraded. All of this was a huge surprise. Even if it was a little regretful, it was still acceptable. Since he had refined it into his own universal fortress, he naturally had to give it a designation immediately. Otherwise, it would be ridiculous for such a huge fortress to not even have a designation. Yi Xian immediately fell into deep thought. After a while, an idea flashed through his mind. He remembered that he had obtained this universal fortress in the Graveyard of Lightning. Since that was the case, what better designation would be better than Thunderbolt? Thunderbolt was domineering and resonated with his ability to command all the lightning in the world. It could not be more perfect. Yi Xian was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. From now on, this universal fortress belongs to me, Yi Xian. I bestow upon you the name of Thunderbolt. Amidst his laughter, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored Thunderbolt into his undying world in an instant. Although Yi Xian did not obtain too much information about the Tianji race from this universal fortress, Yi Xian completely understood some of its basic situation the moment he refined it. There were 9,999 AI androids with different functions and models in the entire space fortress. They were classified as maintenance androids, service androids, technical androids, and so on. The intelligent systems of all the robots were tied to Thunderbolt's central superbrain. After Yi Xian refined Thunderbolt's central superbrain and branded it with his personal starry sky communication system, these intelligent robots all regarded him as their master. The effect was even better than a slave imprint. But of course, among these intelligent robots, it was also possible for true self-awareness to be born. From that moment on, they would break away from the category of intelligent robots and become a new member of the machine race. All the members of the machine race were born from this. In the base camp of the machine race, they even had a set of special functional systems that were specially used to induce the robots to develop self-awareness. However, only special types of intelligent robots with great potential and value could receive the benefits of the system. Ordinary maintenance robots and service robots obviously did not have this opportunity. But even with this kind of free-range method, some intelligent robots would occasionally be lucky enough to develop self-awareness and evolve into true members of the machine race. This would require Yi Xian to observe and pay more attention in the future. Otherwise, once one of his mechanical servants was born with self-awareness, this would undoubtedly be equivalent to burying a time bomb. In the end, it wouldn't be a good thing. But all this was not something that needed to be considered now. The birth of true robots was not that simple and casual. After Yi Xian put away Thunderbolt's starry sky fortress, he glanced around and immediately fixed his eyes on Ying Tai. This woman was currently the most troublesome problem for him. First of all, I need to make one thing clear. I am not that Prince Xian. I am just a demon. Therefore, you better not follow me. Otherwise, you will fall into the hands of the Tianji race sooner or later. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian tried to persuade Ying Tai to leave. Although this Thunderbolt graveyard is some distance away from the wormhole that leads to the third universe, with your cultivation that has surpassed the Grotto Heaven realm, I believe that before the follow-up forces of the Tianji race arrive, no one will be able to stop you. So, hurry up and leave. Otherwise it will be too late. Kakik. You little sweetheart. Although you are still trying to trick me with words, at least you are worried about me. At least I didn't travel hundreds of millions of miles to find this place for nothing. Ying Tai didn't take Yi Xian's persuasion to heart at all. Instead, she laughed once again, and her eyes sparkled with brilliance. My dear, your concern makes me suddenly feel like I found the sweetness of a butterfly's love. For this reason, I won't mention the part where you changed your heart before. We can start over. I have decided to follow you. If you don't go back, I will stay here with you. Chapter 3038. Stop and rob. Falling in love? Transforming into a butterfly? Grand and spectacular? As Yi Xian mulled over these words, he suddenly felt his scalp go numb. At this moment, he felt that this woman in front of him was definitely a huge problem. However, she was a human, and it wasn't easy for Yi Xian to kill her. Furthermore, her cultivation was so high. If she was determined to stick to Yi Xian, there was probably no way for him to get rid of her. What the F***CK? How did he end up with such a huge problem? That Prince Xian really wasn't a good person. Why did he have to provoke such an existence for no reason? As Yi Xian muttered to himself, his mind quickly turned. No matter what, he had to get rid of this woman. Otherwise, with her by his side, Even if the Tianji clan was made up of a bunch of idiotic robots, they would know that he was related to that so-called Prince Xian. They wouldn't care if this woman mistook him for someone else. She was Prince Xian's fiancée. How could she mistake her future husband for someone else? Although this matter could be explained, the key point was that even if it was explained, people who shouldn't have been paying attention would still be attracted. This wasn't good for Yi Xian. After hearing this woman mention it twice, Yi Xian already knew that the 11th realm after the Heavenly Passage realm was originally called the Mystic Light Realm. This woman was a supreme existence in the Mystic Light Realm. Under the circumstances where he couldn't attack her, Yi Xian originally had no chance of getting rid of her. However, that was in the past. As for now, Yi Xian's system title had been upgraded to the 3rd level of the Interstellar Explorer. He had the ability to jump through interstellar coordinates. To him, getting rid of a supreme existence in the Mystic Light Realm wasn't difficult at all, even if it was a supreme existence in the Mystic Light Realm. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's gloominess immediately dissipated. He had just obtained this ability and was planning to test it out. I'll say the same thing again. I'm not Prince Xian. You've got the wrong person. So, don't follow me. You won't be able to keep up. If you don't believe me, I'll walk out of the lightning tomb right now. I don't want you to think that I used the lightning tomb's geographical advantage to shake you off. In order to make the other party give up, Yi Xian put in a lot of effort. As he spoke, he turned his head and glanced at Ying Tai. Then he took a step forward. With just one step, he was already out of the Thundergrave. His figure appeared in the void of the universe outside the perilous land. At the same time that he walked out, the lightning barrier at the edge of the Thunder Tomb had already been removed by Yi Xian with a thought. Therefore, Ying Tai also stepped forward. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Yi Xian with a provocative expression. She seemed to be saying, "Fine, can't you get rid of me? Let's see how you do it." He appeared to be extremely confident. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was clearly more confident than her. I've said it before. Getting rid of you is as easy as pie. Sensing the provocation in the other party's eyes, Yi Xian's competitive spirit was also aroused. It was not a pleasant feeling to be looked down upon by a woman. At least, he did not like it. This kind of self-righteous woman should be given a hard slap in the face. She would naturally know what was good for her after being slapped in the face. Thinking of this, Yi Xian grinned and immediately ordered the devouring system to start the interstellar coordinate jump immediately. The next moment, the familiar sound of the system's notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! System confirmed. Interstellar coordinate jump ready. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The jump has started. Whoosh! A weak sound broke through the air. From above Yi Xian's head, a small crack suddenly appeared in the void. An aura that was exactly the same as Yi Xian's own blood essence poured out. It instantly pulled his body and turned into a weak light that disappeared into the crack. Then, without waiting for Ying Tai to come back to her senses, the crack in the void instantly closed again. Everything returned to normal. Even with her supreme cultivation, she could not catch the slightest trace of it. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's figure had completely disappeared. All of this was obviously beyond Ying Tai's expectations. Her confident face finally changed at this moment. She cried out involuntarily, "It has nothing to do with the lightning tomb. It's not teleportation. And it's not teleportation. What kind of method is this? How did he do it? Why do I have the illusion that he has gone to the other side of the universe in an instant? Traversing across a universe plane? How is this possible? The ultimate prince of the human race's eternal dynasty is indeed not simple. However, if you want to get rid of me like this, you are too naive. I'm afraid you haven't completely understood what the difference between the Mystic Light Realm and the Satellite Realm means." At the end of her sentence, the shock on Ying Tai's face slowly disappeared. It was replaced by a calm expression that became more and more interested. Her figure flashed, and she quickly rushed in a direction. It should be this direction. It was not easy to find a feeling. You can't run away from my love of the butterfly. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian's figure fell from a crack in the void. The surroundings were dark. This void was where he had imprinted the first interstellar coordinate. In other words, he had already arrived at the black hole of life. The crack in the void above his head instantly closed again. Even if Yi Xian used his heart to investigate, He could not find any aura related to his blood essence or soul. It was indeed perfect. That show-off woman who called herself Ying Tai was probably at a loss at this moment. Yi Xian grinned and immediately rushed toward the exit of the black hole of life. After all, the other party was a supreme existence at the mystic light realm. Yi Xian was not sure if she would be able to find any clues to determine the general direction of his jump. Therefore, Yi Xian had to leave this place as soon as possible to prevent the other party from catching up and exposing the escape coordinates he had left as a trump card. After all, the distance between the black hole of life and the star lightning tomb was not too far, especially for a supreme existence at the mystic light realm. Along the way, some of the void soldiers and generals sensed Yi Xian's aura and excitedly surrounded him. Yi Xian stopped for a moment and played with them for a while. However, he did not dare to waste any more time and quickly left the black hole of life. He changed direction and quickly flew away. At the same time, the gears in his mind turned quickly as he thought about his next move. According to his previous plan, the main planet of the Black Mosquito tribe had collapsed, and Huegu Lu and Zhua Fengtai had been hidden by him. This situation was perfect for Yi Xian to wander around and find the source of devouring energy and the energy needed for the Wild Dragon battleship. However, just wandering around alone was not enough. He had to have a space fortress at the very least. Otherwise it would be too shabby. Although the Wild Dragon battleship in his hands could be seen, it was too broken. The Black Mosquito battleship and the Black Wind battleship could not be seen, let alone the Thunderbolt battleship. Chapter 3039. Bloodshed. Stop right there. Robbery. Yi Xian was inexplicably excited at the thought of those domineering words. Back in the Weeping Soul Cave under the Black Mountain Star, Yi Xian had robbed the demonic experts of their spatial pagodas and stole their soul-eating beasts. He had almost gotten addicted to robbing. Who would have thought that he would be able to do it again today? It was inexplicably exciting. It was worth mentioning that the warships and space fortresses of the slave races in the first universe were basically all from the Tianji clan. Therefore, they were the same as the Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and other demon scout fortresses. The only difference was that some of the space fortresses had some emblems on their outer walls. Obviously, this type of space fortress was not suitable for robbery. Otherwise, if one were to recklessly send it out to swindle others, they would inadvertently offend the entire slave race. Although Yi Xian did not care about this, it was not good to rob his own brother's race. However, some space fortresses did not have any emblems on their outer walls. These fortresses looked exactly the same. This type of space fortress could be considered a robbery target. In any case, after robbing it, all they had to do was switch the operators with their own demon slaves. No one would be able to tell anything. As for the matter of the Black Mosquito tribe not having a space fortress and Yi Xian, as the holy son of the tribe, suddenly obtaining one, when the time came, they could just find an excuse to cover it up. Now that the Black Mosquito star zone was in chaos, the human elite fleet had just wreaked havoc here and destroyed some of the slave race's warships and space fortresses. When the time came, they could just say that they had accidentally found an ownerless space fortress in the void. The people inside were gone. They had probably escaped. After all, it was an ownerless space fortress. Why couldn't they just pick it up? As long as the slave clan that originally owned this fortress did not notice anything wrong, who would care too much about this matter without the victim's family? As for the success rate of the robbery, that was even less of a problem. In the first universe, the overlords of the Tianji clan were natural mechanical manipulators. They only needed one official clansman to control a huge space fortress. This was something that not even the most powerful scientists of the human race could do. But that was it. Among the other slave races, almost none of them could compare to the human race in terms of warship control or technology. Even the demon race didn't care much about technology, not to mention the half-developed races such as the Oxhead and Horseface races. Meanwhile, the AI core of Yi Xian's personal space communication system, which was the fragment of the immortal rank space superbrain, had grown to its infancy stage. It was much stronger than before. Under these circumstances, Yi Xian didn't even need to enter the space fortress that was listed as the target of the robbery. He was able to successfully refine the intelligence center of the target through his personal space communication system. At that time, he could completely control the target fortress remotely and temporarily imprison all the existences inside. Then, he could bring people in and take over the sparrow nest. He'd carefully calculated all of this in his mind, and he'd long since come up with a plan. He could be said to be full of confidence. After concealing his figure and presence, Yi Xian wandered around the void. he didn't dare to approach the Black Mosquito Star Zone. Instead, he searched for targets at the edge of the Demon Star Zone. Although the Black Mosquito Star Zone had the most fleets of the slave races in the first universe, because they were too close together, it was inconvenient to take action. After all, it was a robbery. It was better to look for dark alleys and remote areas. These areas also had fleets of the slave races, but there were fewer of them. But because of this, it was more suitable for Yi Xian to take action. Soon, a fleet entered his sight. This fleet wasn't huge. It only had 2 stellar state ships and a huge fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. The huge fortress looked exactly the same as the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship. Even the huge fortress in Demon Guard 1's Star Dock looked exactly the same. This huge fortress was obviously a standard one issued by the Tianji clan in the first universe. Most importantly, it didn't have any insignia on it. Even if someone stole it, no one would know its origin. That's it. Yi Xian followed it from afar. After reaching a certain distance, he issued an order to the devouring system to activate his personal space communication system. He connected to and invaded the internal network of the huge fortress in front of him and refined it immediately. He imprinted the aura of the infant immortal rank superbrain and obtained full control of it. The system quickly responded and continued to act according to Yi Xian's instructions. Everything was done silently. The biological frequency of the superbrain was invisible. Apart from other superbrains of the same species, no one, no matter how powerful their cultivation was, would be able to detect this frequency fluctuation out of thin air. Otherwise, in the context of space, where experts were as numerous as carps crossing the river, the superbrain wouldn't be suitable to be the star web's main control center for the 3 universes. The entire process was silent and extremely fast. In less than half an hour, Yi Xian received the system's feedback that everything was done. The entire huge fortress had been refined and became Yi Xian's personal property. If he wanted to, he could take it into the undying world in his body with a wave of his hand. However, he didn't do that. Instead, he used the devouring system as a relay, and directly issued an order to the huge fortress to destroy the 2 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleships that were protecting it. They were in cahoots. If they didn't destroy the 2 stellar-level battleships after taking over the huge fortress, news of this matter would definitely spread. Soon, the Superstar Destroyer cannon on the huge fortress was activated. Huge energy light beams blasted out from both sides. Due to the close distance, the 2 stellar-level battleships instantly turned into 2 huge fireballs. Not only were the existences in the 2 stellar-level battleships unable to recover from this sudden change of events, but even the experts from the slave race in the huge fortress were probably dumbfounded. Immediately withdraw the authority to activate all space portals and imprison all the enemies in a fixed area. Wait for our own people to pass through before opening the portals and starting the cleanup. After the destruction of the 2 stellar-level battleships, Yi Xian immediately issued a new order. Then, with a wave of his hand, the Dongshu shuttle in his undying world was activated. A large number of experts walked out from it and rushed into the huge fortress that had already opened up the main passage. Huegu Lu, Zhua Fengtai, Wang Biao, 1,000 ferocious mosquitoes, and 1,000 powerful soldier ladles. In fact, just the first 3 Origin Realm Supreme existences were enough to crush the experts from the slave race in the huge fortress. Yi Xian didn't even need to use the forces in the Black Mosquito and Black Wind. Chapter 3040. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales Evil Spirit Slime. The interior of this fortress was the same as the Black Mosquito ship. It was divided into 4 levels, and the interior was also constructed using space folding technology. The only difference was that instead of the 10,000 cataclysmic prison, the lower level was a giant insect nest. Space folding technology had been perfected by the Tianji clan of the first universe for many years. Therefore, even this space fortress, which was assigned to the slave races of the first universe, used this advanced technology. In the immortal dynasties of the human race, only the warships of the military could use this technology. This fortress was originally called the Evil Spirit, but Yi Xian did not like this name, so with a wave of his hand, he changed it to the Holy Sun. In the future, he would mainly use the identity of the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun to drive this space fortress around and swindle people. The name of the Holy Sun was the most suitable. At this moment, in the center of the spacious plaza on the 2nd level of the Holy Sun, there was a large pile of dark green corpses. It was like a mountain, and at a glance, there were at least 10,000 corpses. What surprised Yi Xian was that these corpses were not demon kin, Nor were they humanoid life forms. They were actually insects. Their bodies were about the same size as humans, but they were soft-bodied insects that looked like caterpillars. They were dark green all over and had demon-like faces. They looked extremely ferocious. These insect life forms had a very strange name. They were called evil spirit slime. Perhaps it was because their appearance was too ugly, and the surface of their bodies secreted a kind of greenish-black poisonous liquid. Even among the 100 slave races of the Tianji race in the first universe, this kind of evil spirit slime was extremely disliked. As for their masters, the Tianji clan, they obviously disliked them even more. This was perhaps the reason why this fleet of evil spirit slime was so lonely, wandering the edge of the Demonkin star region without any companions. Now, all of the evil spirit slimes inside the Saint Child had been wiped out, turning into over 10,000 corpses that were piled up in a pile. In fact, there was no lack of experts among them. It was said that the strongest existences were 2 black hole stage 9 evil spirit slimes. However, in the face of the powerful army that Yi Xian had sent out, they were still easily annihilated. However, there was a nest in the saint's hold. It looked like a beehive and was packed with slime eggs. What a strange race. They built their nest on a bastion ship. According to Yi Xian's estimation, there were at least tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of evil spirit slime eggs in the lower cabin. Each of them was only the size of a human head. They were all packed together and had yet to hatch. If someone with trypophobia entered the lower cabin and saw this scene, they would probably go crazy on the spot. Just as Yi Xian was about to give the order to burn all the slime eggs in the hold, the notification from the devouring system suddenly rang in his mind. This time, the contents of the notification completely stunned Yi Xian. The surprise came so quickly that he could not believe it. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered Crystal of the Fairies. Crystal of the Fairies. The crystallization of the power of the evil spirit slime. It is a natural life energy that can be absorbed by the world's insects. Do you want to collect it immediately? Crystal of the Fairies? The crystallization of the power of the evil spirit slime? How could the crystal of such an ugly soft-bodied reptile have the nerve to use such a grand name like the Crystal of the Fairies? This was the first thought that flashed through Yi Xian's mind. Although it was a little unbelievable, he quickly threw it to the back of his mind. None of this was important. The most important thing was that this unexpected success had finally led to the discovery of the energy source that could allow the world's insects to continue to reproduce and evolve. From the looks of it, the hundreds of millions of evil spirit slime eggs in the hold of the Holy Sun absolutely could not be burned. There were only about 10,000 evil spirit slime corpses in front of him, so there was a limit to the amount of Crystal of the Fairies that could be harvested. With the gigantic insect nest in the hold of the Holy Sun, Yi Xian would be able to obtain an endless supply of Crystal of the Fairies as more and more evil spirit slime hatched in the future. In this way, as the world's insects continued to grow, the evolution and growth of the Long Yi Xian fortress would also slowly enter the fast lane. When the Long Yi Xian fortress grew into an interstellar fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, Yi Xian would be able to drive it around the 3 dimensions of the universe. A life fortress that could rapidly repair itself at any time, anywhere, was simply too weak compared to an interstellar fortress of the same level. With this kind of excitement, Yi Xian immediately gave the order to collect the crystal of the evil spirit slime corpses. This scene was indeed too bloody, so he couldn't bear to watch it. He turned around and walked into a passage in the plaza. Half an hour later, 10,000 Crystal of the Fairies were gathered together and handed to Yi Xian. The Crystal of the Fairies were only a type of small red crystal. Moreover, they were extremely small, sparkling and translucent. They looked about the same as a pomegranate, and the largest one was slightly smaller than a pinky nail. 10,000 Crystal of the Fairies were only a small bag, so it was not very eye-catching. Yi Xian didn't bother to look at them in detail. Apart from keeping 10 of the largest Crystal of the Fairies as samples, he put them in a small box and threw them into his undying world. The rest of the fairies were all tossed to the devouring system, allowing it to transfer them to the Long Yi Xian fortress for the world's insects to absorb. He believed that not long after, the world's insects would be able to revive and evolve once again. As for the pile of evil spirit slime corpses, Yi Xian didn't let them go to waste. He immediately took out his Devil Blood Star Tears sword. After 5 fusions, not only did the Devil Blood Star Tears sword reach the epic grade of Starry Sky, it even gave birth to a Devil Blood Sword Spirit. This kind of flesh energy was a great supplement for the Devil Blood Sword Spirit. The moment it was taken out, Yi Xian heard the Devil Blood Sword spirit's cheerful buzzing sound coming from the Devil Blood Star Tier sword. Following that, the Devil Blood Star Tier sword was controlled by the Devil Blood Star Tier sword. It turned into a ray of bloodlight and plunged into the small mountain of evil spirit slime corpses. The entire mountain of corpses withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Devil Blood Star Tier's sword had absorbed such a large amount of flesh energy several times now. According to Yi Xian's estimation, if there were no accidents, the Devil Blood Star Tier sword was not far away from leveling up. Now, it was already at the Starry Sky Epic grade. If it went one step further, it would be at the Starry Sky Supreme Treasure grade. Owning a Starry Sky Supreme Treasure grade combat weapon was absolutely the dream of any expert. But because of this, it would take a long time to reach the Starry Sky Supreme Treasure grade. After all, it wasn't easy to reach the Starry Sky Supreme Treasure grade. Chapter 3041. Various concurrent positions. The entire Demonkin Star region, especially the Black Mosquito Star region where the Black Mosquito tribe was located, did not return to normal after the departure of the elite human fleet from Naples. After all, the large and small fleets of the 100 servant races from the first universe had not gathered here because of the arrival of the human race's fleet. Their purpose was to search for and capture Prince Xian of the human race's everlasting dynasty. As long as Prince Xian was not caught, they could not leave so casually, even if it was to curry favor with the celestial legacy race or to do it half-heartedly. Yi Xian had been in the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb for a period of time. During this period of time, everything that had happened in the Black Mosquito Starfield had already spread throughout the entire first universe. The complete destruction of the Black Mosquito tribe's main star, the unexpected fall of the demon race's imperial city's first high priest, Wen Xing, and the huge loss of the servant fleet. This news was extremely shocking to the hundreds of slave races in the first universe. The Devil Imperial planet was especially shaken. It was said that after the news that Chief Priest Wen Xing was blown into pieces by the flagship of the human elite fleet was sent back, the furious roar of Devil Emperor Mo Wention was heard from the depths of the Devil Imperial City. Wen Xing was the favorite of the Devil Emperor, a supreme existence of the Heavenly Passage realm. How could Mo Wention not be angry when he died in such a sullen manner? However, if he were to find out that Wen Xing was hiding another secret identity as a human spy under the High Priest of the Imperial City, what would the Demon Emperor think? Yi Xian didn't care about any of this. He was already rushing towards the Black Mosquito domain from the edge of the Demon domain with the Saint. Along the way, Yi Xian found a hidden void and took out the two space fortresses, the Black Wind and the Black Mosquito, from the undying world within his body. This included the Dongshu shuttle. The reason for this was naturally to free up manpower to enter the Saint. With his current status, not only had he become the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son, but because Wu Fengtai and Hui Gulei had already been shelved by him, Yi Xian had already privately put on the two high hats of temporary Great Commander and temporary High Priest on his head. In short, in the entire Black Mosquito tribe, he was the one with the highest authority. Under such circumstances, the Holy Sun would basically be his personal fortress in the future, and there was no possibility of him handing it over to the tribe. Since that was the case, he naturally needed to keep some forces in the fortress. However, including the 1,000-man battalion led by Gue Hai Yi Dao in the Dongshu shuttle, and the other 5,000-man battalions led by Cong Qingyu and the others, he did not dare to move a single one of the 6,000 scouts. He continued with his original arrangements. After all, these guys were all from the Demon Scout Corps, so they couldn't be exposed. The appearance of a wretched mosquito slayer in the Demonkin star system was already quite risky. If more came out, something bad would definitely happen. The higher-ups of the demon slaves like Naboshan, Ba Chai, and Li Mosquito couldn't show themselves either. Other than that, he even sent Wu Fengtai and Hui Gulei into the Dongshu shuttle so that they could stay with Gue Hai Yi Dao's army of 1,000 slaves and guide them so that they could improve their cultivation and grow as quickly as possible. They would definitely be of great use in the future. However, the dozens of subordinates following the two were left in the Saint by Yi Xian. After all, they had been planted with a slave seal, and there was no problem of them dying in the light. With their presence, the news of Hui Gulei and Wu Fengtai's death could be confirmed. No one would doubt it. These guys were the trusted subordinates of the two for many years. Yi Xian also didn't move the 1,000 mosquito beasts and 1,000 soldier ladles in the Dongshu shuttle. However, he transferred 1,000,000 mosquito beasts and 10,000 soldier ladles from the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship to the Saint. At the same time, he also moved the 8-star ladles, and all the mosquito beasts and soldier ladles to the second level of the Saint. In this way, the 2 lower levels of the saint were allocated. The bottom level was a nest of the evil slime, and the second level was for the mosquito beasts and soldier ladles. Yi Xian wouldn't open the access to these 2 levels, so no one was allowed to enter or leave. As for the top level, it was naturally for him to use. As for the third level, there was a living area for the demon dwellers, which was enough to accommodate 2,000 to 3,000 people. Yi Xian planned to arrange for all the demon dwellers who controlled the saint to stay there. Of course, these thousands of demon dwellers had to be temporarily recruited. Fortunately, the Black Mosquito tribe still had 9 demon dwellers planets. The higher-ups had all been planted with slave imprints, so it wouldn't be a problem to recruit a few hundred demon dwellers on each demon dweller planet. Yi Xian would be able to recruit all 3,000 demon dwellers in one go. After doing all of this, he immediately stored the Void Hole shuttle and the Black Mosquito ship into the Undying World within his body. Just as he was about to store the Black Wind as well, a thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind. He suddenly remembered that there seemed to be some unresolved matters within the Black Wind that he needed to deal with. To be precise, there were 2 matters. Firstly, the 1,000 over-elites of the Wan Luo Federation who didn't manage to escape in the bottom level of the Wan Luo prison, including Prince Xian. Secondly, the Black Wind ship's guardian demon beast, the Black Wind Beast. The Black Wind Beast wasn't in a hurry. Although the Black Wind ship was the main flagship of the Demon Dweller Scout Army, the Guardian Demon Beast was stronger than the Black Mosquito ship's Li Mosquito. Like Ba Chai, it had reached Black Hole Realm Level 9. However, the Black Nine's strength was nothing to Yi Xian now. Either the 8-star Wang Biao or Prince Shui Ben would be able to suppress it immediately. It wasn't good for this demon beast to show itself. He could just find some time to deal with it or subdue it. After all, it was locked up in the demon nest of the Black Wind ship and couldn't come out at all. As for the 1,000 over-elites of the Federation at the bottom level of the Black Wind ship, it seemed like it was time to check on them. There were more than 10,000 people locked up in the Black Wind ship's Wan Luo prison. When Yi Xian refined the Black Wind ship, he only released close to 10,000 people and didn't release the remaining 1,000 because of Prince Xian. He couldn't possibly leave him alone, right? That would be too obvious. As for the 1,000 over-elites of the Federation, Yi Xian planned to release them after returning to the third universe. Everything would be based on the Black Mosquito ship's model, so there was no need to worry. The key was that Prince Xian. Although Yi Xian didn't have any enmity with him, ever since he obtained the level 9 gene cultivation fluid from the Undying Star and found a drop of undying ancestral dragon blood in it, he had coincidentally swallowed it in front of Prince Xian in the Wan Luo prison. The conflict between the two could no longer be resolved. They were destined to be on opposite sides. This time, the arrival of the human race's elite fleet from Naples in the first universe already showed that Prince Xian's matter couldn't be delayed any longer. Yi Xian could deal with the other 1,000 over-elites of the Federation a little later, but it was better to deal with Prince Xian as soon as possible. Chapter 3042. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Immortal Blood Crystal. It seems that the Black Wind still has close to 100,000 void soldier ladles. I hope that guy has been scared to death so that I won't have to make a move. Yi Xian sighed and muttered to himself as he stepped into the Black Wind's myriad cataclysm. Among the 100,000 void soldier ladles, there were 5,000 Black Hole Realm 7-star general ladles. Of the 1,000 void soldier ladles that Yi Xian brought into the Dongshu shuttle, there were 200 void soldier ladles from the 4th realm to the 8th realm. In addition, of the 10,000 void soldier ladles that moved from the Black Wind to the Saint, there were 2,000 Black Hole Realm soldiers. In other words, there were close to 90,000 void soldier ladles in the Black Wind's myriad cataclysm. Among them, there were close to 3,000 Black Hole Realm 7-star general ladles. There were only slightly more than 1,000 Federation elites still imprisoned in the myriad cataclysm. Although there were Black Hole Realm elites among them, there were only 6 or 7 of them. Moreover, they were only at the early stages of Black Hole Realm Level 1 to Level 3. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been captured. Under such circumstances, facing such a terrifying army of soldiers with terrifying numbers and strength, the 1,000 or so elites of the Federation had probably spent every day in fear ever since they moved in and started living together with them. Fortunately, the pillars of the cage were strong enough to give them a weak sense of security. However, with the void soldiers' good teeth, Yi Xian wasn't sure if the pillars of the cage would be able to withstand it. It was only now that he realized that this was only the second time he had entered the myriad cataclysm in the Black Wind's myriad cataclysm. After releasing the 10,000 Federation elites, he hadn't gone back to take a look. He didn't know if Prince Xian and the others were still alive. At this thought, Yi Xian's expression turned strange. In an instant, he appeared in the prison guard's living quarters at the edge of the Black Wind's myriad cataclysm. There were void soldier ladles everywhere. Although the Heaven's Legacy race's space fortresses all used space folding technology, the myriad cataclysm was only so big. It was still a little crowded for 100,000 void soldier ladles to enter. Seeing Yi Xian and feeling the aura of the mother marrow that was being emitted from his body, the void soldiers immediately let out a light cry of joy. They all crawled over and followed behind Yi Xian as they walked towards the cage area of the Myriad Heaven prison. After Yi Xian released the 10,000 Federation elites, the rest of the cataclysm were all gone. Refining the Black Wind would be able to achieve this. Seeing Yi Xian cataclysm again, the 1,000 Federation elites were all taken aback at first, but then they realized something. Their faces contorted in shock, but there was also a hint of doubtful joy in their eyes. Yi Xian cataclysm had mixed in with the 10,000 escapees and left with them. He had used the devouring system to retract the pillars of the myriad cataclysm and opened the myriad cataclysm. Thus, these people had no idea that Yi Xian cataclysm, the young man who had been captured in the Black Wind's myriad cataclysm, was actually the perpetrator of that inexplicable amnesty. But now they understood everything. Moreover, Yi Xian cataclysm had appeared here again, and the 100,000 terrifying black beetles around him were like pets, joyfully following behind him. There was no longer any suspense. This young man had already taken control of the Black Wind and possessed an incomparably powerful foundation. Just these black beetles alone were enough to sweep through a small country. This was also the reason why they were so happy. After all, they were all on the same side. Perhaps Yi Xian cataclysm's arrival represented their freedom. But at the same time, when they thought about how Yi Xian cataclysm hadn't appeared for such a long time, they realized that if he wanted to release them, he would have done so long ago. That was why, amidst their joy, they were also incomparably nervous and doubtful. Yi Xian cataclysm didn't pay any attention to all of this. His gaze swept towards the cage where Prince Xian was, and then his expression changed abruptly. Out of the 1,000 over cages, the rest were undamaged. Only Prince Xian's cage had a large chunk of 10 thick black pillars eaten away, and a large hole had appeared on one side of the cage. It was large enough for a Black Hole Realm soldier to enter. Inside the cage, apart from some bloodstains on the ground, that Prince Xian was already gone. Eaten by the soldier? But why did it only eat him? The other 1,000 over people were clearly fine. With this doubt, Yi Xian cataclysm subconsciously turned his head to look at the other cages around him. There was a questioning look in his eyes. The expressions of these people also became strange. They clearly understood what Yi Xian cataclysm meant and then carefully spoke one after another. That guy is a lunatic. He deserves to be eaten by bugs. Since that day, that guy hasn't had a moment of peace. It's rare for him to shut up, but he only takes a break. At most, after 2 hours, he immediately starts scolding again. Not only are we annoyed, but even these bugs are annoyed by him. After scaring him a few times to no avail, they simply gnawed a hole, crawled in, and swallowed him whole. He's a complete lunatic. He keeps saying that he's Prince Xian. Puh! How can the prince of our human race's everlasting dynasty be like this? What a shrew! As these words entered his ears, Yi Xian slowly opened his mouth wide. At first, he was shocked. Then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he was extremely emotional. This was truly a case of retribution for being cheap. Back then, Yi Xian had been scolded so badly by him that he almost killed this brat on the spot. Who would have thought that in the end, this brat would still die because of his cheap mouth? But then again, just based on this cheap mouth alone, no one would believe that he was Prince Xian of an everlasting dynasty. This was good too. At least this way, the everlasting dynasty's royal family's reputation would be preserved. Otherwise, once this matter spread through the other Federation elites in the myriad cataclysm, the entire royal family would be humiliated. Just as Yi Xian was thinking about this, a Black Hole Realm 7-star general suddenly crawled out from among the soldiers behind Yi Xian and went straight to Yi Xian. After chirping lightly twice, it opened its mouth and spat out a fiery red crystal. This red crystal was only the size of a pigeon's egg, but it was sparkling and translucent. It vaguely emitted an aura similar to that of the immortal ancestral dragon's blood that Yi Xian had refined. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. Like a conditioned reflex, He moved as fast as lightning and instantly put the crystal back into his body. Fortunately, this general's body was huge and blocked in front of him. As such, those Federation elites in the 1,000-odd cages didn't see the crystal appear. At the same time, the familiar system notifications sounded in his mind, just as he had expected. Chapter 3043. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Demonic Mutation Yixian immediately left the Black Wind, ignoring the thousands of Federation elites who were still in their cages. After all, it was safe here, and he had no intention of explaining anything, so there was no need for him to say anything. After keeping the Black Wind into his undying world, he immediately returned to the command cabin on the top floor of the Saint. After giving the order to continue heading to the Black Mosquito Star Zone, he immediately closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation. The immortal blood crystal that he had just obtained was clearly the crystallization of the bloodline of the Immortal Dynasty's royal family. Legend had it that the immortal divine dragon's bloodline flowed within the Immortal Dynasty's royal family. After obtaining that drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood, Yixian had confirmed this legend. He also knew that the divine dragon's bloodline that flowed within the Immortal Dynasty's royal family came from the golden divine dragon of the primordial era. After Prince Xian was swallowed by the 7-star General Ladle, his flesh, clothes, and even the treasures he carried with him were probably all digested. The Void Soldier Ladle could even eat through the universe, let alone these things. However, the golden divine dragon's bloodline in his flesh and blood seemed to have been purified and condensed into an immortal blood crystal. Perhaps the 7-star General Ladle knew that the divine dragon's bloodline in his flesh and blood was good stuff, but it was too thin. Therefore it purified it and created this item. Moreover, the divine dragon's bloodline that the Immortal Dynasty's royal family had somehow obtained gradually thinned with each generation. At the same time, it was also imprinted with the changes left behind by the royal family's supreme experts. Therefore, this immortal blood crystal had two meanings to Yixian. First, by absorbing it, Yixian's divine dragon's bloodline would improve further. Second, because the blood crystal was imprinted with the bloodline aura of the royal family's supreme experts. Once Yixian merged it into his own bloodline, he would transform into the real Prince Xian. Although he would not be that person, his bloodline would definitely be that of the Immortal Dynasty's royal family. Perhaps even the imperial preceptor of the Immortal Dynasty, the heir, would not be able to deny this. The divine dragon aura in the blood crystal was not very strong. Although it had some effect on the evolution of Yixian's divine dragon bloodline, it was not very effective. However, the latter was more powerful. As long as this was realized, Yixian would no longer need to hide from the search of the immortal royal family. He could openly return to the third universe, and from then on, he would truly be Prince Xian. As for appearances and the like, in this current flourishing age of cultivation, even the weakest meteor Tier 1 could easily conceal their figure or change their appearance. There was really no one who would be too conflicted about this point. This was the final trial, after all. He couldn't even reveal his identity as a member of the royal family. It was only natural for him to change his appearance. Since he was used to this appearance, he was too lazy to change it back. After all, Prince Xian had used this appearance to become famous in the 3 universes. In order to take care of the feelings of his fans, it was reasonable to continue using this appearance. Impersonating, no, replacing Prince Xian was an extremely shocking idea. However, because of the existence of this blood crystal, everything became possible. Yixian was not greedy for riches and honor. Instead, he wanted to grow. It was obvious how much power a prince had. He only wanted this kind of power because it was extremely convenient for him to search for the devouring origin and other cultivation resources. The blood crystal, which was only the size of a pigeon egg, quickly melted and merged with Yixian's flesh. A piercing pain spread from his bone marrow to the surface of his skin. It was a piercing pain that existed in every single cell of his body. It was the same feeling as when he had used the divine dragon bloodline body tempering secret technique to temper his body in the corpse pool. However, because of his previous foundation and the fact that the divine dragon bloodline in this blood crystal was not very rich, the piercing pain was much less than the previous time. However, for some reason, this time, only the area between his eyebrows, where Yixian had activated the demonic soul pupil after refining the demonic soul spirit that had turned into a little jade rabbit, was especially painful. It was not inferior to the previous time. Fortunately, this was the only part of his body where the pain was so intense, so it was not unbearable. The entire process of refining the blood crystal did not take long. It was over in less than 10 minutes. Yi Xian opened his eyes. At this moment, the system notifications sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level. Satellite level 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up the giant dragon body tempering technique. Current level. Growth level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the golden divine dragon bloodline mutation. Direction of mutation. Demonic torch dragon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mutated demonic dragon bloodline special ability. Demonic dragon's gaze. Current level. Beginner level. As the series of system notifications sounded one after another, Yi Xian fell into a daze again. The leveling up of his cultivation was within his expectations. The only thing he was a little surprised about was that he had leveled up twice in a row. However, when he thought about it, not only did the blood crystal contain the divine dragon bloodline, but it also contained the aura of the bloodline imprint left behind by generations of supreme masters. After absorbing it into his body, it was normal for him to level up twice in a row. In addition, the leveling up of the giant dragon body tempering technique from the beginner level to the growth level was also within his expectations. What truly shocked him was the mutation that had occurred during the advancement of the dragon bloodline. Leveling up? It sounded like a good thing, and when the system mentioned this, it also used the word, congratulations, which was a great blessing. Thinking about the abnormal pain of the demon soul pupil between his eyebrows, Yi Xian felt that the so-called bloodline mutation this time was most likely related to the demon soul pupil. After his giant dragon bloodline had leveled up into the demonic dragon bloodline, he had obtained the demonic dragon bloodline special ability called the demonic dragon's gaze, which happened to be related to his eyes. Therefore, this point was basically confirmed. The words, demonic torch dragon, reminded Yi Xian of a primordial legend. In primordial legends, dragons could be regarded as a kind of supreme divine beast, and there were actually many kinds of them, each with their own characteristics and different powers, such as the winged dragon, horn dragon, jiao dragon, horn dragon, and so on. The golden divine dragon was powerful, but in some primordial legends, there was a kind of dragon that was even more powerful than the golden divine dragon. It was called the demonic dragon, the underworld dragon, or the torch dragon. In the legends, the torch dragon was also known as the Zhuyin, the Hui dragon, or the torch dragon. Its image was said to be that of a dragon with a human face. It held a candle in its mouth, illuminating the darkness in the northwest where there was no sun. Legend had it that its power was extremely great. When it opened its eyes, the sky was bright, which was the day. When it closed its eyes, the sky was dark, which was the night. Its eyes were the light. Its eyes were the light. It was a simple sentence, but the aura and majesty it displayed was enough to make one's heart tremble. When it opened its eyes, it was the day, and when it closed its eyes, it was the night. The whole world, such a big world, was decided by the simple opening of a living creature's eyes. This kind of saying was almost exaggerated and too mysterious. Chapter 3044. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. Goodbye to the ferocious mosquito emperor this time. Yi Xian had gained a lot. As a result, he, who had been pleasantly surprised recently, couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. His cultivation had reached the 8th stage of the satellite realm, and he only needed to advance one more stage to reach the full circle of the realm. After that, he would reach the 4th major realm, the planet realm. Even a rocket wouldn't be that fast. Obtaining the identity of the immortal royal bloodline had resolved the crisis in front of him. Yi Xian could openly return to the 3rd universe at any time. After returning, there would be many benefits. Using the identity of Prince Xian, it wouldn't take long for him to find the origin of engulfment to reap the rewards. More importantly, he had obtained the demonic dragon bloodline ability. He immediately looked inside and checked his mind. The golden scale that represented the inheritance of the golden dragon bloodline had indeed turned black and gold. It seemed more mysterious, thick, and ancient. Judging from its black and gold color, Yi Xian most likely possessed the bloodlines of the demonic dragon candle dragon and the golden dragon. This could be inferred from the fact that he possessed the dragon tempering technique and the demonic dragon's gaze, two different bloodline abilities of the dragon clan. This sudden fortuitous encounter changed Yi Xian's thoughts rapidly. He had decided to stay in the 1st universe because he wanted to find the origin of engulfment and an energy source that could be absorbed by the world's insects. The latter had been resolved. As for the former, after obtaining the identity of Prince Xian, Returning to the third universe to search would obviously be faster than searching here. In addition, the problem of Prince Xian's identity no longer existed. Therefore, Yi Xian suddenly had the thought of leaving. Of course, there were still some things that he had to do before leaving. First, he had to try to search for information about the origin of engulfment in the first universe. His personal star communication system had been upgraded to the growth stage, and it had entered the growth stage of the star superbrain. Its search radius had increased to a light year, and its functions had greatly increased. Yi Xian could try to secretly connect to the star network of the demonic emperor planet, which was the star network of the Tianji race, and see if he could find anything. In addition, before leaving, he had to visit the mosquito race planet once. Previously, the Mad Mosquito Emperor had given Yi Xian two conditions. His cultivation must be before the origin realm. Also, his mind and art force art studio level art. If he could satisfy these two conditions at the same time, then Yi Xian would be able to return to the Mosquito Beast Star. The Mad Mosquito Emperor had once promised him with his Dao heart that he would give Yi Xian a great fortune. Although it wasn't because of this matter, it was just to say goodbye. Letting Prince Shui and the Mad Mosquito Emperor meet again was something that should be done. Originally, there were two other places he should go. One was the Holy Demon Forbidden Land, and the other was the Black Hole of Life. However, the former was still too dangerous for him, so he could only postpone this matter. As for the Black Hole of Life, the countless void soldiers were doing well inside, so there was no need for him to make a trip there. If there was a need for him to go there, he could enter the first universe through the wormhole at any time and launch an interstellar coordinate jump. It was very convenient. In addition, Yi Xian still had some chores to clean up at the Black Mosquito tribe, and that was the dozens of higher-ups of the Black Mosquito 9 stars who had been taken as demon slaves by him. This time, when he returned to Universe 3, he did not know whether to bring them along with him. If he really did that, the entire Black Mosquito tribe would be finished. They would be leaderless. Therefore, after some consideration, Yi Xian gave up in the end. He would just treat it as a spy he had planted in the first universe. Who knows, it might be of great use in the future. In the end, he decided to go to the Mosquito Beast Star first. Then, he would go to the Black Mosquito 9 stars and get 4,000 demon slaves to enter the saint and plant the slave mark. In this way, his 1,000 demon slave team would increase from 6 to 10. A total of 10,000 demon slaves. Just thinking about it was scary. After doing these two things, he would finally go to the demonic Emperor Star. He would connect to the star network mainframe from afar and launch a search. If there was no result, he would immediately return to Universe 3. After deciding on the itinerary, Yi Xian immediately gave the order to advance at full speed. Their destination was the Mosquito Beast Star. Half a day later, Yi Xian put away the saint in the distant void. His physical body crossed and entered the atmosphere of the Mosquito Beast Star. At that moment, he waved his hand and summoned Shui from the pet ring. The two of them, one in front and one behind, went straight to the center of the planet. As a supreme existence of the Grotto Heaven realm, the entire Mosquito Beast Star was covered by the Mad Mosquito King's mental energy. He immediately sensed Yi Xian and Shui arrival and appeared immediately. Then, after seeing Yi Xian for the first time, his expression changed and he exclaimed in shock, "Damn! Are you on steroids every day, brat? You're almost at the peak of the satellite realm? How many days have you been away?" Yi Xian was a little proud at first, but after sensing the Mad Mosquito King's aura, he immediately rolled his eyes. "I'm only at the 3rd level. No matter how many levels I have increased, it can't be compared to your breakthrough in the Grotto Heaven realm, right? Last time, you were at the 1st level of the Grotto Heaven realm. How long has it been? You're already at the 7th level of the Grotto Heaven realm. You're the one on steroids every day. Hee hee, brat, I'm not breaking through, I'm recovering. It's good that I'm in high spirits. Of course it's fast." Then, what was your original cultivation level? Mystic Light Realm? Or even stronger? Yi Xian took this opportunity to ask again. He had always been curious about the Mad Mosquito King's cultivation. This guy was too mysterious. "Ha! You even know that the 11th level is the Mystic Light Realm? Did you meet someone in the Mystic Light Realm recently?" The Mad Mosquito King immediately exclaimed in surprise. Then, as he spoke, he released a strand of mental energy toward Yi Xian to investigate. When this strand of mental energy came into contact with Yi Xian's body, he didn't resist. He trusted the Mad Mosquito Emperor quite a bit. At the very least, the mental imprint that the other party had left outside his sea of consciousness had only been able to protect his sea of consciousness. It had never crossed the line and entered his sea of consciousness without permission. In the next second, the Mad Mosquito King suddenly exclaimed. Golden Dragon Bloodline? Underworld Dragon 9 Bloodline. Desolate Ancient Yaksha Divine Ability? 6th Level Mental Energy. And the aura of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape. Heavens, this tattoo, could it be the Heavenly Tao Nascent Soul? No, that's impossible. As the Mad Mosquito King exclaimed one after another, Yi Xian's body shook violently, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. The Mad Mosquito King's mental energy clearly hadn't entered his mind. In fact, it had only touched his body for a moment, but it was as if it could see through Yi Xian. This was clearly through the faint aura left on Yi Xian's body by the Mad Mosquito King's bloodline and divine ability. Even that Heaven's Legacy race upper echelon and Prince Xian's fiancée, Ying Tai, definitely didn't have such an ability. Those two were supreme existences in the mystic light realm. Chapter 3045. Crutch Yi Xian didn't hide much from the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Other than the part about Prince Xian, he basically told the Mad Mosquito Emperor everything. Of course, he wouldn't reveal the most important secrets about the devouring system and the undying world to Yi Xian. On one hand, the reason why Yi Xian did this was because he trusted the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and on the other hand, it was because he could be considered to have a strong foundation. Even if the Mad Mosquito Emperor was an existence that surpassed the profound light realm, with a headless corpse of an infant, it would be useless for him to scheme against him. In addition, Yi Xian's honesty had another purpose. He hoped to get some feedback from the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Putting aside his cultivation realm, the fact that the Mad Mosquito Emperor was able to recognize the aura of the giant golden dragon and the underworld dragon 9, as well as the weeping soul blood ape and the desolate ancient Yaksha, showed just how mysterious he was. He even knew the origin of the headless corpse lamp tattoo on Yi Xian's chest with a single glance. He even uttered the words, Heavenly Tao Nascent Soul, in surprise. Was it the Heavenly Tao Nascent Soul corpse? Could it be that this headless infant's corpse is actually the embodiment of the will of the Heaven Tao from the primordial era? But why was it in the form of a baby? Who cut off its head? Also, what was the truth behind the War of the Ancients? If the headless infant corpse was really the will of the Heavenly Tao from the primordial era, then how could it have caused such a destructive war? The powerful beings of the primordial era were divided into two camps. One camp called themselves gods, and the other camp was called demons. As the will of the Heavenly Tao of that era, how could it allow this to happen? In fact, all of this had been entangled in Yi Xian's mind recently. From time to time, it would pop up, making him fascinated and subconsciously recall the primordial age. At this moment, with the Mad Mosquito Emperor's abnormal behavior, Yi Xian felt like he had found the hope of answering all of these questions. As such, he immediately told the Mad Mosquito Emperor about most of his experiences. Then, he started to question the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Don't ask about these things. I won't tell you. More accurately, I can't tell you, and I don't dare to tell you. At least, before that thing on your chest allows it, you won't be able to get any more information from me. As he spoke, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, whose face was filled with fear and was clearly still in a state of extreme shock, quickly glanced at Yi Xian's chest before letting out a sigh. You can forget what I said before. It will tell you what to do when the time comes. It will. Go back. I've heard about what happened in the Black Mosquito Star Zone recently. I didn't expect you to be a prince of the human race's everlasting dynasty. Since that's the case, you can't stay here any longer. Once DE of the Tianji clan finds out that he chose you, he'll probably pay any price to capture you. Even if the entire Tianji clan is destroyed, he'll definitely take you down. This matter can't be hidden for long. While DE still doesn't know, leave immediately. As for Xue Ben. Speaking of this, the Mad Mosquito Emperor turned his head to look at Prince Xue Ben, who had been silent all this time but was much quieter than before. He seemed to be gradually returning to normal. There was a hint of gentleness in the Mad Mosquito Emperor's eyes. He smiled with relief. Before this, there was only hope for his recovery. Now, I'm absolutely sure that my son will recover his mind in the future, as long as he stays with you. Take him away. You respect him as your elder brother. What is there to worry about? Who would have thought, Who would have thought that the bizarre affairs of the world could be so surprising? It's all worth it. So it has already. Ha ha ha. Laughing loudly, the mad mosquito emperor no longer paid any attention to Yi Xian and Prince Shui Ben. He turned around and flew into the depths of the mosquito star, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The "it" he mentioned at the end was clearly the headless infant corpse. From this, it could be seen that the mad mosquito emperor was indeed aware of the headless infant corpse's origins. This also proved that his origins were not to be underestimated. How could he be in ordinary existence if he was related to the headless infant corpse? Yi Xian fell into deep thought. The mad mosquito emperor's words made him even more confused. Even the mad mosquito emperor was so afraid of the headless infant corpse. Moreover, it seemed that De also knew about the headless infant corpse. What was the truth behind all this? Filled with confusion, Yi Xian immediately left the mosquito beast star with the blood-ben prince. Then, he circled around the entire Black Mosquito Star region and went to visit all of the remaining Black Mosquito 9 stars. In just 3 days, he had lured 4,000 demon dwellers into the saint. Moreover, during this period of time, Yi Xian had used all his strength to condense 4,000 different level slave seals. At this point, all of the devil cultivator experts within the Holy Sun had become his devil slaves. Since he had decided to return to the third universe, he considered that the Black Mosquito tribe could not be leaderless. After all, the higher-ups of the Black Mosquito 9 stars were his people. This had become the secret headquarters that Yi Xian had left in the first universe. He really couldn't let him decline like this. In addition, the high priest of the imperial capital, Wen Xing, had died. Huegu Lu had the opportunity to enter the Devil Royal Planet. After all, he was from Wen Xing's bloodline. The Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian would more or less take care of him for old time's sake. Therefore, the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Huegu Lu, and dozens of his trusted subordinates were all released by Yi Xian. They stayed on the Black Mountain Star. As for the great commander Zhou Fengtai, Yi Xian had just decided to take him away. It was a good thing to keep a demon dweller expert of the Fourth Order Origin Realm by his side. Although the 8 stars Wang Biao and Prince Shui Ben were also in the Origin Realm, it would not be convenient for them to appear often after they returned to the third universe. Zhou Fengtai, on the other hand, looked no different from a human, so he did not have such concerns. After doing all this, the last thing Yi Xian needed to do in the Demon Dweller Star Zone was to go to the Devil Royal Planet. From the distant void, he would invade the star net and connect to the Tianji clan's main net. Then, he would search for news of the engulfing origin. After doing this, he could return to the third universe and return to the human race as Prince Xian. At that time, it would definitely be another exciting experience. With this expectation in mind, Yi Xian immediately left the Black Mosquito Star Zone and quickly rushed to the Devil Royal Star Zone. What he did not know was that on the second day after the Saint ship left the Black Mosquito Star Zone, the Star Zone was once again in turmoil. This time, the situation was several times more serious than before. Even the Tianji clan Xing Tai, who was in the 11th Profound Light Realm, was alarmed and hurried back to the Black Mosquito Star Zone from the Black Wind Star Zone.